Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents By Her Touch by Adriana Anders, narrated by Wendy Tremont King. 1. The moment Ape's hand landed on his shoulder, Clay Navarro knew the game was up. It could have been the look in the asshole's eye that told him, or the way his fingers dug into Clay's muscle way too hard to be friendly. Probably, though, it was that other thing, that elusive animal intuition that told you your life was about to end. He managed, somehow, to shrug off Ape's hand and veer into the head, mumbling something about taking a piss. As soon as the door closed behind him, he leaned down and spoke into the button mic sewed onto his leather vest. He was frantic. God, was he having a heart attack? Wouldn't that be something? To have a heart attack on the day everything was supposed to go down. Shit's hitting the fan here. Whoever's listening, I need backup. He glanced at the tiny window and considered trying to make a break for it. But there's no way he'd manage to squeeze through. But, man, he couldn't risk the op at this crucial moment, even if it meant saving his skin. Not when they were so close to taking the sons of bitches down. There was no choice but for him to go out and face whatever Ape had in mind for him, try to stall him, and bluster his way through. Whatever it was, they'd catch it on the wire. Back in the hall, however, flanked by 3 of his Sultan's MC brothers, Clay was pretty sure there'd be no bullshitting his way out of this. There was a sick sort of glee on Ape's face when he shoved Clay into the manky vinyl dentist chair, brandished his tattoo gun, and said, "Thought you needed some new artwork, bro." After a pause, the man smiled and said, "How about your lids?" "No fucking way, man." His heart rate spiked. "Knuckles, then," said Ape, and Clay knew better than to argue. There was a chance he hadn't been made, that Ape was just being his usual sick self. Considering everything that was at stake, he had to ride out that hope for as long as he could. And if that meant letting the crazy bastard ink him up some more, then so be it. He forced his body to relax, forced a smirk onto his face. But then one of the other bikers grabbed for him, and it was all Clay could do not to go down swinging. He submitted at the last moment, pulse flying, reminding himself that he just had to make it through a few hours before it was all over, one way or another. The biker grimly held him, head locked so he was staring straight ahead, unable to watch as Ape pressed the tattoo gun to his finger. He tightened his jaw through the inking, a quick, messy job, even for Ape, and broke the hold long enough to glance down at his knuckles. "Dead man," they said, in big, thick black caps. Fuck. "What the? Sit your ass down and stay put, or I'll pop your fucking eyeball," Ape said, through gritted teeth. He brandished the tattoo gun at Clay's face. Clay bolted up, but the 2 MC brothers were on him in a flash, grappling him back down. One had an arm locked around his neck, holding his head still for Ape and that damn tattoo gun. Clay flinched away, tried to push free, but there was no stopping that needle coming straight for his eyes. He slammed his lids closed and prayed for a miracle. "What the shit?" Clay managed to spit out before Ape went to work on his eyelids. The only thing worse than the pain was the fear. He breathed through it as best he could, waiting it out as Ape inked him. He didn't open his eyes until he was sure the needle was away, and even then he was left blinking and dazed, eyeballs stinging. "What are—" Clay began, fighting to sound normal even after all this, until he spotted Ape pulling out that little axe he carried around with him everywhere. He stiffened, fought, expected to feel the deep slice of a blade in his skull, to see Ape's crazily grinning face through a film of blood, his brain matter scattered across the walls. He should have known better. Ape might be a total lunatic, but he didn't do anything without Handles's approval. The only thing he carved was Clay's shirt, with the sharpened axe blade. The fucker sure had a flair for the dramatic. So maybe Handles didn't know yet. Maybe there was still a chance he could ride this out until the end, or at least until backup arrived. Something occurred to Clay's crazed brain as Ape picked the tattoo gun back up and leaned in to etch something onto his chest. The asshole hadn't touched Clay's leather cut. The biker vest would have been the first thing to go if they knew for sure he was an undercover agent. Ape was killing time until Handles got back. Nothing more. I'm not a dead man yet. But if he wanted to convince his brothers he wasn't a cop, he needed to work a lot harder at being Jeremy Indian Greer instead of Clay Navarro. And right now, Jeremy would be pissed as shit. "The fuck, man?" he bellowed, elbowing one of the other men away, breaking free. The needle slid against his side, and Ape moved closer, pressed harder. He stank of stale booze and old sweat, piss, and blood. "Think we don't know who you are? Are you out of your mind, Ape?" Clay reached for his K-bar. Of course, Ape would have been cocky enough not to take the knife off him, his mind flying through the options. Get the fuck out was foremost among them. He threw a knee to Teller's groin, took a millisecond to enjoy the sick groan he got in response, and slid a hand into Ape's filthy hair before the other man could react. Jesus, it was so greasy he almost couldn't get purchase. Finally he managed and pulled the shithead into him. "You got a death wish?" Clay snarled. "Do you?" The man's breath was fetid, rotten, like his mouth had never seen the business end of a toothbrush. "We know who you are, you fucking traitor." "Oh, yeah?" He inhaled through his mouth, ignoring the sound of the others gathering, and set his blade beneath Ape's ear, right where the carotid would be in an actual human being. With Ape? Who the fuck knew? The bastard probably had raw sewage running through his veins. "Why don't you tell me?" Beside him, someone moved, and Clay pressed the knife in, just a couple of millimeters, but enough to make Ape gasp and throw up his hand. "No closer, man. He's gonna fucking kill me." "You want to tell me what's going on here, Ape?" "Got a call." Clay waited, the early fog of nerves giving way to the precise, clear-cut vision he got when adrenaline did its job. Energy and strength shimmered under the surface of his skin. God, he was born for this shit. Clay asked, "Call from who?" "You're hurting me, man," Ape moaned. Clay tightened his hold. "Shut up," interrupted Clay. "What's this traitor bullshit?" "Got an informant. Told us you're—" Something hard and cold was pressed to his forehead. A gun. "Put it down," said a voice right beside Clay's ear, dark and certain. Fuck. Of all the guys in the club, Jam was probably the deadliest. Ex-military, ex-con, and racist as fuck. Jam had wanted Clay's blood since the day he'd seen his too dark skin. If Clay hadn't saved his life about a year ago, The psycho would never have voted him in. "Handles is on his way back. Told us to lock you up till he gets here." "I'm not what you're thinking, Jam." "Not thinking a goddamned thing, brother." For a good 5 seconds, Clay waited, the barrel of Jam's gun burning a hole in his temple, and the blade of his K-bar ready to slice into Ape. 5 seconds during which he pictured doing it, ending this man's life in exchange for his. It was almost worth it. Almost. Except a whole goddamned operation depended on Clay getting out alive and giving his testimony in federal court. It depended on Handles going through with the huge deal that was set to happen in less than an hour. Was probably happening right now, in fact. The only way Clay could ensure it went down as planned was by releasing Ape, because if he held on, he was a dead man. Finally, he opened his hand and let Ape go. The big dude came after him then, of course, all brawn and no smarts as usual. But with Jam's weapon leveled on him, Clay was powerless to counter. A meaty fist to the jaw, another to the stomach, and Clay waited, doubled over, for his breath to return. Fisting Clay's hair in a parody of his earlier move, Ape leaned down and whispered into his ear. "You're a dead man, Indian." He spat a fat, sticky wad onto Clay's face, wiped his own, and backed up a couple of steps. "Grab his phone and his weapons. I'll lock him in his room till Handles gets back." Jam threw over his shoulder before leading him away. "Not a traitor, man," Clay tried in the hall. "Shut your face," was all the answer he got as Jam brought him to his room. Jam pulled the key from the lock, shoved Clay in, and locked the door behind him. Through the door, Clay heard him tell someone to shoot on sight. Jesus, how the hell was he going to get out of this? He turned to look at the room and found it ransacked. Fine, they wouldn't have found anything incriminating anyway. Giving a hard exhale, he pulled the backup phone from his shoe and made the call. "Speak to me," said Tyler. "Wire not working? I asked for backup 30 minutes ago." "We'll get someone in there soon as we can." "They've got me in my room, under guard, while they wait for Handles. Did it happen? Did you guys get him?" "No, he never showed." "Fuck." Clay ran a hand over his face, surprised to see blood when he pulled it away. "Bread there with you?" Tyler asked. "Don't know where he is. Why?" "If you were outed, stands to reason." Beyond the walls, something blew, rattling everything. The air in the room stilled for a millisecond in that strange vacuum of suspension that happened before everything exploded. When the next wave of chaos came, it was in the form of shots fired outside the club walls, along with agonized screaming and shouts from all over. More gunfire in rapid bursts, club AK-47s from the sound of it. Clay put the phone back to his ear and yelled through the dense fog of noise, "The fuck's going on out there, Tyler?" Silence from the phone. Everywhere else was mayhem. There was nothing he could do. He was a sitting duck in here. He ran to the door and pounded. "Let me out of here. Let me the fuck out." No answer from the other side. None from Tyler either, when he redialed. Minutes passed, and the fighting continued. Was that his team out there, forcing their way in? Christ, he hoped so. The yelling drew closer, and his adrenaline ramped back up. He searched the room for something, anything to fight with, and came up empty-handed. When the door flew open to show Handles standing there, pointing that fucking Glock at his face, the only thing he could do was turn and dive. Too late, though. Too fucking late. The first bullet tore into his back, pinning him to the bed, and Clay Navarro was a dead man. 2. 5 months later. The door to the clinic stood wide open, inviting in a way Clay didn't entirely trust. It had all been too easy. The drive into town, locating the place, finding a parking space right out front. The few people he'd encountered on the sidewalk had been friendly. Smiles so wide and open, Clay developed an uncomfortable itch at the back of his neck, like the buildings were a facade, and everybody actors, and he was the only one who wasn't in on it. He was right not to trust, he decided, when he reached the door, only to find a handwritten sign taped to the door. It read, "Closed. No AC." Dead end. Yeah, well, not good enough. They'd need a roadblock to keep him out at this point. He tried the door and found it open. Inside, the place was dark and stifling. There was a reception area, waiting room, what you'd expect from a doctor's office. All empty. He waited for his eyes to adjust and listened to what sounded like the scratch of pen on paper. He cleared his throat, and the woman hidden behind the reception desk jumped up like a jack-in-the-box. "Afternoon," he said, and walked farther inside, still squinting against the dark interior. "Hi there," the woman said, her voice bright and warm. "Sorry to say we're closed. AC's out, and we can't see patients in this heat." "You the doc?" She hesitated, looked to the side as if searching for reinforcements, then faced him head-on again. "I am? Any chance you could help me out?" He made his voice as light as possible, trying for friendly, even though it never seemed to work. "Do you have an appointment? Cindy was supposed to call everyone, and—" He sighed. "No appointment. I hear you're the only place around that does what I need." "Oh." She blinked, big eyes roving curiously over him from beneath blonde hair that looked darker along her forehead. From sweat, he realized, before letting his gaze travel down the rest of her. Not a large woman, but curvy in a way that he liked. Something about the heat, her flushed face, the way the fabric of her tank top clung to her belly, and her hair stuck to her slick neck woke him up. She swallowed, her vibe slightly nervous. That was no surprise, since he knew exactly how he looked. Mirrored glasses, long-sleeve shirt, short dark hair, ink creeping up the back of his neck, staring at her like some goddamn creep. "I don't mind the heat," he said, taking a step back. "See how non-threatening I am?" "Yes, but—" "I'll pay." "Cindy takes care of paperwork and invoicing, insurance and all that. I'm just not equipped to—" "Could you just take a look, Doc? Please," he cut in, unable to keep the emotion out. "I could use your help." She hesitated another beat, then softened. "What do you need looked at?" she asked, voice gentler, warmer. Stomach a goddamned fireball of nerves. Clay reached up and pulled off his aviators. He stood there and let her see what Ape had done to him, what he'd have done himself for the sake of the mission, and waited. The man who stood in her reception area didn't look like he needed help. But then he removed the glasses, bearing eyelids marked by ink, and George squinted over the desk at him. Taking off those lenses transformed him from a hard wall of masculinity into something more appealing, if just as intimidating. "The eyelid tattoos?" she asked, moving around the desk. "Yeah, others too." Up close, she felt the difference in their sizes more keenly. He was huge. "Lean down, please. Let me get a look." Lord, what had the man done to himself? Ouch. Yeah. The word emerged on a half-laugh, as if she'd surprised it out of him. You haven't had this long, have you? He shook his head, and George's brain filled with questions, some appropriate, some not. She went with the former. How long? Few months. Any idea what was used? Used. What kind of ink? No. He cleared his throat before going on. Tattoo ink, I guess. They protect your eyes while they did this? She asked, and he snorted in response. Not exactly. Did you consent to having your eyelids tattooed? She asked, knowing this wasn't the sort of question you asked a man this big, this badass. His eyes shot open, and George fought not to step back. Oh, dear God, his face. Have we met before? She asked, wondering where she'd seen those eyes. The high, flat cheekbones, the perfectly shaped mouth, outlined by dark stubble that made her fingers itch disconcertingly. Don't think so, Doc. I'd remember if we had. George blushed at what she thought might be a compliment, even as she continued to study him. Those wide cheekbones, a sharp nose, and an obstinate-looking jaw made her think this wasn't a man who'd easily ask for help. Layered over his striking features were the ravages of life. Those lids, marred by black ink, a scar bisecting a cheek and disappearing into short, dark hair. But most intimidating and appealing of all were the darkest eyes she'd ever seen, perfectly in keeping with those dark looks. They were wide and hard, just like the rest of him, she thought, with a hiccup of something sharp and hot and previously dormant in her abdomen. You have others? She asked, ignoring the unwanted twinge, with a quick step back. She wouldn't allow herself even a glance as he unbuttoned his shirt and shrugged out of it. She saw the ink on his arms only peripherally, barely looked at how it contrasted so dramatically with the bright white cotton of his T-shirt. He reached to take that off, too, and she stopped him with a hand on his arm, immediately removed. His golden skin was covered in tattoos, starting at his hands and crawling over solid shoulders to seep through his tee, dark enough to look like a design on the surface of the white cotton. He was wide, his arms long and strong-looking. She didn't say anything for a time, caught up in ink and muscles and the crisp-looking hair on his forearms. He finally broke the silence. You get it now? I'm sorry? He fisted his hands, knuckles up. Kinda urgent, ma'am. Ma'am. She hadn't been called that in ages. It made her feel like she'd been bad, chastened, the way she'd felt the one and only time she'd gotten pulled over for speeding. I see. Can we get started today? I'm on a bit of a deadline. She considered it. Her feelings divided. On the one hand, she had the perfectly normal urge to make him better, to help. But on the other hand was this overwhelming whoosh of something uncomfortable, disconcerting. Attraction? Was that it? It had been so long since George had felt anything even remotely physical toward a man that she wouldn't recognize it if it came in and bopped her on the head. Or punched her in the gut, more likely. She shouldn't bring this man into the back with her. Shouldn't be able to picture him splayed across an examination table. Shouldn't feel the need to get a closer look, involving intimacies with just the two of them here, all alone in the clinic with this beast of a man. Not only that, but once most patients found out how much it cost to get their ink removed, as opposed to put on, they get angry. Would this man get angry? She narrowed her eyes at him, trying hard to picture that. "I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. Blaine. Andrew Blaine. Mr. Blaine, I'm alone here, as you can see, and—"
"Look, Ms.
"Doctor. It's Dr. Hadley."
"Right. Doctor, I'll pay you. I'll pay whatever it takes. I've just got to get these taken off. The sooner the better."
"I understand it's urgent, Mr. Blaine, but tattoo removal is a long process. It's never instantaneous, and even so, I can't guarantee that you'll—"
"Please. Please, doctor."
The words, even in that low, coffee-rich voice, reeked of desperation. And George Hadley was a sucker for desperation. She glanced again at his face and saw, besides the obvious, no real threat there. Yes, he was big, tattooed and scarred, leaning on the counter, hands thick and capable-looking, but his vibe wasn't threatening. With a sigh, she stood up, and as much as she could with their disparate heights, spoke directly to him. "You're an intimidating man, Mr. Blaine. Forgive my hesitation."
"I won't hurt you."
"Is that a promise?" she asked, in a voice too low to be hers. A corner of his mouth quirked up slightly, and George had to look away from a smile that was positively annihilating.
"Yes, doctor. I promise you're safe with me."
"All right then, Mr. Blaine. Let's get you taken care of. You can fill in the paperwork while I get things set up." In an effort to recoup some sense of professionalism, she grabbed a new client packet and pushed through the swinging door, holding it open for him, and then going back at the last minute to grab her lab coat off Cindy's chair. Clay watched as the doctor moved around the room, setting things up quickly and efficiently. That was how she appeared, like someone who didn't waste extraneous time on things. That hair, short and blonde, looked easy to maintain rather than stylish, and her face was devoid of makeup. All business, which he kind of liked, and fresh, in a way he didn't think he'd ever seen in real life. Fresh like a shampoo commercial or toothpaste, only real. And the way she looked at him. When was the last time someone had looked at him like that? Like he was just a guy, a patient, a man. In the hospital, he'd been an agent under heavy guard, riddled with bullets, fighting for his life. But even the nurses and docs who knew exactly why he was there gave him a wide berth, because of how he looked.
Bullshit. It wasn't his looks. It was his demeanor.
No matter where you came from, spending every waking hour as a dirty-ass biker rubbed off on you eventually. But this woman? With a loud crack, the doctor pulled one of those sheets of paper over the exam table and tore it, breaking through his thoughts. Then washed her hands at a sink before settling onto a stool and rolling it over to his side. Even with those beads of sweat collecting along her hairline, she looked smart and in control. Not the kind of chick who'd ever touch him under normal circumstances. "Okay," she said, gathering the papers in front of her like a shield. "I'll have the receptionist get anything we miss here today. She can also deal with payment next time you come in."
"Don't have insurance,"
he said, thankful, but surprised she'd actually agreed to take him in, alone like this.
"Filled those papers in, but if we could, keep this on the down low, I'd be grateful."
"Oh." Her eyes flew up to his, full of concern. "Are you in trouble?"
"I can pay. Just rather keep this quiet."
He swallowed, reading her as too much of a straight shooter to go for it.
"If you don't mind."
After a quick scan of his body, she looked at him again. Everything about her serious. Whatever she saw must have decided her, because she grabbed the papers he'd just spent 5 minutes filling out with bullshit and ripped them in half before throwing them into the trash. Clay's brows lifted in surprise, maybe not quite the goody two-shoes he'd taken her for. "Okay, Mr. Blaine, let's see what we're working with here." Her eyes ran up his arms. She was clinical now, in charge. "You want all of these removed?" "No, ma'am. I'm keeping the sleeves." He indicated his face. "But I could use some help with these." "Right. The eyes." She slipped on a pair of horn-rimmed glasses, sexy ones, that framed her eyes, spotlighted the bright green irises that he only now noticed, and stood, leaning in to stare at the ink on his eyelids. The neckline of her lab coat sagged enough for him to catch a glimpse of the skimpy tank top beneath. He ignored it, instead concentrating on her face, a perfect distraction from thoughts of the 2 deadly numbers etched onto his eyelids. "It's a relief you only want a few of these gone. You've got so much ink on those arms we'd be here for years." One small, white hand reached out, cupped the side of his face, and pulled at his skin, firm and painfully gentle. Trying not to breathe her in, Clay averted his gaze. None of the nurses in the hospital had looked at him with this much kindness. It made his throat hurt. "These are quite crudely done." "You think?" She glanced at him, eyes wide with surprise, and he pulled it back. No point defending the person he'd come to for help. Why was he being an asshole? Because she's pretty and nice and I'm not used to that? "Sorry. So, these 2. He held up his hands, bearing knuckles that had seen better days. Knuckles that itched with the ink of his enemies. Ink that couldn't disappear fast enough as far as he was concerned. One hand went to his neck. This one, and a few more. Good. Black is good, and prison-style tattoos like this are generally easier to get rid of than professional work, so I know it might not feel that way, but it's actually a positive." She smiled, cleared her throat, met his eyes, and held him. "I work with a lot of people who've been through some hard times, Mr. Blaine. And you, are you okay?" "What? Yeah, great," he lied. "I don't want to pry, but if you're in trouble, if you need help at all," her hand landed on his arm, soft and comforting, and something tightened in his throat before he shook it off. "I'm fine." There were a couple of beats of quiet breathing as her eyes searched his. She was close to him now, lips compressed in a straight, serious line, and he could feel her wondering. Jesus, this was a mistake. He should go before she freaked out and called the cops. Who'd fuck everything up? "Where else, Mr. Blaine?" She sat back down and rolled a couple of feet away. When he caught her eye, expecting judgment, he was surprised to find more of that unbearable empathy. In response, Clay stood up and pulled off his wife-beater, looked straight ahead, and braced himself for the real judgment. Before she could stop it, a startled "oh" escaped George's mouth. He was beautiful. Beautiful, but tragic. His skin, a patchwork of scars, old and fresh alike, intersected by ink that ran the gamut from decorative to distressing. After a few seconds, she felt the awkward imbalance of their positions and stood, which still put her only about chest high. His was a chest unlike any she'd had the pleasure of seeing, beyond the obvious, the ink and the damage. His shape appealed on a level her brain couldn't even begin to understand. but her body seemed quite eager to explore. She eyed his pectorals, curved and strong-looking, solid and sprinkled with a smattering of hair. And that vertical indentation in the middle, just begging a woman to slide her nose in there, to run it up to a finely delineated set of clavicles, where she knew he'd smell like a man, and down to the apex of a rib cage and belly carved in bone and muscle and sinew. She wondered how he'd gotten all that strength, and unconsciously lifted a hand to touch. With a start, George pulled herself back to the room, to her job, to her livelihood, for God's sake, and felt her face go hot. Dear God, my ovaries are taking over. Take George's professional trappings away from her, things like paper gowns and background music and attending nurses, and you might as well throw her into a barnyard or a zoo or whatever uncivilized place her overheated brain had escaped to. This is a patient, she firmly reminded herself. Not a man. A patient. She cleared her throat, pushed her glasses farther up her nose, and leaned in. Still too close, too much. She thought she could smell him. Probably his deodorant, although it was more animal than chemical, very light, but inevitable in the stifling heat, and a hint of something less healthy. Alcohol. Please take a seat on the table, Mr. Blaine. There. That would give her some much-needed distance. Doctor, meet patient. She waited as he stepped up effortlessly and settled himself with a crinkle of paper. Perfect muscles shifting under tragic skin. Burns and battle scars, even the tattoos. Most weren't professionally done, except for the arms, and one word she could see, curved at the top of his chest, in scrolled lettering that skimmed his collarbones. Mercy. An oddly poignant blazon, fluttering above the mess beneath. This one looks professional, she said, reaching out toward the letters, before stopping herself, her finger almost close enough to touch the crisp-looking hair. She'd have to touch him eventually, she knew, but better to do it with gloves on, laser in hand. That stays. Good, she thought, with the strangest sense of letting go inside. Just a tiny slide into relief that the man wasn't all blades and bared teeth. And like I said, I'm keeping the sleeves. They're mine, except for the clock. He touched his wrist. We can get rid of that. His hand moved to his chest, and he rubbed himself there. The move seemed unconscious, mesmerizing, the sound of his hand rasping over hair, loud in the quiet room. Mercy. What a strange banner for a man who looked like he'd been spared nothing. Got it. Keep mercy and the arms, she said, with an attempt at a smile. She eyed those arms, where death and destruction appeared to play the starring role. A skull, covered in some kind of cowl, with a scythe and what looked like oversized earrings, took up his right forearm. Higher, from shoulder to elbow, leered a mask, Mayan or Inca, and perfectly in keeping with his chiseled face. The other arm had darker imagery. A kilted man with a sword, wreaking havoc in what looked like a big wolf. A griffin sat, claws sharp and deadly, and around all of the violence, rooted in the clear-cut line of his wrist, was a complicated design made up of knots, and what she thought were Celtic symbols. Crowning it all, an oversized cross covered his entire shoulder, overflowing into the ink on his chest and back, connecting the mercy in front to his back. Yes, ma'am. Doctor, she almost wanted to correct him, because anything was better than ma'am. It sounded old, dried up, sexless. which on second thought was probably more than appropriate, although she didn't feel sexless right now. Christ, not at all. For each tattoo, she went through her usual questions. How long ago had he gotten it? Had it faded? Was it professional? What kind of ink was used? He didn't know about the ink for two of them, the eyelids and knuckles, which wasn't good. She'd had people come in with tattoos made from soot, a lot of those ex-cons, but his didn't look quite so crude. People would use anything at all on themselves and each other. She'd once had a patient whose ink had been made from melted car tires. The memory made her shiver. George glanced up to find him looking at her, his attention intimidating in its focus. She ignored it, back to his body. Around his neck curved a black spider web, its lines thin and delicate, unlike the heavier areas where no ink had been spared. This should be faster than some of the others. The black and she leaned in. It looks sketched in. Very light. Interesting how shallow this one is. Looks professional. Which was weird for a prison tattoo. She'd seen spiderwebs like this before, and they were all prison tattoos. He nodded, didn't appear surprised in the least, and quirked that eyebrow again, his version of a smile. Good eye, Doc. And the rest, you want those gone? All of 'em. I'm afraid it's going to hurt. Don't mind. Across his body, front to back, her gaze traveled, taking in every pit, every crag, every heartbreaking curve. What a tragic story. She'd seen bits and pieces of ones like it, but this. Her eyes landed on a swath of discolored flesh marring his side, a burn, if she wasn't mistaken. An elongated triangle, curved at the top like an, "Oh no!" She gasped before her hand flew to her mouth to cover it. An iron. He'd been burned with an iron. The skin melted. Who did this to you, Mr. Blaine? When he didn't answer, she went on, cowed and embarrassed at her outburst. She should be professional, should keep her shock to herself. Lord, if she couldn't control herself enough to do that, she shouldn't be seeing patients at all, should she? Okay, slow down, concentrate. In an attempt to control her breathing, to rein in her pulse, she closed her eyes. Now, open, professional, serene. She continued cataloging the man's sufferings. On his back were two perfectly round scars. Don't react. Be a doctor. She kept her voice calm, steady, when she said, "You've been shot." In the back. Are you safe now, Mr. Blaine? Yes. Do you need help? There are people who... I'm fine, he interrupted, his voice harsh, the subtext screaming that she'd better let it rest. After a few beats, she continued her perusal. An S, as intricate as the letters on his chest, but not nearly as dark, followed by a scrolled M along his spine and a C on his right shoulder blade, with a complicated set of symbols in between. A triangle, arrows, an eagle, a river, a skull. The whole thing making up a deadly coat of arms. They really laid it on here. Her hand skimmed the picture, gently, barely touching. With a shake of her head, she went on. I'll be honest with you. This is a lot of ink. It's going to take months, with gaps in between to heal, and it's going to hurt. This red here, that's not good. Red's a lot harder to get rid of. The particles don't break down as easily, and how long? Several sessions, definitely. A few months, certainly. I would venture to say close to a year, possibly longer. She'd seen tattoos take ages to fade, and some never went away. There'll almost always be remnants, Mr. Blaine, I just need to make sure you understand that. Your skin's never going back to how it looked before." He nodded and sighed, that big back curving slightly, as if in defeat. Were he a woman, she'd put a hand on his shoulder, comfort him. But this man? No. Better keep that to a minimum. "I've got a couple farther south." One wide, ink-blackened hand gestured vaguely to his legs, and she smiled nervously, nodding as if this were all just par for the course, as if she hosted half-naked bad boys in her office every day. "Yes, well, how about we start with one session whenever we can fit you in, and we'll—" "Start now." "Oh, no, there's prep that needs to be done. We need to numb you for big surfaces like this. And then when you come in, we'll also ice you down for the pain." "Doesn't matter." He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing visibly. And she could feel his nerves, or fear, or whatever that edge was. "Clock's ticking, Doc." His expression grew impossibly harder. Jaw tight, lips curving down into a sharp, pained sneer. "Just—" One of those big, rough-looking hands skimmed his chest. "At least my face and knuckles. Here, too. Whatever a suit can't cover up to start with, but—" That surprised her. "A suit?" she asked, before she could hold the question in. He gave a tight smile, one brow arched high. "Yeah. Can't picture that, huh?" "Oh, no, that's not what—" "I know what you meant, Doctor." He caught her eye, held it, intimidating, but also human, behind the markings. "Not offended." "Look." She glanced at her watch, trying not to think of the parody of a timepiece etched into his wrist. "It's late, on a holiday weekend, and—" "I don't need pain meds. I can do this. And I know you got family waiting. But maybe you could just—" He looked away, before nodding once and turning back to her with a harshly expelled breath. "You're right. Not the best time. I'll let you get back to your life." He stood, swiftly and smoothly, and George couldn't help but stare at the mess of his skin, contrasted with the perfection of his body. The mystery of the man within. All sorts of bodies came through her clinic, young and old, tight and saggy. She'd examined some whose scars were hidden and others whose damage was obvious. There'd been babies, fresh and new and already marred for life, and yes, there were sometimes men she admired. Next door, for God's sake, was a plethora of hard bodies to choose from. The MMA school overflowed with them. Men who lifted and punched and fought and worked. But this was masculinity in its purest form. This man didn't primp in the mornings, or even look in the mirror. He got up, he washed, he walked out the door. Only there wasn't a door in her musings. There was nothing but the great outdoors, savage and unkempt, or the mouth to a cave. Hard and dark, his hair almost black, with brows that arrowed straight out from 3 deep frown lines. And his body. She stared, caught up in the realness of this man, which was the oddest thought, as if the rest of her patients were somehow less than this one. This wasn't just another epidermis to examine. This was muscle, undeniable in its curves and hollows, and even the damage was heartbreakingly appealing. Layered as it was on top of that firm flesh, his energy palpable, tensile strength, so real that she could almost feel him vibrate with it. Beneath her gaze under the harsh white light, she could have sworn his nipples hardened, and viscerally her body felt it, reacted as if separate from her doctor's brain. "Keep it in your pants, Hadley." The man is probably dangerous, possibly in trouble, and if nothing else, completely inadvisable. Out of guilt, as if to make up for her rogue brain or overactive hormones or whatever the hell was pushing her to skim the line between brazen and professional, she put a hand up to stop him. Fine. We'll do your knuckles and your eyes and see how it goes from there. Your face is... You'll need injections and metal eye shields. Would you like something to drink, water or tea?
Tea?
He asked, that brow up again, and she felt herself flush. Right, not a man who drank tea. All right, well, I'll need to numb your lids first.
No numbing.
It'll be painful, Mr. Blaine, like being splashed with hot bacon grease. I know firsthand, she almost added, but decided to keep that detail to herself. And if you accidentally open your eyes, it's... Look, I don't
No numbing,
he repeated firmly. Okay, then. But I'll have to insert eye shields. They're like big metal contact lenses.
Sounds sexy.
His voice was low, with what might have been humor. An apology, perhaps, for his abrupt words before. George's eyes flew to his, to find him watching her. And, rather than dwell on the way his gaze affected her, she looked quickly away and busied herself by collecting supplies. If nothing else, she could at least pretend to act professional. She was, after all, a doctor. 3.
Jesus Christ, the doc wasn't kidding. This shit hurts. Like poison, the Sultan ink hurt worse going out than it had being put on. There'd been other shit happening on the day Ape had gotten him, of course. Stuff like adrenaline. Fear, too. Fear had been a distraction. Ape's whispered words rushed back to him. I'll pop your fucking eyeball. He was still shocked the asshole hadn't blinded him. He'd been the traitor, after all. He'd deserved it in the eyes of the Sultans. Here, Clay could feel the ink splitting apart with every painful pass of the laser, flooding his bloodstream, and one day soon leaving him forever. Months of this treatment, she'd said. It couldn't happen fast enough. Besides, what was a little more pain? It didn't bother him. In fact, the burn helped center him. A good thing, considering the goddamned racket the machine made. A fuck ton of noise for such a small piece of technology. He eyed the big red emergency stop button on the machine's console, wondering about the circumstances that might lead to pressing it. It let out these rhythmic beeps and zapping sounds that brought him right back to his room in the clubhouse, where he'd been caught like a rat. That feeling of being trapped and useless and alone, with the sound of gunshots tearing through the place. It was all he could do not to get up and bust the hell out of here. Or, more likely, cover his ears and curl into the fetal position, right there on the paper-covered table. He shut his eyes tight, remembering Handels's face just before the first bullet tore into his back. It was that face he saw over and over again. That look that told Clay the man wasn't there to protect himself or his brothers. No, this was an execution. Pure vengeance. For taking them all in. For making them believe he was one of them. For making Handels like him. Even love him. Maybe. Like a son. But the woman, Dr. Georgette Hadley, kept Clay from losing himself in memory with calm, gentle touches. She moved his hand into place, held his body where it was,
and kept his mind right there, in the room, mostly. He'd been fighting this thing for a while now, this compulsion to disappear into his head. Had fought it in the months at the hospital and the single week at home before they'd torched his place. He'd fought it while talking to the lawyer, Hecker. "Get that shit off your face, Navarro," the assistant U.S. attorney had said at their last meeting. "You've got 7 months to prep, and all you've got to do is get your goddamn story straight. Stay the hell out of sight and get rid of the ink. I don't want to see a hint of that shit in the courtroom, you got it?" At Clay's resentful nod, the suit had headed to the conference room door before turning around and barking his last order. "And for God's sake, stop talking like a fucking biker." I am a biker, he'd thought at the time. Although he didn't quite feel so much like one without his chopper thrumming between his legs. The laser skimmed over the knuckle of Clay's middle finger, and he held back a groan, forcing his body to stay seated. Not an easy task, despite his claims of immunity to pain. Not immune. He just knew there were worse things in life than physical suffering. "Need a break?" the doctor asked, focusing the numbing blast of cool air on his hand. "No," he managed. "Don't stop. I'll keep it together." "I've got the levels low for today, but it's still going to burn. That's inevitable. You'll blister before scabbing up, and I can't guarantee you won't scar, especially with the hands. We wash them and work with them. They're the most painful, usually. Well, besides those eyelids. I don't know what kind of work you do, but it could be a handicap, at least temporarily. Let me know if you need a note or off the books, Doc." Right. 2 more knuckles, then the clock face on his wrist before she stopped and leaned over to shut down the machine. Silence, as loud as the buzzing had been, engulfed the room. "You got good aim," he said. "Excuse me?" "You never miss your mark." Although he couldn't see her eyes behind the dark protective glasses they both wore, he noted how her brows lowered briefly before they lifted, understanding dawning. "Oh, you mean the laser? No, this is an ND YAG laser. It follows the ink, kind of, hunts it down." "So what happens if you accidentally get yourself?" "Nothing," she said with a smile, tugging off her glasses and revealing those eyes again. "And the treatment gets easier as we go. The less ink you have, the less pain. Next time it won't hurt as much." "Good deal," he said, before she tightened her lips in a smile and moved on to his face. The numbers on his lids that weighed on him the most, that made him a target, that meant he could no longer do his job. The ink he hadn't agreed to. "How's it feel?" The air was thick with the stench of singed hair and maybe burning flesh, too. He swallowed and stretched out his fingers. "Burns, I guess." Understatement of the year, but better than Ape doing it. Anything was better than Ape with his tattoo machine. "Okay, let's do the eyes now, Mr. Blaine." "Sounds good." "This is dangerous, and without the anesthesia, it won't be easy." "I get that, Doc. But I was told you're the only one around who'll do the eyes." "That's true." "It's why I came to you," he said, with a big, fake grin. Anything to put them on even footing. What was it about this woman that made him so off-kilter? "Good." Her smile echoed his, only it looked real. It shamed him with its warmth. When the doctor slid the eye shield things in, they were uncomfortable and almost impossible not to blink out. His eyeballs felt strange, thick and paralyzed and blind. Worst of all, it reminded him of corpses. Those cotton balls morticians slid under the lids to make the eyes look full and alive again. Full and alive. With a detached, self-deprecating sort of humor, he wondered how that would feel. In the short time it took to do the eyelids, the man on George's examination table transformed, or went somewhere. She could see the moment it happened, the moment his soul left his body, she thought, before realizing how absolutely odd that was. He wasn't dead, after all. He was just gone. Narcoleptic, perhaps? She'd gone to school with a man who suffered from that. Narcoleptic or not, she couldn't imagine falling asleep mid-treatment. She'd undergone it herself and knew exactly how painful that laser could be. And on the eyelid, not something she could imagine sitting through without proper numbing. After finishing up, George removed the eye shields and applied a thick layer of petroleum jelly to his eyes and hands up to his wrists. After a brief hesitation, she cleaned up around him, ignoring the strange brew of feelings that had replaced her initial wave of fear. Curiosity, empathy, and attraction that worked away inside of her as she wondered how on earth she was going to get this big, slumbering man out of her clinic. Finally, she laid a palm to the warm flesh of his shoulder with some notion that she'd shake him awake. Fast and hard, his hand gripped hers, squeezed, held her there, and his eyes opened, cold and unfocused, but violent. Oh, she could feel the violence in that hard, shaking grasp, see it in those cloudy eyes. For a split second she froze, eyes glued to his unseeing ones, adrenaline coursing through her.
"What the fuck?"
Her squeak interrupted that no-nonsense snarl, brought his hard gaze to hers, and as she watched, the man came back. His return as clear as his leaving had been. His eyes took a quick inventory of the room before landing on his hand, trapping hers. Finally, his hold loosened, his confusion disappeared. I'm sorry I frightened you. I'll give you a minute to..." She let her words trail off, extricating her hand from his before rushing out of the room. Her heart too big for her chest, her skin hot where he'd squeezed her. What if he hadn't let go? A man like that, so big and rough, his body packed full of muscle, could do whatever he wanted to someone like George. What had she been thinking coming back here alone with him? She stopped in the hall and leaned against the wall, working to catch her breath. He could have hurt her badly. He hadn't looked like someone who wanted to hurt her, though. More desperate, like that initial instinctive response that made dogs or bears attack at the first hint of a threat. What kind of life made a man react like that? By the time he emerged, Andrew Blaine appeared to have recovered. "I'm sorry," was all he said, before she led him out to the reception area, turning lights off as she went. "You'll need petroleum jelly, thick layers reapplied often. Like I said, it'll blister and then scab, but whatever you do, don't pick at it. You don't want to scar."
"Right. Don't need any more of those."
"For the..." she swallowed, remembering the skin on his back. "For the rest, I recommend that patients purchase a pack of cheap, breathable cotton t-shirts, because you'll need the jelly all over and you don't want to ruin your clothes." Night had almost descended when they finally made it outside. Andrew Blaine holding the front door open for her and waiting as she locked it behind them.
"Have to pay you,"
he said. "No need."
"No way, Doc. You gotta let me pay for your services. I'm not a..."
"You wanted this off the books," she cut through.
"Yes, ma'am."
If you're off the books, then you're pro bono, which means,
on the books, then. I'm not a charity case.
look, Mr. Blaine, I can't accept money from you and not include it in my accounting. It's just not ethical. He looked to the side, shook his head, and shut his eyes hard on a sigh.
I appreciate it, Doctor, and I apologize for scaring you earlier.
You didn't.
You were a woman alone, and I pushed you to take care of me. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, Mr. Blaine. Look, if there's anything you need, anything else I can do.
Just need the tats gone.
That I can do.
That's it.
She wanted to argue, wanted to ask him if he had a place to stay, give him dinner, make sure he was okay. But he clearly wasn't the sort of man who accepted help. Besides, he was big and he could be frightening. She shouldn't want to be around him no matter how attractive he might be. So, you'd like to come in again, I imagine? She forced herself to ask.
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you call the office on Monday? And Cindy can... She stopped herself, remembering. Actually, we need to get you in after hours, don't we? And something about that idea had her pulse picking up.
Whatever you can give me,
he said, sounding so eager that she had to flush. What on earth is wrong with me?
The sooner the better.
Monday, she offered. 5 p.m.? She pictured Mrs. Venable running into him in the waiting room and amended her offer. Actually, make that closer to 6. She'd do paperwork while she waited. Oh, wait. She pulled out a card and found a pen, then scribbled her cell on it. I give my cell to after-hours patients. It's easier to call me directly once the answering service kicks in.
Monday. Great.
He took the card, and when he reached out with his other hand, she thought he meant to grab her arm. The few seconds he waited were awkward before she finally understood. Gently, avoiding his gel-covered knuckles, she clasped it, warm and firm around hers. His grip reminded her of why she did this, why she'd gone into medicine, why she offered these services. To help people. And more than almost anybody she'd ever treated, George knew this man was in trouble. The other thing she felt, the shimmer of excitement, she chose to ignore. Clay watched the doctor's Subaru disappear down Main Street. He was tempted to follow her, which made no sense whatsoever. Then he dug deeper and recognized the urge. Protectiveness, curiosity, maybe a little something else thrown into the mix. Instead of tailing her, he slid her business card into his pocket and swung his rental car out of its parking spot and onto the road. Traffic was non-existent here, but what vehicles he saw were mostly trucks, dusty and old, and everyone went slow. Man, he couldn't imagine a life where you didn't run around all the time, where nobody was in a hurry, and from somewhere close by came the low thrum of a motorcycle, and every hair on Clay's body pricked up in response. Oh, Christ, they'd found him. The MC members that had gotten away. How could they have found him when he hadn't even known where he was headed? A shitty tempo pulled out in front of him, yanking him from his rising panic before cutting him off. He turned the wheel and came to a grinding halt on the side of the road as the asshole drove away in a loud, aggressive burst of exhaust. With an effort, he battled the urge to take off after them. Not his problem, not his business. And also, not the best way to handle the stress of these episodes, or whatever they were. Because that's what this was, right? Just him getting lost in his head again? He sucked in a long, painful breath and waited just to be sure. no Harley. No sound of bikes at all. Just the ridiculous grind of the Tempo's engine, still audible in an otherwise quiet country night. It was nice to know there were tweakers everywhere. Even in this perfectly sleepy town, felt right at home. Now he just needed to find a place to crash, preferably far from everyone else, because he didn't think he could stand too many more wakeful nights waiting for another bike to rumble toward him. Even before he'd left Baltimore, he'd had this urge to disappear, alone, like some fucking hermit, into the wild. Not, he thought, looking around, to a painfully quaint, lost town like this, but to someplace more savage. Yeah, well, Alaska was a bit far, so the wilds of Virginia would have to do. Crisscrossing the small downtown area, he thought about the other option he'd been given, Witsec, and the trapped feeling he'd had ever since he'd awakened to find himself heavy and unmoving in that hospital bed. 3 shots, 1 to the leg and 2 to the back. The doctors had told him when he'd been lucid enough to understand. Lucky to be alive, they'd said, over and over and over. Tyler had said the same thing when he'd come to visit. Then Hecker, that lawyer, and the special agent in charge, McGovern, had woven in and out of his spotty memory. Tyler had brought his wife, Jada, with their kids, lugging huge bouquets of flowers. Even McGovern had brought him flowers, which was weird, getting flowers from your boss. Fucking flowers. And goddamn teddy bears, every time he'd pulled himself out of the drug-induced stupor, as if all that crap was supposed to cheer him up. He'd lain there, incapacitated, as the sultans were indicted, one by one. Almost 24 in all, but more were out there. Guys like Jam, and monsters like Ape, who'd fallen off the map before the feds could catch up with them. Driving around the deserted town, Clay thought of all the other places he could have gone. Places like Richmond or D.C. But he couldn't go anywhere he'd worked. At this point, there was hardly a place in the eastern United States where he could disappear. Jesus, where were the goddamn motels? Just his luck to have landed in a tiny nothing of a town with a library the size of Tyler Olson's 3-car garage, a skin clinic, and possibly no motel. Anxiety tightened his chest as he wondered what the hell he'd do without a place to stay. Sleep outdoors under the stars? No walls, no bed, no protection. It wasn't until he turned off the main drag with its antique shops, frilly B&Bs, and fancy coffee places into a shittier area that Clay started to breathe again. There, a sputtering neon motel sign advertised vacancies, its blue jarring against the lush green backdrop of the sleepy mountain town. In his room, there was almost nothing to unpack, since his belongings had been destroyed in yesterday's fire. Not that he'd acquired much in the manner of personal junk over the past few years. Just his bike, which the Sultans had also destroyed in a big final fuck you. Bastards knew how he felt about his bike. Just one more lesson in letting go, wasn't it? Now, his entire existence was pared down to the wad of cash he'd withdrawn before leaving Baltimore. Toiletries, underwear, and a bottle or 2 to help him get through the night. That, and the rental car he'd have to return at some point. And of course, the thick sheaf of papers he'd grabbed at the office before leaving town. A bunch of legal shit he'd need to look at before heading to court. Twisting open the first bottle of vodka, he went to the window, pulled back the curtain, and looked out at the blue-washed parking lot. He should eat, but he wasn't hungry. He glanced back at the papers and thought about going through them. Fuck that. He took in a painful slug of vodka and thought about the day he'd first walked into the Sultan's watering hole, sporting his freshly inked prison tats, the clock, and spider web. They'd ignored him at first, had treated him like nothing, until he'd brought them some valuable intel on a rival club's drug shipment. They'd accepted him after that, had taken him on as a prospect, treated him like one of their own. Just one big happy family, he thought, missing them and hating them, and wondering how the hell he'd pass as regular Joe citizen down here in Rednecksville, Virginia. He took another swig and threw another glance at the stupid legal brief. Get your goddamned story straight, that lawyer Hecker had said, which almost made Clay laugh, because every single thing that had happened since the first day he'd ridden his Harley into Nagelstown, Maryland, was imprinted on his brain, as indelibly as their club emblem was emblazoned on his back. Not that indelible, he realized with a jolt of surprise. The perfectly pristine Dr. Hadley would be removing all traces of the Sultans from Clay's back and face and hands. Despite the pain involved, it was good to have something to look forward to. With his third pull of booze, he squinted out at the parking lot and let his vision blur, trying to get back that image he'd conjured of the woman wearing next to nothing. Instead, his weird-ass mind fixated on the lab coat, the horn-rimmed glasses, and the way those green eyes had looked past all the ink to the person beneath. He remembered the feel of her hand on his skin, so careful, as if he were fragile, and he felt something other than empty. Something other than the pain in his back, and the tweak of his thigh, and the burn of his eyes and knuckles. He felt alive, unexpectedly, after all these months, even years, of surviving, and it was almost too much to bear. 4. Independence Day dawned hot and humid, like every other day in recent memory. And, like every other morning, George rose, showered, and went down to the kitchen, where Leonard tried his best to herd her toward the food bowl. She doled out a quarter cup of pellets with a metallic rattle, set a pan of water to boil, slid her feet into her rubber boots, and tromped straight out back to the hen house. Feathers flew at her arrival, her ladies just as excited to see her as the cat had been. Feed and caresses dispensed in a flurry of clucking, she returned to the house just in time to drop 2 fresh eggs into the water and slice a miniature battalion of perfectly straight soldiers to dip into the yolks in the 3 minutes it took to soft-boil them. These rituals were the bones of George's life. No, perhaps not the bones, but the ligaments holding the bones of work and sleep together. Today, sparks of something else peppered what would otherwise have been a normal morning. A heaviness in her belly, a shortness of breath. It felt like excitement, but she couldn't pinpoint its origin. Since it was Saturday, she packed up a basket with eggs, veggies from her garden, and quiches she'd baked earlier in the week. After a quick stop at the gas station, George made her way to her parents-in-law's home, a brick rancher, in one of Blackwood's older, leafier neighborhoods. The door opened before she'd made it to the stoop. "Georgette, darling." Bonnie Hadley was not her mother, strictly speaking, but the closest she still had to one. As usual, the woman hugged her hard, and George soaked it up. "How are you, Bonnie?" "Good." "Good. And Jim?" "Oh, you know, he's the same." "But not worse?" "No, darling, not worse. He's in the back weeding."
Uh-oh. We're doing okay today. I managed to stop him from pulling out most of my hostas. Phew! Lucky. George walked straight to the kitchen, eyes avoiding the school portraits and family pictures on the walls. What was essentially a shrine to their son. Her wedding photo at the center of it. I made a bunch of quiches to freeze this week and thought you might like some, she said, forcing her voice to be breezy and light. Oh, you didn't have to do that. They're left over from a dinner party, she lied. George hadn't seen the inside of a dinner party in a decade. And the trouts from the fishman at the market. Here, I'll put this stuff away. Nonsense, said Bonnie. Leave that. I can do that any time. Come out back and say hello to Jim. He'll be so glad to see you. That, George knew, probably wasn't true. The last few Saturdays, he hadn't known who she was. George gulped back a wave of sadness and pushed her way back out into the blinding sunlight, wishing herself somewhere else. Jim, said Bonnie, her voice loud and artificially bright. It's Georgette, here to visit. Came her father-in-law's voice from somewhere beyond the edge of the blue-painted deck. The women exchanged a look and descended the stairs to find the tall man digging a hole in the dirt, up against the house. His white button-down shirt was filthy, as was his face, and George had to swallow hard to keep the melancholy at bay. Tears, she knew from experience, served no purpose but to sow more tears. If she started now, she'd never stop. Best to just get things done here and head back home. Or to work. Work would be perfect. Hello, Jim. He paused, glanced at his wife for confirmation, and then rose, his smile unsure. Oh, hello, he said. Hello. After an awkward moment where no one spoke, George said, I'll just get the gas from my car and mow the lawn now, Jim, if that's okay with you. He gave a vague sort of nod, so she gassed up the mower, got it going on the third try, and started cutting the grass. A couple rows in, the hum of the motor dulled her conscious thoughts, and George let her mind wander. Flashes of memory. Bronze skin, black lines, burn marks, vestiges of pain scattered across a body so beautiful she could cry. An unexpected shiver of excitement, another flash of sharply pebbled nipples. Her own hardening sympathetically, warmth in her abdomen, a pleasant weight, and then, oh crap, she was wet. Actually wet. Thinking about the stranger. Her patient, for God's sake. George stilled, lifted her shirt and mopped her brow, shutting her eyes hard and pulling in a ragged breath. Stop it. He needs help. Not whatever the hell this is. For the next hour, she battled her stubborn subconscious, shutting it down every time it fed her another drop of him. Another memory, a smell, a shiver. An hour later, sweaty and grass-covered in the frigid living room, George accepted the usual lemonade and sat beside her mother-in-law on the sofa, feeling caught and guilty in the worst possible way. You sure you don't want me to fire up the grill? George said. It's the 4th of July, after all. We should celebrate. No. It's too much for Jim. Besides, didn't you say you'd been invited to a party this afternoon? Oh, right, a party. A fresh wave of dread rolled up, and George wondered, not for the first time, how upset Uma would be if she canceled. You're right, she said, voice small. So, how are things? The older woman asked, keeping it vague,
but her eyes so bright and excited she could only be referring to one thing. George swallowed. None of this was normal. It wasn't normal to be a widow at her age. It wasn't normal to be caretaker for your in-laws, though she'd never begrudged them that responsibility. And it most certainly wasn't normal to use your dead husband's sperm to try to get pregnant. Good, good. The hormones seem to have kicked in. Yes? I'm feeling something. So, you'll be... Ovulating was the word Bonnie wouldn't say, and neither would George. Not with her mother-in-law. She glanced at the door. How soon could she get out of here? Soon, I think, Bonnie. Soon. It's wonderful, George. You truly deserve this. You've wanted a baby for so long, and... Yes, I have. Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you for supporting me. Of course, dear, of course. Bonnie's eyes filled with tears. Though George wanted to look away, she forced herself to reach out and put her hand over the other woman's frail, knobby one, the papery skin dry to the touch. How many times had she held this hand? Certainly more often than she'd held her husband's. Have you been using the cream I brought you last week? You really should. Oh, do you know I forgot about it? I'll have to go find where I've put it. I don't want you to think that I... It's okay, Bonnie. It's okay, George said, clasping the woman's hand more tightly and wondering how soon she could escape. Clay's eyes flew open, but he couldn't move. Fear choked him. No, air. Arms like lead. They'd found him. Ape's needle to his eyeball, his axe cleaving his head. Oh, fuck, he was bleeding out. His mouth opened, gaped like a fish out of water, and finally found air. With it came the flood of memories. The pain. Scorching. Fire. Breadth weight. Bread. Pulling him out. The rest of the team getting inside late. Too fucking late. White bed. Voices. Fuzzy, heavy pain. Blinding flashes. Muddled memories. His sister. Carly, too. Clean. Fresh Carly, not the bruised, battered body he'd identified in the morgue. No, wait. Not Carly. Carly was gone. Other faces. Questions. Pain, always the pain. His moan was the sound that brought him back. His eyes slitted to see a cracked ceiling. A landscape on the wall, faded and blue. Mountains. Virginia. Blackwood, Virginia, where the skin doctor was. The motel. He was in the motel. White and peach bedspread on the floor beneath him, blinds closed, curtains pulled. AC set to frigid. Against his face rested an empty fifth of vodka. Last night, like every other night since that day, Clay had succumbed not to sleep, but rather to a self-inflicted, booze-induced near coma, which didn't qualify as sleep, no matter how long his eyes stayed closed. It left him tired, and dizzy and nauseous, with a head the size of Maryland, but at least it gave him those few hours of oblivion. Painfully, he creaked to standing, each joint making itself known in ways it hadn't before the shooting. He got up, popped the usual 6 ibuprofen, his hands tight, and moved to the bathroom, blinking at the heaviness of his eyes. It wasn't until he caught sight of his puffy red face in the mirror that he remembered why his eyes hurt so bad. After a shower, he hit the road, crawling through downtown Blackwood, which appeared to be celebrating Independence Day in style, and finally hit the open road. in his Toyota. Yeah, not quite the hum of a Harley. He drove 3 hours to the coast, where he scoured Craigslist and made some phone calls and bought a truck, dented and dusty with a sprinkling of rust. He hoped to God the thing took him back to Blackwood, but it was safer to do this here or in West Virginia, and he figured he'd stand out less at the beach. After parking in a spot with an ocean view, he powered up his phone and hit Tyler's name, noticing the holes in the upholstery and the missing radio knobs. Local color. "Hey," he said when his friend answered. "Clay? Where the fuck are you, man?" Tyler asked. "I've been calling you like crazy. Jade is asking me if you're coming today, and I don't even know. What the hell's going on?" "I refused protection, Tyler. Left town." "Seriously? You can't do that, man. They found your house. Got your damned bike. You've got to—" "How'd they find me, Ty? No one else will say." "I don't know, man. Weird shit's been going down. Boss tried to force me into protection, but that's not happening. Second best choice, she said I get the hell out of town until trial. Got a shit ton of PTO. It's an extended vacation. Away." "So where you headed?" his best friend asked. The man who'd been his lifeline for 2 long years undercover. The last man he'd spoken to before getting shot. The only person he trusted his life with, except maybe Bread, who'd gotten him out of the burning clubhouse. After a long sigh, Clay said, "Can't say." "The fuck?" "Look, I trust you. It's the phones and the... Yeah, not telling anyone." "You tell the boss?" "Not even the boss. She is gonna kill you." "Yeah, well, she'll get over it. She's the one who told me to disappear." He let out a pained groan. "This shit is bad. If they know where I live, man, who's to say they can't find everyone else who worked on the case? No way I'm putting you and Jada and the kids in danger, okay? I'd rather listen to the boss." "For once," interrupted Tyler. "Yeah," Clay grinned. "For once." "So it's R&R for you and what? Catch some waves at the beach or—" "Just leaving town, bro." After a pause, he went on. "Found a dermatologist here who'll take care of these tats. Boss wants me to lay low? Fine. I'll goddamn disappear. Go so far off the grid it'll be like I never existed." "But you're coming back for court, right?" "Wouldn't miss it for the world." Clay heard a female voice in the background and could picture Tyler's wife, Jada, asking him something or calling him to lunch. Man, things had changed since they'd gotten married and had kids. Different, but good for Tyler, probably. Family life just didn't hold much appeal for Clay. The house and mess and all the other stuff. "Any word from Bread?" he asked, knowing Breadthwaite had opted to go into witness protection rather than hunker down on his own. Yeah, well, Bread didn't have 3 bullet holes in his hide, so their trust issues might not be exactly on par. "He's gone. Flew out yesterday with a couple of marshals and a bunch of fucking suits from Justice," Tyler said, and Clay gave a sigh of relief. "Jesus. But good. Good." Bread was one of those dudes you just had to like. A hippie in real life, who'd done a kick-ass job of passing as a biker. A good man to have on your team. The best. Clay eyed the slow-moving beach traffic nervously. "Get yourself into protection like Bread, man. You think they don't have rats at DOJ, Ty? I gotta go." "Right. Well, enjoy it for me. Laid out next to the water, drink in hand, on your own. Man, that sounds like the life. Maybe I'll come find you, bring the boat, and we can—" "Jada'd cut off your balls," Clay said,
picturing the throwdown between Tyler and his wife. Then she'd come after me.
Yeah, Tyler said, only it didn't sound quite as light as it was probably meant to. Clay didn't want to know about whatever trouble was in Tyler's paradise right now.
I gotta go, man. Give my love to Jade and the kids.
Will do, Clay. Will do, Tyler said, then quickly followed up. But keep me...
Thanks, Ty,
he said, ending the call and placing another. McGovern, came the boss's gravelly response. Always on, nights and weekends, holidays. He'd never heard her be anything but curt and professional.
Navarro here, ma'am.
Navarro. In typical McGovern fashion, she gave nothing, not an extra word.
Just checking in.
Good. From where?
He paused, unsure how to go about saying it.
How did you tell your boss you didn't trust anyone, not even her?
I'd prefer not to say.
What? Hold on. He heard a muffled sound, then voices, followed by what was probably the door closing. Probably at home with family on this sunny 4th of July, like everyone else in the whole goddamn nation. Where are you, Navarro?
With all due respect, ma'am, I'd rather not.
Cut the crap. I told you to take time off. Lay low for a while. Not to drop off the face of the earth. What am I supposed to say to DOJ when they need you to?
I'll check in every week or two. This case matters to me, you know that. But my life matters even more.
That's not gonna... She paused, cleared her throat, and appeared to change tacks. You checking in with the shrink?
I'll be fine, boss.
Don't mess around with PTSD, Navarro. Dr. Levitz said you need meds, therapy, and...
I'm fine.
You're not fine. You're She gave a harumph, then a resigned sigh. I understand it's been rough, Navarro. Recovery, and trying to get back into the swing of things. But you're not undercover anymore. You've got to stop acting like one of those bikers and be an agent again. Just tell me where you are and I'll...
Sorry, boss,
Clay said, before ending the call and pulling the battery out of his phone.
There. Ties cut. Clean slate. Sort of.
George took in a big, fat breath, pasted a smile on her face, and dropped the knocker on the door. The sound was full and warm, like the woman who welcomed her with a smile. You came, Uma Crane said, throwing her arms around George, in a way George both loved and didn't quite feel comfortable with. I came, she couldn't help but blurt out with a laugh. Uma was... She pulled back, admiring the woman's smile, her face round and glowing and so clearly happy. Her arms, nearly clear of ink, were pale for midsummer. Thanks for inviting me. I was sure you wouldn't come. It's not like you gave me a choice this time, Uma, George said, smiling. No, 3 times you've refused me. No way you were getting away with this one. Yeah, I kind of got that. From the back of the house, a child's voice whooped, and someone laughed. Down the hall, a large figure emerged, massive and intimidating, and George's breath caught in her throat, until she recognized the man. Ive Shiflett, Uma's boyfriend. Not Andrew Blaine, her new project. George wasn't sure if the big breath she expelled was relief or disappointment, although it felt more like the latter. You remember Ive, right? Yes, of course. Hi there. Good to see you again, she said, letting her hand be engulfed in the big man's.
Doc?
It's George. Please, call me George.
Right. George.
Come on in. Uma grabbed her arm. Let's get you set up with a drink and introduce you around. She followed the couple into the house, taking it all in and girding herself. A party. So very different from the way she managed to deal with people at work. Social situations did her in. The constant smiling, the small talk, the personal side of things was exhausting. She was so painfully bad at it. When Tom had been alive, he'd been her buffer, the social one, the guy who knew how to charm. But now, after a quick round of introductions, George settled into a corner of the kitchen, bottle of beer in hand, and watched. As they prepared things for the barbecue, her eyes kept returning to Uma and her man. Ive Shiflett smiled at his girlfriend, and anything that may have seemed scary in him disappeared, leaving George to gape for just a second at this man's surprisingly sweet, handsome boyishness. He slid one big arm around Uma's shoulder. She leaned into him, looking. Oh, what a transformation. The woman looked content, unlike the first time she'd come into George's office, almost a year ago, when she'd been so hunted. Hunted and frightened, and clearly in the throes of something terrible. What chilled George now, as she recalled it, was the uncanny similarity to Andrew Blaine's demeanor yesterday. That was it, wasn't it? That was why, when it came down to it, George hadn't kicked him out, or run screaming from his presence. Right. She was fixating on him because he'd looked hunted, not at all because of how he'd affected her. My God, she had to stop thinking about him. All morning she'd dwelled on the man. What was wrong with her? A woman sidled up, beer in hand, and leaned against the wall beside George. "Don't they just make you sick?" she said quietly. George said, eyeing the scattered freckles over the newcomer's sun-browned nose. She'd have to watch that. The woman smiled and lifted her chin at Uma and Ive canoodling on the other side of the room. "Oh, yes. I'm Jessie Shiflett, sister to Ive, the massive, lovesick puppy over there. I hear you're the woman with the magic wand." "Magic what? Oh, the laser." The description surprised a chuckle out of George, who reached out and shook Jessie's hand. "George Hadley, good to meet you." "Well, George Hadley, you're a miracle worker. Also hear you do a ridiculous amount of pro bono work for people around here." "Oh, She wasn't quite sure how to handle a comment like that. Praise wasn't really her thing. "Thank you?" Jessie laughed. The sound easy, casual, in a way George admired. "Seriously, though, I hear you're just about the nicest person on the planet. I should be thanking you." The woman indicated the couple again, and her smile softened. "For that. Not sure I can take credit for what's happening over there, but—" George narrowed her eyes at the other woman. "I feel like we've met before." "We have. I work out right next to your office, at the MMA school. Teach there, too, Monday nights." Of course, George recognized her now. She'd seen her arrive at the gym in the evenings, usually around the time she was closing up the clinic. "You should drop in sometime. Check out my women's self-defense class." "Oh, right. Uma mentioned it. I keep meaning to stop by." Which was a lie. George didn't need self-defense. She wasn't scared of people. No, the dangers in life were invisible, microscopic things that snuck up on you before you knew it, killing indiscriminately. "You should," Jessie went on. "Come on Monday. Lots of great gals." George tried to picture it. Herself in a room full of women, and couldn't manage. Jessie leaned in, smiling, and said, "If you're really good, we'd let you beat up on a couple of guys, including my brother and, where's Steve? She looked around, apparently didn't see the man she was looking for, and grabbed George by the arm. "Come on outside, I'll introduce you to the others. You should know Steve, after all. He owns the MMA school. Good neighbor to have, actually. Never have to worry about anyone bugging you, as long as he's in business right there." Outside, less than a dozen people hung around the grill, drinking, chatting, and playing badminton. George eyed them warily, wishing she could leave, itching to head back to the office. She usually stuck out like a sore thumb at things like this. The stiff, pale-skinned woman who had no clue how to mingle. Jessie, it turned out, was the perfect icebreaker, if somewhat embarrassing. "You single, Doc?" she asked, over her shoulder, as they went down the back porch steps. Yes?" They approached a group of adults, and Jessie's smile turned mischievous. "Excellent. Someone to take the pressure off. What are you—" "Hey, everybody. Meet George Hadley. Owns the skin clinic over on Main Street." Hands reached out, names were given, and George shook blindly. "She's single, too, so you can set your friends up with her now instead of harassing me all the time." "Oh, I'm not—" Cutting her off with a wave, Jessie winked and led her a bit farther away, to where a black man with salt and pepper hair led a couple of kids in a game of badminton. "Steve, want you to meet your neighbor." The man looked up and smiled with a wave before whacking the birdie hard at the biggest of the kids. "I've seen you. You're the doc next door." "Yes, George Hadley. And you're the sheriff?" "Yes, indeed. Good to meet you, ma'am," he said, and George got the strangest twinge of déjà vu. First, Andrew Blaine, and now this man, making her feel so official. "Please, call me George." "Well, please call me Steve," he said, finally leaving the game long enough to come over and shake her hand. "Glad to finally meet you. We've been wondering when you'd come over and see us." They had? "Oh, business is—" "He's just bugging you," said Jessie, who must have felt George's discomfort. "You got that big place on Jason Lane, right?" How did he know that? Jessie leaned in again. "Cops, they know everything." George breathed again. "Yes, that's my house." "I just rented a place on Jason Lane," Jessie went on happily. "Yeah? End of the cul-de-sac?" "Oh, I'm in the farmhouse." "Hey, right down the road, awesome." "Like Dr. Doolittle over there," Steve said. "One hell of a setup you got, like a jungle."
Thank you?"
"Yes, you should take it as a compliment," said Jessie, leaning in to swat the man on the shoulder. "Right, Steve?" "Definitely, compliment. Being a widower means you can say whatever you want." Funny how being a widow had never brought that out in her. Jessie shot Steve a look. "Shouldn't you be working tonight? Independence Day and all?" "Yep. Down a couple of deputies right now and can't find a replacement to save my life," replied Steve, with a weary sigh and a glance at his watch. "Gotta take off." After the sheriff left, George's eyes swept around the party. The people laughing and playing, lazing around and talking so naturally. First Uma and Ives' closeness, so intimate she'd felt almost dirty watching. And now these uncomplicated-seeming relationships, people looking so companionable and natural together. A chest-squeezing burst of envy surprised her with its strength. This, exactly this, was why she never went anywhere. She'd forgotten after so long how very much it hurt to see so much happiness in one place. She turned to Jessie. I've got to go." "Yeah? Thanks for showing me around. Would you mind giving the lovebirds my regards, or regrets, or whatever?" "Regards, sure." George extricated herself from the party and headed back into town to the clinic to escape, get some work done, maybe some research. She wouldn't admit to herself that what drove her was an unhealthy curiosity about a 6-foot-something man whose sordid story was etched into his skin. Clay noticed the tail as soon as he pulled back into town. He couldn't believe it, actually. Had been so sure his new old truck would offer him a sort of force field in a community like this one. Virginia plates and all. Apparently he'd been wrong, because as soon as he hit Blackwood city limits, he acquired a police escort. There was nothing wrong with the truck. He'd made sure of that before taking it off the dude's hands, and there shouldn't have been anything wrong with his credentials. But that was something he hadn't wanted to risk. A bumbling country cop plugging him into the system was the last thing he needed at this point. Fuck. The sooner he got rid of Ape's goddamn gift, the better. He glanced in the mirror, wondering if he wouldn't have been better off in some anonymous urban setting like Richmond or D.C. after all. No, they knew him there. As if on cue, the blue lights went on behind him, and the siren bleeped once, twice. Okay, good. At least they were keeping it subtle. He hadn't thought about the possibility of this happening, hadn't considered how he'd play it. But he'd been around law enforcement long enough to know how to avoid setting off the worst alarm bells. So he pulled over, rolled down the window, got out his wallet and waited. "Afternoon." The man approached cautiously from behind, kept his distance, clearly eyeing him through his mirrored sunglasses. Precisely the same ones Clay wore, although this man was small, wiry, and African-American. "Afternoon, sir." Well, Clay knew how to play the game, too, if he had to. He didn't want to antagonize, but neither was he going to give the cop the upper hand. He kept his aviators on, wishing he'd asked the doctor for some kind of bandaging. Now would be a great time to hide the 5-0 on his eyes and the dead man on his knuckles, with their sickly, smiling skull. "License and registration, please." Clay lifted his wallet slowly, keeping both hands in sight, palms up, in an effort to hide the ink. Pulled out Andrew Blaine's license, handed it to the man, and reached for the newly signed title. "You got insurance for this vehicle?" "Yes, sir." As Clay handed it all over, he pretended not to see the man examining the back of his cab. "Didn't you have a different vehicle yesterday, son?" "Son? Jesus. I'm not in Kansas anymore, am I?" "Yes, indeed." He craned his neck, just enough to read the name tag pinned to the man's uniform. "Sheriff Mullen." "You just purchased this truck, Mr. Blaine?" "Just today, Sheriff." "Any reason you decided to trade the old one in?" "It was a rental, sir." "What's your business here in Blackwood?" "My business?" "Yes. How long do you plan on staying in our town?" What was this, the fucking Wild West? "I'm not entirely sure about that, Sheriff. Might be a few months, I suppose." He looked over his shoulder, then back at the cop. "What was it you pulled me over for exactly?" "Flickering tail light." The man backed up a step, looked the truck over, and returned to the window, looking cocky for such a small guy. This must be the kind of bullshit they use to rid their town of undesirable visitors, such as himself. "Could you remove your sunglasses, please, sir?" Fuck. Forcing himself not to hesitate, Clay pulled the shades down, bearing his ink to the lawman, and sitting through his slow perusal. You hold tight. Be a few minutes." He kept a wary eye on the rear view as the man disappeared behind him and slid into his cruiser. Hopefully, the ID would check out, and everything would be fine. If it didn't, no point worrying until the worst happened. And nobody knew about the Andrew Blaine identity. Not his boss or Tyler. Nobody. A few minutes later, the sheriff returned and handed everything back to Clay. "Check out?" "Yes, sir." The man turned as if to walk to his vehicle and then turned back, eyes narrowed, with a tight smile on his lips. "Welcome to Blackwood, Mr. Blaine." Clay watched the cruiser pull a U-turn and take off in the other direction before he started his new truck and slowly drove into the quaint downtown area. Already on the cops' radar. Great. Why the hell did I choose this place? Okay, so maybe he'd head to Miami, or Atlanta, or someplace where he wouldn't stand out like a sore thumb. He could get his ink taken care of there, prep for court, and lay low until he had to testify. As he drove through town, the skin clinic appeared on his right, and just as he passed it, Dr. Georgette Hadley got out of her car, dressed in a light, flowery dress instead of the jeans she'd worn the evening before, and he couldn't help but slow down to watch her. Her legs were sexy, curvaceous, strong-looking, and man, they were pale almost to the point of translucence, lending a fragile quality to her that he hadn't noticed behind her serious doctor facade. He knew he should keep going, not stare at her like some kind of creeper, but the way she moved kept drawing his eyes. In the rearview mirror, he watched her walk from her hippie car to the clinic, unlock it, and enter, her skirt swirling as she pulled the door closed behind her, exposing a swath of clear, white thigh, before he rounded the bend and lost sight of her. Fuck, that thigh, not a mark on it. No ink, no scars, track marks, or bruises. He didn't think he'd seen such a pure stretch of body in... He blinked at the ghost of the doctor's reflection in the mirror and focused on the road. Ever. After that, Clay drove on to his motel and holed up, ready for a long, vodka-infused night inside. All thoughts of small-town cops and curious locals wiped away by that one vulnerable peek of the doctor's soft-looking thigh. Back at the office, close and still and sweltering, George booted up her computer. Only, rather than catching up on patient files as she normally would on a night like this, she walked back to exam room 2, reached into the garbage can, and pulled out a sheaf of paperwork, torn in two, but still completely legible. I want to help him, she thought. He needs help. Guiltily, she scanned the sheets only to come up empty. Nothing. They told her nothing. Name, Andrew Blaine. Address, none. Phone, none. Homeless? Was he homeless? But he'd stood so straight, smelled so good. Really good. Not like a man who didn't wash. When he'd pleaded with her, even then, he'd been strong. He didn't have that hopelessness to him that she associated with people who didn't have a place to call their own. Although, what did she know about homelessness? He could be a nomad for all she knew. Plus, there was that wad of cash he'd tried to give her, which spoke of an unsettled existence. Who used cash anymore? So, not homeless, she concluded, turning back to the otherwise blank page. Just squirrely. He had reason to be, considering the way he looked. What on earth made a person get tattooed like that? 50 on his face, announcing what? That he was law enforcement? But he didn't look it. In fact, he looked the furthest from law enforcement she could imagine, especially with the other things inked onto him, the spider web and the clock. She'd removed enough spider webs, pro bono, to know what those tattoos meant. The man had done time. A felon. Possibly, probably, a murderer? She reached for her mug of tea, took a gulp before setting it down, remembering the largest tattoo, the one on his back. Some kind of crest, like you'd see on a dollar bill or a modern-day coat of arms. She typed triangle, arrows, eagle, river, skull tattoo, and the letters SMC. The results, once she'd sifted through them, were disheartening, but no real surprise. Photos of an outlaw motorcycle gang out of Maryland, the Sultan's MC. Arrests, images of outlaw bikers, more arrests. Drugs, guns, racketeering. Arrests earlier in the year, again in Maryland. Men in black leather vests with patches on the back. She clicked on that one, then magnified it until the image was clear, and there it was. Exactly the same as the tattoo on Andrew Blaine's back. Quickly, she shut down the page and rolled back a foot or two from the reception desk. She'd worked with gang tattoos before. Ink on men who wanted to get out. She'd also helped ex-cons who had chosen to erase their old lives, erase their mistakes. She'd done a few of those pro bono because everybody deserved a second chance. But did this man? Did he truly deserve a second chance if he was as bad as these people appeared to be? She thought of the Latino ex-gang member she'd helped. She'd been perfectly willing to help that kid, but he'd been a kid, whereas this man was older, old enough to know better. Crap! George let her head fall on her arms. She wanted him to be a good guy. Was that too much to ask? That the man she couldn't stop thinking about be a nice person instead of a stone-cold killer? Because this attraction, this stupid attraction, would have almost been acceptable if he'd been a good person, instead of a man who'd done time, quite possibly for murder, and who'd chosen to advertise it on his skin? And some of the tattoos were recent, if she wasn't mistaken. Yes, but now he wants it gone. She rubbed her belly. The name she'd gotten inked there, and again on her arm in her youth. A lifetime ago, when she'd made her mistakes. Bad boys, fast cars, fumbling in back seats. Everybody deserves a second chance. She rubbed, remembering. She'd had a bad phase after losing her parents, more confused than rebellious. There had been a pregnancy, an abortion, and years of doubt. Yes, all of that should be a lesson to George, who'd gone the bad boy route once before, and that hadn't gotten her anywhere. Thankfully, she'd met Tom, and well, the rest was history, wasn't it? Just history. She sighed, coming back full circle. Ah, stupidity, the prerogative of youth. So, Andrew Blaine was erasing a lifetime of transgressions, possibly youthful mistakes. Who the hell was she to judge? It wasn't until Clade stripped down to underwear that he realized he'd forgotten to buy Vaseline. And seeing as his knuckles and eyes burned like shit, he figured he'd better head back out to find some. He dressed, went back out to his new truck, and drove through town, surprised on this 4th of July to see the lights on in Blackwood's only grocery store, a dinky-looking place called Blackwood Grocery. He parked, and watched through narrowed eyes as people went about their business. Nagelstown, Maryland, the Sultan's fiefdom, was just a small town, too. On the map, at least. But unlike this place, there'd been no antique stores, no cozy cafes, and you sure as hell wouldn't find it in a guidebook. This little town, however, had one of those proud "Welcome to Blackwood" signs, complete with bright flowers and a stone accent wall, inviting you into one of America's most picturesque villages. Village. Huh. Like one of the books Grandma used to read to him and Carly as kids, with mice and gardens and porcupines and frilly aprons or whatever. But Clay knew, in absolute certainty, that what happened behind closed doors, even in places like this, was just as bad as what happened anywhere else. Sometimes small towns covered up big bad goings-on. Nagelstown had just been more obvious about it. The biker gang so ingrained that they hardly bothered to cover their tracks. The local cops so entrenched in the MC's racket, they were as bad as the bikers themselves. As the door slid open, all heads turned his way, and he was thankful for the aviators and ball cap, along with his long sleeves. What folks could see of his skin was minimal, and odd though he may appear in his Unabomber garb, there was no way any of it was coming off, even indoors. As unidentifiable as possible, that was the goal. Don't give them anything to remember you by. As if the sheriff would forget a single goddamn detail, like, say, the 5-0 etched into my face. Eyes followed him to the pharmacy aisle, where he startled an old lady and her little white dog, whose barks followed him long after he found razors and Vaseline. Fucking Vaseline. Like that didn't look bad. As he headed down to the end of the store, his eyes caught on a display dedicated to local produce, and he salivated, literally. By the time he arrived at the checkout, he'd gathered chips and dip, apples, peaches. "Evening, sir," the cashier said. "Evening. How you doing today?" Clay glanced around. What was this, 1954? How long had it been since he'd been asked that? "Good, thanks." "Great. Hoping for a storm later this week. Need something to break this heat wave. Always sorry when folks come to visit us and all anyone could do is stay in the AC, you know?" "Yeah." "That'll be $15 even, cash or credit?" "Cash," he finally answered, handing over a couple of 20s, the bills slightly damp against his palm. "It's only 15, sir." The woman smiled at him, and Clay wondered if she was flirting. No, he didn't think so. Just being friendly. She handed him his change in a paper bag filled with his purchases. "Can you tell me where I can buy clothes? You know, like T-shirts and stuff?" "Oh, you'll have to drive into Seaville for that, sir." He nodded his thanks and lifted a hand as she called, "Happy Independence Day," to his retreating back. "And welcome to Blackwood." God, he needed exercise or he'd go crazy in this place. Maybe he'd go for a run when he got back to his room. Back in his truck, he started up the engine and drove down Main Street with a sense of relief. So out of place here. It was like having a target etched onto his back instead of the Sultan's emblem. A glance at the clock showed George that she'd spent more time investigating her patient than she should have, especially since she shouldn't have done it at all. Slow and stupid from the heat, she stood up, shut everything down, and headed outside. It was nearly dark, and Blackwood crackled with energy. Muggy and sultry, with air that felt like it hadn't moved in months. But tonight, an extra jolt of electricity seemed to spice it up. The few steps to her car, so familiar, were done thoughtlessly. No attention paid to her surroundings. To a voice a bit farther down the road, yelling something. The sound didn't sink in until she'd opened the door and realized it was a woman. Her voice shrill, and then sharply cut off with what might have been a slap. There, across the street, silhouettes closer now, running, a scuffle, one person down. "Hey!" George yelled, protective instincts kicking in. "What's going on?" A shriek, a thud. She dropped everything and ran. Weird in those moments how things sped up and froze all at once. She was aware of furtive movement and an unnatural stillness. The buzzing of the streetlight above, the crunch of grit under her sandals. The couple on the sidewalk was closer now, things still murky, but it was a man, definitely a man, attacking a woman? "Hey!" George yelled, slapping at his arms. "I'll run and get my phone," was George's last thought before the man struck her, right in the stomach, doubling her over and stealing every last bit of breath from her body. "The fuck off me, bitch!" My phone, George thought, with a glance back at her car, and then thwack! She was down. Suddenly, the blonde woman was up, yelling and hitting her. The woman who'd sounded so scared. And another man appeared from out of nowhere. A kick to her leg. The woman, she thought. "Fuck you!" yelled the woman. "Hitting my man!" There were 3 of them. 2 men and 1 woman. George caught flashes of bodies and faces, more screaming, directed at her this time. Harsh words, interspersed with flashes of bare legs, shorts, sneakers, explosions of color overhead. Young, no wrinkles. More words hurled at her, another glimpse, a face covered in lesions. George curled in on herself. Drugs, her mind supplied, slow but catching up. These people were on drugs. Adrenaline and fear went into overdrive. Too late. She writhed on the ground, holding her tender belly, strangely aware of the gritty surface of the gutter beneath her. The odd grain of sand shining brightly despite the late hour. All she could do was protect her face and her abdomen. Who'd feed Leonard if she didn't make it home? Who would put the chickens to bed? Trying not to think of the baby she'd never have if she died right here, she groaned. Not from the dull ache in her womb, but from regret. Something changed in the air then. She felt it, even folded in on herself. Somebody grunted, an unpleasant sound. With an effort, George maneuvered herself into a tighter ball against the curb and lifted her head. What little breath she'd managed to gather escaped in a whoosh. It was Andrew Blaine. She'd conjured him, probably, and here he was, saving the day with a strangely quiet, grim, hard-edged concentration. One of her attackers was already halfway to the ground, the woman running away fast by the time George cleared the fog from her eyes. As she watched, Andrew dealt with the third person in a move that was quick and violent. Efficient. No, surgical was a better word for the punch to the neck. The echoing kick low on the man's leg. Oh, Lord, but it looked barbaric. Frightening for the speed and ease with which it was delivered. A final blow to one of the kids' faces had blood spattering in a tall, almost graceful arc. And George couldn't stop the scared whimper she let out. When he turned to her, her savior's breathing looked normal. How could he be that way after the bloody havoc he'd just wreaked? She thought, for a crazed moment, that he was some kind of spy, a Jason Bourne type, an unfeeling psychopath whose only external mode of expression was through the writing on his skin. But then he looked at her, and she knew, with absolute certainty, that he wasn't some instrument of aggression. He might move like a man who knew how to hurt another human being, but when his eyes met hers, she saw that the one who was hurting was him. And how messed up was it that all she wanted to do was make him feel better. 5. Okay, so maybe Clay wasn't entirely dead after all. His muscles still seemed to work, weak though they were. His synapses fired excitedly, and if the adrenaline seeping through his veins was any indication, he'd held on to some of his protective instincts as well. He was shaky, which was to be expected after all the time spent in recovery. But the physical therapy and the strength training had worked, apparently. Right now, though, it wasn't himself he was concerned with. It was the doctor. And God, it felt good. This sensation of standing above her, keeping her alive and well, with those two cratered fucknuts moaning at his feet. It was a damned good thing he'd decided to come back out for a run tonight. "The fuck out of here," he told the addicts, and though it was clear they hurt, they obeyed immediately. That was one advantage to looking like a tough motherfucker. It had been a while since he'd used force, given orders, done anything useful, in fact, and it felt good. Better than good. It was life-giving. "You okay?" he asked, stepping over to the doc, who had pushed herself up to all fours. She looked at him kind of squinty-eyed, like she didn't quite trust him, but took his hand, eventually, and let him pull her to sitting on the curb, where he squatted beside her. "How many hands I got up?" He held up 3 fingers. "You mean fingers?" she asked, smart as a whip. "Yeah," he said with a smile. She gave one back. A smile at the edges of a mouth so pink he could see it under the street lamps. Shit, that was sexy. He put a hand on her shoulder and felt her lean into him just a little. "Good. Anything hurt, Doc?" Gingerly, she turned her head, stretched her neck, rolled her shoulders, then made as if to get up. But he tightened his fingers, stopping her. He ran his hand from her shoulder down her arm to pick up her hand and check the palm for scratches. It was a weird moment right there under the busted-out streetlight. Clay couldn't quite muster up the energy to let her go, and she didn't seem anxious to get rid of him. Instead, they sat, looking for all the world like a couple waiting for a parade that had passed a good 12 hours before. She leaned on him for a few seconds and then rose with him. After a brief tightening of his fingers on hers, he finally let her go, and the connection was broken. After that, the calm seeped out of Clay's brain. Actual calm. How fucking strange. He wanted to grab her hand and get it back. "Wanna call the police?" She shook her head, and he sighed with relief, not questioning the decision. "I recognized them. Local kids, and the girl needs help, and I don't think putting them all in jail is the way to do that right now." Clay tended to disagree, but he also didn't need to get involved with the law right now, so he kept his mouth shut. Pop! The sound hit Clay with a start. He threw an arm around the doctor and ducked before he could identify which direction it came from. What the fuck? Another pop, more aggressive this time, had Clay's pulse revving uncontrollably. "I can't." He squeezed his eyes shut, then turned, attempting to locate the shooter.
Stay down, we're under—
Mr. Blaine. He pushed her behind him, reached for a weapon that wasn't there, turned again. Fuck. He'd heard a Harley in town earlier, had told himself it was nothing, and had done his best to ignore it. And now, the bikers were here. Where the hell were they hiding? Andrew, the woman said, looking totally unafraid. It's the fireworks. He blinked a couple of times before taking it all in. The wash of blue, the spray of color piercing the night sky. Fireworks. Fucking fireworks on the 4th of July. Jesus. Was it possible to overdose on adrenaline? Like those ravers from the 90s whose repeated use of ecstasy had depleted their serotonin levels. Clay's mind insisted he'd had too many rushes to be terrified, and yet here he was, shivering again in the aftermath. And then he wondered if it wasn't the opposite. Maybe repressing the fear for so long, pushing it into places it shouldn't have to hide, had given him an overabundant supply of the stuff. For all those times he'd stared down some trigger-happy speed freak. The cold barrel of a gun burning a hole in his temple. The doctor stood, watching him, her quiet stillness notable in a world that trembled so desperately. "You okay?" she asked, putting out a hand to touch him, maybe? He stepped out of her reach. "I'll take you home," he said firmly. After a few long beats, she glanced around. "Where's your car?" "I'm on foot." "You live around here?" she asked. Rather than answer, he said, "I'll drive you home and jog back." No, you can't do that. I couldn't ask you to, not with your— "I'm fine. And you can't drive after what just happened," he said. "Come on." After a brief hesitation, she nodded, and he walked her around to the passenger door, which was unlocked, and went to get in the driver's side. She was one of those women whose car was full of random shit, so it took her about 3 minutes to clear off her seat, but he kinda liked that. It meant she didn't have passengers often. He figured between that and the lack of a ring, she probably wasn't married. She handed him the keys. "Okay," he said before starting the engine. "Where to?" With the turn of the key came low, modulated radio voices and a squealing fan belt. "You need to get that looked at," he said. "What?" "Fan belt." "Oh, right. I never. I could take a look if you want." "You?" She looked at him as he pulled out, her shocked expression almost comical. Or it would have been if it hadn't hurt just a bit. "Sure." He lifted his shoulders in a shrug. "It'd be a pleasure." "Oh." He stopped at the sign and turned to catch her watching him. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, "Which way?" "Oh," she blinked. "Sorry. Left here." He turned and drove on in silence as she guided him down a few more streets. "Look, I can't ask you to walk home from my place. It's out of the way, and I'm at the motel in town." "Is it far from that?" "About a mile," she said. "That's fine. I was jogging anyway, so it's actually perfect." "I feel bad, Mr. Blaine. She hesitated, and he glanced over at her. "You appear to have a limp." "It's nothing," he said, his voice as hard and final as he could make it. After a turn onto Jason Lane, she spoke again. "The motel. You're living there?" "Yeah." "For how long?" "Long as it takes you to finish with me." Her mouth open, and she looked like She'd say something, but must have changed her mind. The next few seconds passed in silence. "It's right here," she said, and he pulled into a driveway on a pleasant, dead-end country street. Her house, what he could see of it, was dark. "You got no lights on." She turned and looked at the house before answering with a shrug. "I don't like to waste." "It's not safe." "In Blackwood?" she asked, brows raised. "Yeah, Doc," Clay said, letting the sarcasm seep through and feeling just a bit bad for it. "Do you already forget what just happened in good old Blackwood?" "Oh, that wasn't... I think I stepped into a domestic violence situation and..." She sighed, fidgeting with the hem of her dress, and went on. "You're right. I guess I just don't have much to steal." "Steal? You think it's about stuff? Those little shits tonight, maybe? Maybe they'd go for a purse, or the keys to your clinic or something, maybe meds, you know. But a woman like you, Doc, you do well to protect yourself, not just your stuff. You." He got out of the car, walked around to open her door, and purposefully locked the doors behind her before following her up the dark porch stairs and handing her the keys. "Thank you, Mr. Blaine. Would you..." She swung her hand toward the door to her house and looked back. "Would you like to come in? Maybe for a coffee or..." Clay hesitated, standing there in the dark front porch of this near stranger's house. He wouldn't mind, actually, going inside and having a cup of something warm. A glance at her face showed nothing but the vague shape of her skull. Hollows, where her eyes were, a cap of hair, gleaming only slightly more than the rest. The night air was hot and loud, with celebratory explosions and an underlying buzz he couldn't seem to identify. "Gotta get back," he lied, because really, there wasn't a damn thing to get back to besides an empty room, a full bottle, and the never-ending story running loops through his brain. "Thank you," she whispered, lifting her hand and letting it settle on his arm, steady and sure, in a way it shouldn't be after that attack. "You sure you'll be okay?" Clay asked, his eyes glued to that hand. Yes, thanks to you." She went to open her door, pulling that hand away so nonchalantly she couldn't possibly have any idea how deeply he'd felt it. That touch, like a goddamned anchor on his body. He watched, blinking, when she went inside and turned on the light. He then waited until she'd locked the door behind her. One of those old wooden doors with a goddamned glass panel you could see right the hell through, all the way down a hall to what appeared to be the kitchen, which made him even crazier. Finally, he returned to the street, fighting the urge to camp out in the woods across the way and keep an eye on the house, before taking off at a painful run. Unexpected reluctance clogging his throat, and the ghost of her touch holding him together. Home, finally. George dropped her purse and keys into the bowl by the front door and hesitated, a shiver running up her spine. No, she would not let those kids make her feel unsafe in her own home. She wouldn't change a thing. To prove it, she went out back to put the chickens to bed and turn off the water. What she found there brought her up short, a gaping hole at the bottom of her garden gate. Throat tight and palms sweaty, she headed straight for the far corner of the yard, where the hens generally congregated, only to find feathers strewn about, but no chickens. She'd seen a fox a few days before in the woods across from the house. There were raccoons, too, wily enough to bust through that gate. With a hot rush of fear, not for herself but for her girls this time, she turned to the hen house and stuck her head inside. Angry clucking greeted George, and she let out her breath on a wave of liquid relief, every joint aching with the suddenness of it. She counted 5, 6, 7 hens. The only notable losses seemed to be a smattering of tail feathers and a good dose of avian pride. The ladies didn't enjoy being stalked. Holy hell. Too much. It was all too much in one night. After briefly checking her charges, she shut the coop up, leaving them to cluck among themselves. Seeing that hole had scared the hell out of her. The chickens held an important place in her life, in her heart, really. And she couldn't imagine who else would ever fill it. The sky exploded above her, coloring the tomato and basil plants pink, and, for a few seconds, giving her yard an artificial movie set light. Rather than go immediately back inside, George collapsed heavily onto her wooden porch steps and tilted her head back, staring at the show and listening to the animals' agitation. Were fireworks even safe right now, with the lack of rain this year? A wet nose pushed at her elbow, and she raised her arm to let Leonard climb onto her lap. The big black and white cat took up more room than he'd probably been allotted at birth, but George just couldn't stand to put him on a diet. Why deprive him when he had, at most, another few years on this earth? Tonight it had been. She swallowed. She was supposed to feel fear right now, she thought, for herself. But she didn't. Other than a throbbing on her face and pain where she'd landed on her hip, she felt an oddly thrumming excitement that was so wholly inappropriate she wondered if she shouldn't consider turning herself into some kind of ethical committee, or getting in touch with her mentor from when she'd been a resident, or going to see a therapist. How on earth was it possible to come out of an attack like that, one that had left her battered and bruised, and feel nothing but regret that the man who'd saved you hadn't agreed to come in for a cup of coffee? How pathetic am I? A complete mess, and, with a gasp, she touched her face. Was there blood? Did she look horrible? Was that why he'd refused her offer? Looked at her hand on his arm like it was poison, and what the hell is wrong with me? I'm out of my mind. Shifting Leonard off her lap, she stood, went inside, and tromped up the stairs to her bedroom, shutting lights off as she went. She went into the bathroom and looked at herself in the mirror. Crap! There were scrapes on her face, and grit was still embedded in her knees. She'd need to disinfect, but she didn't want to. No, all she wanted to do was sink into sleep and forget about everything, especially that last bit on her porch. How had things turned upside down so quickly? Instead, she settled for a stinging, lukewarm shower, a clean nightgown, and bed, where even the weight of Leonard purring on her belly was too much to handle. Between her sheets, though, sleep didn't hold the blissful nothing she'd hoped for. No. Instead of oblivion, she lay awake in bed, eyes wide open. But there was clearly something wrong with her. A normal person would rehash tonight's attack, not dwell on the man who'd saved her. A normal person would be scared, not titillated. Instead, she sailed along on a strange blend of excitement and guilt, along with something supremely tender that she hadn't been able to tamp down since Andrew Blaine had found his way to her office. It was the polygraph test that did it. Every fucking night. As if living through it once hadn't been enough. No, twice. He'd had to take 2 life-changing poly tests. One, when he'd applied for a job with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, and once for the Sultans. The first had been nothing, child's play, compared to the one in the club. Ape and Handles, and a couple of other guys hovering around him. Ape, with his signature axe in his hand. "We trust you, bro," Handles had explained. "Just gotta keep our guys safe, man. Fucking cops are on us like flies on shit. And you never know who you can trust anymore, never know." Clay, in deep sleep, relived that conversation every night. Saw the smile on Handles's face. Handles, the National Club president, who'd taken him under his wing, had been like a dad to him. Clay'd been nervous the first time he'd gone to the Sultan's bar, the Hangover. He and Lil Dino, the confidential informant who'd vouched for him. Dino'd made a deal with the prosecutor and now had to tell the club guys he'd done time with Clay, a job made a hell of a lot easier by the ink Clay'd gone out and gotten done the week before. That first day, he'd walked in with Dino, waited for his eyes to adjust, and slowly taken the place in, wondering if any of them would recognize him. They hadn't, not one of them. But that feeling of being a lone sheep in a den of wolves had never quite died down. After that, it had been a slow, slow game. Riding into Nagelstown every few days, eventually getting a job there, then making his trips to see the guys a daily thing until he'd given them that game-changing intel. He remembered other things, in flashes, like the day he'd made initial contact with his targets, Handles, and Ape, the club's national sergeant-at-arms, who it was quickly apparent was a psychopath. Handles and the others had been wary of Jeremy Indian Greer from the beginning, as they were of most newcomers, but Ape had hated him on sight, had beaten him and played with him to prove it. Funny how that fucker's crazy instincts had been so dead on. There'd been no warning the day of the polygraph, just a tap on the shoulder and a beckoning finger. Clay'd set down the glasses he was cleaning behind the bar, glanced around to catch every eye on him, and followed Handles into the bowels of the building. It was like a goddamned fort, that place. An impenetrable fortress in the middle of these big open fields in Nowheresville, Maryland. You couldn't get a jump on the Sultans. Not with their insane security and paranoid business dealings. Not to mention the firepower those guys had. Halfway down the inner hall, where the Sultans kept their private on-site quarters, he'd started to feel the cold sweat of anxiety. It wasn't just a normal event, being summoned like that, no. It was fucking serious. "Ever taken a lie detector test, Indian?" Handles had asked. "No," Clay had lied. "Me neither," Handles replied, gold-toothed smile destroying his bearded, bald, Daddy Warbucks look. Fuck. Nobody'd warned him about the test. Thank God he'd trained for this, but fuck, it had been years. This is good, he realized. Home stretch. McGovern had been threatening to pull him just the other day, and now, if the club was doing this, he had to be close to being a full-patch member. Close to getting in. Sucking in his belly,
To quell the nausea brewing there, he'd forced a grin. Fuck, man, you guys are paranoid.
Just keeping the family safe. You seen what happened to the Mongols?
No.
Got screwed for trusting one asshole too many.
Was all Clay said. But internally, he was on fire. Equal parts fear and excitement, that feeling he'd gotten addicted to undercover. They headed down a long set of shallow steps to what appeared to be a bunker in the basement, through a hall wide enough to drive a car, and then into a dank room where 4 guys stood around, waiting. For him. Beside an old-looking lie detector kit, a chair sat empty, waiting. Clay offered a quick, cool nod to the occupants, and then sat, heart beating 1,000,000 miles a minute. Slow. Breathe. Ignore them. He grinned and looked around. Jam and Boom Boom didn't worry him the way Ape did, standing behind Clay's chair, casually swinging that axe in his hand. Clay'd heard stories about that fucking axe. He'd seen the goddamned stains it bore a time or two, when the guys came back from some trip, some mission. Those times, Ape had always been wilder than usual, extra sadistic. It had been after one of those trips, just the week before, in fact, that he'd challenged Clay to a fight and gotten pissed when Clay started to beat his ass. Clay'd had no choice but to cave when the big fucker had grabbed a bottle from a brother's hand, smashed it on the bar, and come after him with the sharp end. Getting that slice, though, across the face, that, he realized now, may very well have been just the thing he'd needed to get in. Fucking club scars, he thought, ass glued to the seat that could become his throne of execution. Fuck it, he shrugged, clearing his throat, turned, and spat not 5 inches from the big asshole's feet. You want to kill me, fucker? That gesture said. Do it. Then, cool as ice, Clay breathed, while the polygraph dude wrapped the cuff around his arm, twined the 2 long pneumograph tubes around his middle, fiddled with some settings on his laptop, and slid the sensors onto his fingers. Remember your training, he thought, over and over. A mantra, something to hold on to. Feet down, ass squeezed, breathing deep as the stranger cleared his throat and began. Are you known here as Indian? Big breath, thinking of Carly, getting that pulse up, for the control questions. Yeah. Is today Monday? Carly, bruised, those weeks before she died. Yeah. Are you wearing a black t-shirt? Carly, her face beaten in. Yes. Handles asked. Did you clean behind the toilet this morning like I told you to? And Clay decided to lie, letting the stress rise, using it, eating it up, making it his, and remembering that feeling for the big questions. Yes, he said, his voice reflecting the shit spewing in his stomach. Do you love slinging booze upstairs? He reached for another bad thought, and didn't have to look far for this one. Ape, behind him, was good enough. Love it. A chuckle from everyone but his nemesis. Is your real name Jeremy Greer? Happy thoughts. Not easy for Clay, since there wasn't much to be happy about, was there? Calm, blue water, a mountain lake, Carly alive. Yeah, he said. Have you ever worked in law enforcement? No longer control questions now,
The real deal. Mountains, a breeze, a brook. No. Are you currently working with law enforcement? No, he said, inflecting his voice with a strain of offended irritation. But he couldn't stop the sweat from dripping out of his hairline right over a week-old scab and down his cheek. Where'd you get your training? Ape broke in. God, the man had always had a hard-on for him. My training? Your fucking law enforcement training. Where'd you do it? What are you talking about, man? You know what I'm fucking saying. You fucking pig. I've seen the way you watch us. Clay's body had gone numb then, tingly at the extremities, his limbs cold and his face hot, constricted, no air, he'd fought for air. No sound except breathing, it went on forever that quiet. Handles, and Ape, and everybody else just waiting for him to give himself away. It was one of those moments where his skin felt tight, but the persona felt floppy. Surely they could see the real him peeking through the eye holes. Another few seconds, and Handles leaned in, a half smile on his face. We've got a deal going on next week. Might have to take care of a couple of people. A woman and a kid. Clay held it together. They wouldn't kill a kid. He wouldn't kill a kid. Hold your shit together, Navarro. He breathed deeply and waited for the question. Interviewing 101. Say nothing until you have to. Would you do that for your club? For your brothers? Yes, he said. Calm, calm, calm. And on it went. Ape breathing down his neck, Boom Boom watching, eyes devoid of emotion, and Handles staring him down, cold but fatherly in the weirdest fucking way. Would you die for the Sultans? Handles asked. And the door opened and Carly walked in, and like always, the dream exploded everywhere. Blood, gore, loud, loud the report of a weapon, Boom Boom's hands on his sister's corpse, her dead eyes turned to Clay, accusatory white globes of hate. Ape's axe through Clay's head, hurting like hell. He dove to the ground, into the stink and shit of the dungeon floor, where the blood of millions soaked into his clothes, up his nose, and he gagged, fought, kicked, screamed himself awake. Awake. Alive. I'm alive. But not Carly. Carly was dead. Every time he woke up, his little sister was still dead. He's gone. Ape ended the call. He was about to lose his shit, which was precisely the reason for his fucking nickname to begin with. When things went wrong, he went apeshit. Sometimes even when things went right. What? He didn't go into witness protection like Candyland? Don't call him that. Ape cut in, needing something to pummel. Somebody's face would do just fine, jams if he had to. His name's Breathwaite. Special fucking Agent Nikolai fucking Breathwaite. Fuck kind of name is that? Fucker ain't even American. Jam hated anyone who wasn't American. Neither's Navarro. Shoulda killed him when I had the chance. Ape almost laughed. Jam especially hated Spicks. And it turned out that was precisely what Special Agent Clay Navarro was. A Spick from South America. Christ, How the hell had he ever made it into the club? Into the goddamned ATF, for that matter. They just hire any old asshole off the street now? We'll get him. Ape was absolutely certain of that. He had yet to miss a mark. It could take him months, years even. That ATF bastard had taken down the leadership of the Sultans. But he still had to testify. Ape knew he'd stop the cocksucker from taking the stand if it was the last thing he did. 6. Monday morning, George met the heating and cooling guys at the office at 6:30. Thankful they'd come out so early, and sighed with relief as her first patient arrived to a decent temperature. Along with the cool air, her nurse's return from vacation gave George the sensation of coming back down to earth after a few days spent someplace very, very strange. Ah, boring normality, her wheelhouse. Some people craved excitement and change, but George needed things to be the same, predictable. She preferred fine to good, nice to wonderful. Nothing upset her status quo. Let her patients be turbulent. George was the calm one, the island in the stream. Who'd have thought that dermatology could be anything besides sedate? Purnima arrived with that healthy glow she got every time she went home to India. George assumed it was the diet, real food instead of the hormone and pesticide-filled crap that masqueraded as nourishment around here. But it was more than that, she knew. Purnima's eyes looked clearer, her smile centered. God, how George admired that in her. How together the woman was. She might be George's employee, but she'd always thought there was a ton she could learn from her. "You've been busy, I see," Purnima said from her spot in front of the computer. "I thought you said you'd take it easy while I was gone. Wasn't there mention of a mini break or something?" George just smiled and hesitated. Should she hug her? She'd been gone for 3 weeks after all, and no, hugging was inappropriate. "And then the AC," George said with a sigh. "You have no idea." "Feels good this morning. Did you call Carmichael's?" "Yes," George said, her face reddening with shame. "I hated to call in a favor, but—" "You caught his melanoma, George. He wants to help. People are happy to thank you however they can." "Yes, but it's my job." "Sure." Purnima raised her hands, one on either side, like a scale weighing the difference. "Fixes AC, cures cancer. I'm sure they come out even in the end." The woman laughed and clicked a couple of keys before looking up and catching sight of George for the first time. "My God, what happened to your face?" "Oh, nothing," was all George said, self-consciously touching the bruise on her cheek. Thankfully, Purnima was discreet enough that she wouldn't pry after being rebuffed. But then guilt won out, of course, because if it wasn't safe for her, then— "I was attacked outside." "No! Who would do that?" "It was the 4th of July, and I think they were on drugs, perhaps. There was a scuffle, and I intervened, and they were young." "What did the police say?" "I didn't call the police." "Why ever not?" George thought about it, suddenly unsure. I suppose I didn't need to. Someone came to my rescue and they left." Purnima's brows rose at that, but George didn't feel like going into it any further. She didn't quite understand herself why she hadn't called the police. Maybe Something about Andrew Blaine made her think he wouldn't want that. No, he definitely hadn't seemed to want that. Whatever the reason, she felt shaky enough as it was today. She was done talking about it, which wasn't something she cared to examine, especially after spending all day Sunday hunkered down at home, thinking, or rather, not thinking, about him. So, no patience Friday afternoon, then. She debated how to answer, but as usual, gave in to the truth. There was one. Purnima turned back to the screen and keyed through charts for a few more seconds until she eventually turned back to her boss. And somehow, for some silly reason, George had to force herself, with difficulty, to look her nurse in the eye. "I don't see it on the books," said Purnima. "No?" The woman's brows rose. "Pro bono?" George swallowed, wondering when she'd ever been this conflicted about a patient. "Never, never," was the answer. "Yes," she finally whispered. Uma popped into her head. She was the only other patient she'd had come in like that, off the street, looking like a victim. No, not a victim. A survivor, maybe. And not weak at all. Andrew Blaine was strong, frightening, compelling. So compelling I can't get him out of my head. "Tattoos," she said, a little ashamed at how curt she must sound, but unwilling to feed the obvious curiosity in her employee's eyes. "He needs them removed." Purnima nodded slowly, twice, before lowering her eyes to the screen. "Interesting," was all she said. As always, a mistress of subtlety. As she continued down the hall, to close herself in her office, George looked deep down inside and recognized an embarrassing truth. She didn't want to discuss Andrew Blaine with her nurse or with anyone. She wanted to hide her new patient away, to keep him all to herself in a way that felt shameful. There was something else warring with the shame, however, a thread of titillation, or excitement, or whatever buzzy spark of interest this was, vibrating through her body. She had patients to see, but all her wayward brain could think about was that man. This wasn't healthy, and it wasn't right. But George couldn't seem to stop counting the minutes until Andrew Blaine walked through her door again. She glanced at the clock. Maybe he wouldn't come back at all. Too many hours spent hunkered down in the motel room, trying hard not to drink, with only the shitty-ass TV to distract him, was more than Clay could bear. After weeks in the hospital, then months of PT and brain-numbing television, he developed a hatred for the device, especially shows that glorified the bad guys. Those were the worst. He'd destroyed his television the first time he'd come across one particular show on bikers. That had led to his new rule. No vodka during the day. And no TV ever. Breathing hard and still sore from running the past couple nights. That and beating the shit out of those two kids. He grabbed his keys and headed out the door, needing air, space, anything to distract from the new set of memories working through his mind on repeat. The doc on the ground, rolled into a protective ball, those fucks kicking her. He'd wanted to kill them, had barely held himself back, because, yeah, if he killed a couple of tweakers right now, he'd sure screw the hell out of the Sultan's case. But he was a Sultan now, wasn't he? More Sultan than cop, that was for damned sure. He'd seen the way everyone looked at him back at the field office after his discharge from the hospital. Jesus, his colleagues had eyed him like he was scum. Course, then Tyler'd caught sight of him, and everything had changed. What a shock it had been when they'd eventually stopped typing and set down their phones and stood up for him. A few of them had even clapped. A huge case, with him at its center. Didn't matter that he didn't feel like a hero. In his truck, he looked both ways before pulling away from the downtown area, where traffic had thickened only slightly during what passed for rush hour in Blackwood. Ahead of him stood the first small foothills before the slightly grander line of the Blue Ridge Mountains. He knew, looking at the beauty of their bluish-purple crests, that he should feel something. He'd spent so much time in slums and projects, filthy biker clubhouses, and run-down police stations that he hardly recognized the power of beauty anymore. Maybe it was gone forever, that ability to see the good in things. He drove on, unsure where this road led, and enjoying the lack of control. Well, not entirely that. Maybe, because lack of control was something he'd felt time and again in situations where some psychopath held the reins. That wasn't what he sought. No. What he needed right then was to feel like anything was possible. Up he drove, over asphalt, then gravel, then just dual overgrown tracks in the dirt leading higher and higher. Finally, long past the end state maintenance sign, he parked, truck facing back the way he'd come, and got out. Up a path he walked, ignoring the way his steel-toed boots rubbed his feet with every step, until the trees thinned. The trail grew rockier, and finally he emerged. It was high here, the top of a mountain. The air had lost some of its oppressive humidity and heat, and here, here he could breathe. And the view, Jesus Christ. He turned around 360 degrees, an action that forced him to take it all in until he couldn't do it anymore and had to bend, drop his hands to his knees and breathe. Just breathe. Survive. The polygraph had been about survival. Animal instinct and training had gotten him through that. Later, they'd given him his colors, the Sultan's patch sewn onto the sleeveless leather cut he and the other guys wore every single day of their lives. He remembered the feel of Handels's arm around him. Fatherly, welcoming, warm. Jesus, that was almost the worst part. How good it had been to have brothers, a family. The only thing that had come close in years had been finishing Special Agent basic training with Tyler. They'd been like family back then, too. Nothing like Handels and the club's acceptance, though. The cut, the rides, the way he could do no wrong with them now that he'd beaten the box, survived the hazing, accepted his patch with tears in his fucking eyes, gotten his ink, and been proud, truly proud of it. Jam had hugged him, hard, and Clay had felt it deep in his soul. Brothers. Family. He remembered Ape's scowl when the asshole had taken him in back for his club tat, the big one on his back. But while the dude had always hated him, he sure as fuck had enjoyed tattooing him. Jesus. Ape loved that shit, didn't he? The light in his eye confirming he was 100% sadist. Ape, who disappeared the night of the raid. one of a handful of guys they hadn't managed to pin down. How the hell had he known? On a deep sigh, Clay pulled his brain back out, let himself see the mountains instead of memories. He wasn't sure how long he stayed up there, ignoring the majesty of his surroundings and just trying to locate a new well, a new vein of hope he could tap into. It took some time for him to realize he'd just about used it all up. He was all dried out. It would take one hell of a dowsing rod at this point to locate unplumbed depths he was pretty sure he didn't have. No. Focus. Find yourself here. Clay drew in a big breath and opened his eyes to the view and, whoa, as far as the eye could see, a hazy blue and gray landscape, surreal like some kind of painting, artsy shit you'd see tattooed on the arms of hipster kids who didn't know better. Lush, yet almost colorless in the cloud-covered morning. The details smudged out, the edges softened like the view after a couple of beers, or that first hit of weed. Above him a bird flew, big, dark, huge wingspan. A hawk, he thought for a second, and then knew, somehow, that it wasn't. A vulture. The perfect addition to this colorless, gray panorama. It landed on a lone, brittle-looking tree 50 yards away and regarded the world around it with quick, unimpressed moves of its head. A hawk or an eagle he could have gotten behind. A symbol of hope or something. But a vulture? And then it hit him, with an ironic twinge of humor, how right it was. He stood straighter, like that scavenger on the branch, wanting to feel above it all. So, fine. Clay Navarro was no eagle. But there were other things he could build on. His strength had always been his ability to see past people's exteriors and get a line on what it was they really wanted. Not what they showed the world, but the petty things that made them tick. In recent months, he may have lost that ability, seen it drowned out by the constant white noise in his head, the pain in his body. But it was clearer up here, this high. He could even trick himself into thinking he'd get it back one day. Like that creature up there. His career had flourished off the flesh of others, on what they'd left behind, untended. So he'd just have to view himself the same way, and live on the bits of rotting meat still clinging to his bones. The shitty bits still left after all the good was torn away. Vengeance, hate, anger. Yeah, he had lots of that. Enough to fuel an army, in fact. And that thought, that realization, sent Clay back down the mountain, into town, with the strength to keep up this charade of a life. For the time being, at least. This time, George was ready when he arrived. Sort of. It had been a busy day spent trying to catch up on Friday's missed appointments, which was good, since her mind had spent an uncomfortable amount of time going back to him. All day she'd fended off questions about the bruises and anticipated his arrival with the most unwelcome combination of excitement and apprehension, building it up so that by the time his form blocked out the low evening sunlight, she had decided, more or less, how to proceed. No casual talk, and no mention of Saturday night, besides a well-deserved thanks. Professional, strict. That, of course, translated to stiff, which probably only made her seem nervous. A complete failure in bedside manner.
"Evening, Doc." George shivered. That voice, rougher than she was used to, lower, without any hint of local Virginia twang.
"Mr. Blaine."
He loitered in the doorway.
"Come in, come in."
Great. Now she sounded like a little old woman enticing him with tea and cookies, or something. "How you feeling tonight, Doc?"
"Wonderful."
"That's quite a shiner you got there."
"I'm fine," she snapped, tired of explaining the thing all day, and not wanting to relive it with him right now either.
The man moved inside, limping, which reminded her that he'd run back to the motel the other night, and finally pulled off his glasses, bearing sharp, assessing eyes beneath two bright red puffy lids, greased up. At least he followed directions. He stepped forward, hand out, and George hesitated, thinking for a second that he might... what? Kiss her? Hug her? Lord, she was messed up. "I owe you some money, Doc."
"Oh, no, thank you," she said. "You saved me from a world of hurt. I can't accept your money."
"Look, Doc,
"Mr. Blaine, please," she said, her breathing loud in her ears. His eyes flicked between hers, measuring, weighing, and finally, apparently, deciding she wasn't bluffing. He gave in, lowered his chin in a single, quick nod, then asked,
"Where do you want me, Doc?"
"Come on back," she said, trying so hard to sound like the doctor she was, suddenly wishing she hadn't insisted on seeing him this late, all alone with her staff long gone. As she led him to the last exam room on the right, George pretended he was just another patient. An urticaria needing steroid cream, a full-body skin check, or a mole to biopsy. When she turned back at the door, though, and caught him eyeing her bottom or her legs, hidden though they were by her trousers, her body reacted in a way that showed it knew the difference between him and everyone else, even if her mind didn't care to. Just that look, that slide of his eyes over layers of clothing, dragged her into a morass of sexuality that she'd managed for years to avoid. His gaze went up to her face, and she saw his eyes change, watched their warm brown darken to black, and the muscle in his jaw tighten. "Didn't realize they'd got your face so bad." "Oh," she said, her hand flying back to the telltale bruise. "It really is fine. No big deal."
"You call the cops after I left?"
No, I didn't." And then, because she didn't want to talk about it any longer, she said, "Your eyes look good."
"You call this good?"
He shook his head wryly.
"You're one weird lady."
"I know it hurts, but it's doing what it should. Red, blistering. Now, let's get your shirt off, Mr. Blaine," she said, dodging his gaze.
And that sentence, her stupidly chosen words, heightened her body's fall into unwanted sensuality. Wonderful. Just great, after all her careful planning and preparation. Rather than look at him as he stripped, George busied herself prepping the already prepped room, her mind hunting for words that didn't contain subtext within subtext, with even more subtext lurking beneath. "Remembered the burning hair last time, Doc." Behind her came the sound of clothing being removed. "So I shaved my chest." Oh, that did it. Her eyes, evil creatures,
bypassed her brain's directives entirely and slithered right to where her body wanted them. On that chest. Good Lord, that chest. She'd spent all weekend thinking about that chest. Below his clavicles, he was so unfeasibly flat and broad. She'd need a half-dozen hands to span it. And strong. Still lower, the muscles curved out, hard and male and sexual, in a way that pectorals shouldn't be. They really shouldn't. And then the thought of her bare hands, right there, touching his freshly shaven skin. George swallowed audibly in the quiet room and reached for her gloves. A barrier. "Is that okay? You hadn't mentioned body hair last time, but I figured it'd make it easier." "Oh, yes, that's wonderful." Another attempted swallow over dry throat. "I mean, you did the right thing. In fact, I should have told you." Her throat clicked again, and before her tongue managed to talk her straight into some sort of absurd 1980s porn scenario, George threw the switches on the machine. It would drown her out. And him, thank God. He'd blocked out the memory of that fucking noise, louder than the sound of Ape's tattoo machine and just as insistent, like being too close to an airplane right before it takes off. The doctor put a hand on Clay's arm, and he sighed. "Sorry, kinda forgot about that sound. The motherfucking sound." "Need a minute?" He shook his head. They'd done this just a few days before. He could do it again. Her hand lingered on his shoulder for another beat, and he willed it to stay there, to touch him, ground him, make him real. That didn't happen, though. Instead, she moved, handed him a pair of big dark glasses, which he slipped on, and picked up that laser thingy. "Okay, so, chest today?" She sounded as breathless as he felt. "Yeah." "Great." The clicking started, and Clay closed his eyes, girding himself for the pain. When it registered, though, he opened them again. He needed to see what was happening. There was nothing worse than being blind to your fate. She held the metal arm contraption out, focusing the point on his skin, and pulled the trigger mechanism. With her head down, with those glasses on, the woman looked focused, serious, professional. Fuck, that hurt. And not one big pain, but a series of tiny, minute burns, one after another, like rubber bands snapping. He watched his skin change in the laser's wake, a hazy, slightly puffy white frost overlaying his ink. He'd been disappointed to see from his last session that the white disappeared eventually. False hope that the process would be faster than expected. But no, once the white burn faded, the ink was still there, only, oh, hell, it hurts. "I'm so sorry. That was your..." The woman cleared her throat. "Your nipple." No shit, he thought, pasting on a smile for her benefit. "The rest should be easier." Again she hesitated. "Your stomach and hips?" Clay's eyes stayed glued to the doctor. What the hell she must think of him, this big creep, with his contradictory stories scrawled all over his outside, and his one drunken attempt to rid himself of the worst of the ink. Yeah, he bet she was impressed by that. Her expression, though, was hidden behind those ugly-ass glasses, so he had no clue. No fucking clue. She bit her lip, leaned in, and went to town on his belly, one hand resting lightly on his. Clay closed his eyes at her touch, soaking up the pain, the way his bloodstream would soak up the particles of pigment, and let his mind go away. Ape, marching him into the back that day, surrounded by their brothers. But what could he do? What could he fucking do with the entire fucking multi-agency task force poised outside, waiting to descend on the place? Into the back, the stress of that quick stop in the head, whispering into the wire, and those ridiculous Hail Marys as he waited for Ape to pop his eyeball. Because when Ape wanted you in back, you fucking went. And you let him ink you. Brotherhood and all that. Mr. Blaine? Andrew? Are you okay? Clay shook his head. It was fuzzy. Wrong. He opened his eyes to find that the noise had stopped, which was better, since it meant no more tats. Ape nowhere in sight, or behind him with a fucking axe. The quiet left a hollow in his head, a vacuum where he should have found relief. But instead, he seemed to have lost sight of himself. From the hazy depths, he saw a woman's hand on his. He frowned at it, the way the fingers looked over his dark ones. She was talking to him, and he tried nodding, wanted to smile. Be a cop, not a biker. Stuffing the biker deep, deep inside of him, Clay attempted to listen to what she was saying. Her other hand reached out and touched his shoulder lightly before trying to pull away, but he stopped her, grabbed her, held her against him hard. Stay here, he slurred. Was he drunk? May I? A thin, white hand hovered close to his face, and he almost flinched before she reached out and removed the foggy layer covering his eyes. Oh, right. Glasses. Protective glasses. He blinked in the bright, sterile room and let it come back to him, or rather, let himself return. Shit. The doctor. Had he heard her? I'm sorry, Doc. He should thank her. He would, in a second, just as soon as he got out of this fuzz. He sat back on the table, sank down heavy. Shit, he'd done it again, hadn't he? Gone somewhere ugly, from the looks of it. Did I? He closed his mouth, trying to get enough saliva to speak. Are you okay? Am I? Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. The woman, clearly not in her right mind to trust him, reached out, and he caught those gloved fingers with his, almost brought them to his mouth, but saw the freakiness of that before it happened. The arm of his protective glasses snagged between them, hard edges pressing grooves into his flesh. Thank you, he said, in a voice that wasn't even remotely his. It was too low, too grainy, too breathy and bare. For a handful of seconds, she squeezed him back, and all he could see were the kaleidoscope layers of her eyes. It took some time for him to come out of his haze, the air still snapping with electricity. You Irish? He asked, and she squinted, not seeming to understand. Green eyes, he explained. Oh, right. Actually, yes, I'm half Irish, she finally answered, and he nodded. And there were their hands again, still pressed together into a stark, spidery sculpture of black examination gloves, tattooed fingers, and dark glasses. The longer he looked, the less it felt like him. He squeezed and felt nothing. After a moment, she squeezed back, and that he felt, like a vice, a warm, solid vice. He let a finger loosen, ran it over hers, and shivered when she again tightened her hold. He moved his eyes back to her face, and she looked, what? Shocked? Scared? Don't be scared. Are you okay, Mr. Blaine? Blaine? His mouth groggily attempted to correct her, but the woman talked right over him. Is there someone I can call to come get you? He chuckled at that. Just a half laugh, which eventually turned into a real one, strong enough to finally pop this goddamn bubble. Clay needed to stop this. Now. He considered calling the shrink, whose wrinkled card lay back in the motel at the bottom of his duffel bag. He wondered if he should, in fact, be taking the meds that had been given to him, and then shook his head. No, Doc. There's nobody to call. He had to smile then at the woman's concerned expression. How was this person so nice? Couldn't she see that he was absolutely the last person on earth she should be bothering with? Had she no survival instincts whatsoever? Well, I could bring you. He swung his legs over the side of the table, wincing as his thigh got to that crucial angle, and then covering up the expression as he realized what Dr. Dogood's reaction would be. He let go of her hand, immediately wanting to take it again, then hopped down, ready for the pain this time, and reached for his shirt, which he pulled over his head. Oh, I haven't applied the petroleum jelly. You need... I'm fine. Her eyes roamed his chest in a way he could almost feel, and fuck, he hated slimy crap, but he wanted her to spread that shit all over him. You should really let me... Fuck, yes, touch me. No, he heard himself say. Firm, almost to the point of rudeness. I'm fine, Doc. Seriously, I got it. He smiled at her again, made the expression hard and self-sufficient. When can I come in again? Oh, I'd better look at the... He caught her eyes, let his gaze take in the smooth skin of her face, broken only by the unnaturally rosy flush of her cheeks, and that fucking bruise that made him want to kill. Farther down, her lab coat blocked his view of the rest of her, but he knew. He remembered from those brief stolen snatches, her pale legs in that dress, and... He glanced back up and found her watching him watch her. Her words had trailed off, and there was awareness here between them. Awareness he might not have given her credit for before. She looked so innocent that he'd thought she might be oblivious, too. But the flush crept farther up her ears, and he knew she'd gotten at least a tiny bit of what his thoughts were. Clay considered stepping forward, doing something inappropriate. He considered it, and then threw it away, because his track record with ladies was pretty grim. Not only that, but this woman was the only person he'd found who'd take care of him, and that was the priority. Priorities, right. Can you take me tomorrow? For my back? He asked, cutting through this absurd fantasy they appeared to be sharing. Synchronized hallucinations. Folie à deux, he remembered a psychiatrist calling it once, on the stand, and he'd gone and looked it up.
shared insanity. That was what this shit felt like.
"Yes," she said without hesitating, and he liked that. He couldn't help but enjoy that she wanted him to come back, but he also knew it was bad. Attachments were bad. Anything that distracted from his goal. Anything that risked his cover, his anonymity. "We'll need to numb your back. You'll need an injection."
No.
"It's too big a surface, Mr. Blaine. The pain—"
"It'll be fine. No injections."
"Then we'll do one section at a time."
"I want to get it out, Doc. All of it."
"There's so much solid black. I really can't." She stopped, appearing to reevaluate. "Fine. We'll use a numbing cream. The treatment won't be as effective, the research proves it, but I won't do it otherwise, not with that much ink."
"Got it. You're the expert."
"See you tomorrow, then?"
"Yes, ma'am. Although," he glanced at the door, "maybe I should wait for you to finish up here? Walk you to your car?"
"Oh, no. I'll be fine." He wasn't sure he agreed, but her expression didn't leave much room for argument.
"See you tomorrow, then. Same time,"
was all he said, before turning and limping out the door. As he made his way up the hall, through the waiting room and out into the hot, humid evening, he considered, not for the first time, what his future consisted of. And try as he might, he couldn't get past the first few steps. Federal court, testify, put those fuckers in prison for life, and then... Christ, he didn't know. He tried to picture his next gig. Tried and tried, and nothing. There was nothing for him but empty road. George didn't follow him out, didn't lock the door behind him. Hands shaking, she pulled the paper off the examination table, wiped everything down, and walked the trash straight out back, since everything had already been cleaned out once that evening. Outside, the air was rank with the stench of a week's worth of summer sun beating on the dumpster, and no rain. A glance farther down showed the lights on at the MMA school. Time to head home to her crew. Leonard would no doubt be angry. Still, her pulse beat like a jackhammer, and she refused to think about why. Why did she feel so compelled to comfort that man? Why couldn't she keep her damned hands to herself? She had no answers. George had hung up her lab coat, grabbed her keys and purse when her phone rang. She fumbled it out and to her ear, almost expecting what? Him to be on the other end? "Hello?" she said, out of breath. "Dr. Hadley?" "Yes." "Hi there," replied the chirpy voice. "I'm calling from the Charlottesville Regional Reproductive Medicine Clinic." "Oh." She stopped, heart thumping harder. "Yes?" "Dr. Sternberg took a look at the ultrasound, and everything's ready to go. He'd like to put you on the books for a week from Wednesday, the 15th. "Oh, Wednesday, the 15th. Okay, great. How does 5 sound?" "Wonderful. 5, perfect. Did you have any questions about the intrauterine insemination procedure before you come in?" "No. No, I'm good." "And you've got the HCG injection for Monday?" "Yes, I've got it ready to go." "Great. Well, we'll see you next week then." A week from Wednesday. Somehow, through the ultrasounds and endless medications and self-administered shots, George had managed not to think about what she was preparing her body for. They'd take her dead husband's sperm and put it inside her cervix, and she would, hopefully, get pregnant. Treatment, pregnancy, baby, child. She should be excited, over the moon, but something was missing here. The husband, perhaps, to go with that vial of washed sperm the lab had kept on ice this past decade. A vial of sperm that she had to use or lose at this point. A daddy for the baby she planned on bringing into this world. Someone to love her. For almost a decade, she'd let that vial sit, an unexpected second chance left untouched in that sperm bank. A decade spent picking up the pieces of her shattered life, creating the perfect nest for the baby she'd one day have, putting it off and putting it off. A decade spent eschewing fun in favor of responsibility because this was what she wanted, her clinic, her house, and now her baby. Why on earth didn't it feel like enough anymore? She didn't trust it, this feeling that suddenly there might be more to life, just out of reach. But she had no idea how to make it go away. Clay let his eyes scan downtown Blackwood, taking in the cars parked nearby. The martial arts place next door to the skin clinic was holding a class for women. He squinted, watching the ladies go slowly through a series of defensive moves before practicing them on a couple of guys. He surveyed the rest of the block. It was quiet. So quiet, he had a hard time trusting this place. Time and again, since he'd gotten here, he'd had to remind himself that it was a small town. Quiet was the norm, not the other way around. Except it wasn't like that, was it? There was bad everywhere, people like those junkies who'd attacked the doc. Because under the quiet, in every bumfuck corner of this godforsaken country, probably the world, evil lurked. Back to the martial arts place, where the women were beating the hell out of the guys, or pretending to, because Clay knew from experience that big guys like himself, like the giant inside, could take a woman down with one hand tied behind their backs. It wasn't some half-assed fist block that would make a difference. Cynical. So fucking cynical. Farther along, he spotted the sign for the town's one and only bar. It looked kind of old-fashioned, with lettering that should read, "Ye Old Pub." Instead, it read, "The Nook," which made him think of dim lights and knitting. He watched as a group of people pulled open the door and went inside, laughing. Minutes passed, and Clay's pulse slowed to normal. As he watched the self-defense women, they wrapped up their class and started spilling out onto the sidewalk, which felt like his cue to leave. Best not to be accused of being some kind of creep. Surefire way to get his ass kicked out of town. Just as he turned the ignition, the clinic lights went out. The door opened, and Dr. Hadley stepped outside. She locked the door without looking up once. Jesus. Even after the other night, the woman had no sense of self-preservation, which drove him completely nuts. Didn't she know she was a sitting duck for all kinds of predators? She needed to take that class, because, although the moves were pretty Mickey Mouse, they'd at least teach her to look before heading out into this fucked-up world. He'd seen the shit people did to women. He knew. Clay watched as she stepped off the sidewalk, not appearing to even notice the women walking out next door. Moved to her car, unlocked, which sent his blood pressure through the roof, and finally drove off. From somewhere close by, an engine fired up, and Clay almost jumped out of his skin. Breathing too hard, he waited a few seconds for his anxiety to dissipate, and, when it didn't appear to abate at all, put his truck into drive and followed the doctor at a respectful distance. Too many women had suffered because he'd given them space or looked the other way. He was done looking the other way. He didn't care how small a town this was, there was evil everywhere, around every street corner. He'd seen it in guys he'd taken down, he'd seen it in the smiling eyes of psychopaths. He'd seen it in the eyes of men he'd called brother. God, he knew how fucking weird this was, following the doctor home. He couldn't stand to see another woman get hurt on his watch, especially one this soft, this caring. Creeped out was better than dead. George wasn't generally one to partake in excessive alcohol. Not that she hadn't back in her wild days, when she'd let herself get coerced into situations by bad boys, done wild things, and gotten pregnant in the process. She regretted those times, the manic fun, the stupid decisions made out of sadness and desperation. Bad boys, tattoos, and all the rest of it, she reminded herself, were nothing compared to adult decisions and everything else that had eventually made partying seem not quite so fun anymore. Bad boys were a bad idea. Andrew Blaine was a very bad idea. And so was stopping by the fancy country store on the way home to buy herself a bottle of something. Anything would have satisfied her, but she wound up getting a 6-pack of cider, because beer felt too casual and champagne too expensive. But she wanted a drink, something to cap off this strange, strange night. What she really wanted was to call someone. A friend would be nice, and tell them what was going on. She wanted to spill everything. Her need to have a baby, a family, someone to call her own. Her fears that she was doing something very wrong here, that this wasn't how these things were meant to happen. And D-Day just a week away, it was all too much, this last chance pressure. Added to that, the entire weird story about the big broken man who had suddenly encroached on her every waking thought. His rough hands holding her so tightly, leaving her afraid for, rather than of, him. And she wanted that friend to understand. That was the toughest part. Beyond obvious things like ethics and HIPAA violations, more than anything, she wanted to be told that she wasn't absolutely out of her mind for feeling the way she did about him, which was unclear. Pulling into her driveway, she glanced at the house next door. It had been empty for the past 6 months, but Jessie and her son appeared to have moved in yesterday, which was good. Neighbors were good. Someone she could count on when she ran out of sugar, or whatever. She smiled at that. Sugar? No, she wouldn't run out any time soon. George didn't run out of things. On her way inside, she cast another glance at the cottage and thought about the 6-pack of cider she held. She wouldn't mind sharing. Down the relative coolness of the long hall, into the kitchen, 6-pack in the fridge, then straight through the back door and out into the hot humidity of a Virginia summer evening. The usual sounds of home greeted her. Calm clucking, which meant her patching job on the fence had worked. Lazy bird song, gaining in intensity at this time of day. Like children at bedtime. The creatures got worked up before the bats took over as kings of the night sky. Beyond that, she heard the far-off drone of a mower. Always mowing in Virginia. Lord, with the in-laws' grass to do every weekend, she had enough mowing to last her a lifetime. George preferred livelier plants. their bursts of color and meandering stalks much more her speed than flat, boring plains of green. And here was the sound of crickets, loud and intense, but somehow always in the background, although, no, she cocked her head. Not crickets. These were cicadas. She remembered a discussion she'd overheard that day in the office. Cindy and Purnima had come in from lunch talking about the insect's 17-year cycle and the noise they'd made this year, not to mention the empty exoskeletons they'd leave behind. George hadn't lived in the area for the last cicada visit, and she didn't seem to have any around her place, so she could only guess how loud it would get. Someone had left a copy of the Gazette in the waiting room, and George had read through the feature, headlined, Cicadas, 17-Year Itch. She was fascinated. To live for such a short time, only to plant your seed for the next generation and die off. A wave of sadness overcame her, heavy and familiar. A glance at her watch showed it was too late to call the in-laws. Somewhere close by, a car door slammed, and she heard voices. Jessie and her son. It must be, since nobody else lived that close by. Behind her, Leonard announced his arrival with a trilling meow before butting his head against George's leg. She bent to pick him up just as the cottage screen door squealed open, then slammed shut, only to open again before someone went barreling out into the yard next door. A second later, the door opened, and a woman's voice called out, "Gabe, put your shoes back on. The yard's a mess." George craned her neck to see past her landscaping and the tall wooden fence. There was no response. "Gabe Shiflett, you get in here right now or I'll... Oh, whatever." The woman's voice trailed off, and as she turned to go inside, she glanced at George's place. Their eyes met with recognition. "George?" "Jessie?" George called. "You all moved in?" "Hey! Yeah, wait, this is your house? I thought you were farther down. I thought this place was..." The woman interrupted herself, and George wondered what she'd been about to say. "This is me. What are you up to? Want to come over for pizza? We can sit on the porch and watch it not rain." "Well, George searched for something to say, some reason to refuse. And then, suddenly, it occurred to her that she didn't have to. Jessie was nice. This could be good. A friend. A wish come true. "Why don't you come over here instead? I imagine you're not all unpacked and... Oh, hey, I've got cider." "Cider?" "Hard cider. Like beer, only..." George shrugged. "For lightweights?" "Can I bring my monster?" Jessie asked. "Of course," George said, through a bubble of excitement. Inside, her eyes took in her house, wondering what someone like Jessie would think of the bright-colored, barely controlled chaos. It's fine, she decided, ignoring the self-doubt. Her house was hers, and if people didn't like it, they didn't have to come over. On that thought, she pulled out a cider, searching frantically for a good minute and a half for something with which to open it, but realizing that her can opener had the right attachment and took a calming swig. "Okay, you can do this. You can have someone in your house. You can be friendly. It doesn't have to be a big deal." No big deal, she thought, throwing seed packs into drawers, straightening up random piles of catalogs and medical journals in a frenzy of last-minute activity. No big deal having actual friends and an actual life after so many years without. Only it was a big deal. Having a life, being alive, in fact, was a very big deal when you'd put a husband in the ground and had assumed you'd live the rest of your days alone. The liquor store was still open. Clay breathed a sigh of relief. "Can I help you?" the cashier asked when he made his way inside, and Clay tried his hardest to appear innocent. "Vodka?" "Sure, back corner," she said in a voice that was friendlier than he'd expected. He grabbed the biggest, mid-grade bottle he could find. Just one bottle, he decided. He'd stop after this one and headed back up front, head low and cap down to shield him from the cameras above the register. "That it, baby?" "Baby?" Clay glanced up in surprise. Nothing, just mild friendliness. Christ, he'd never get used to the South. "Yes, ma'am." 1307. He handed her a 20 and watched her chubby hands deftly handle the change, despite the half-inch false nails tipping her fingers. He'd never understand stuff like that. Why someone would purposely handicap themselves. His eyes flicked to her face, round and bland-looking, then up to sprayed-up blonde bangs, then back down over a lumpy body. So, decoration. Harmless peacocking from a woman who hadn't been dealt the best hand. With a mental shrug, he took his change and gave her a smile. Making the most of what you had. Yeah, he could relate. "Night, baby." "Good night, ma'am," he responded, waving in response to her bright "take care" before pushing back out into the night. Back at the motel, his room stank of mold, despite the frigid temperature. He checked the AC, which he'd left on low, but which appeared to have a mind of its own and had taken the room to glacial. Damned thing. Hit by a sudden wave of uncontrollable something, he punched it, hard, his knuckles still suffering from Friday's laser removal. It didn't dent the machine, of course, which looked like a throwback to those prehistoric units he remembered from elementary school, but it felt good to hurt. Am I fucking crazy? He wondered, as the burn all over his front throbbed in time with his knuckles. Not to mention the rest, his thigh, his back. Those hurt pretty much all the time, especially with this humidity, although it was nothing compared to the way he ached before a storm. "Goddamn weather vane," he muttered, as he grabbed the vodka on his way to the bathroom. Shit, he should have bought bleach. This place was gross, the grout black with fuzzy mold. He glanced at the booze, considering using that to clean with, and decided he was better off using it for its God-given purpose. Fuck all that Valium crap the shrink had given him. Vodka worked just fine. It didn't matter what this shit tasted like anyway, did it? As long as it did the trick. In fact, he'd taken to drinking the clear stuff because it didn't hide behind smoke and caramel, or any of those other cushioning screens. No, he drank the closest thing to rubbing alcohol that he could find. It wasn't about pleasure, after all. Far from it. Take your meds, Clay. Girding himself for what he'd see, Clay unbuttoned his shirt before pulling it off and peeling away the T-shirt beneath. Oh, fuck, it hurt as the cotton unstuck. Not at all like a fresh tattoo. Hot and raw. More like a burn. Which was pretty appropriate, considering what that friggin' laser had done to him. He stretched his hand at the ache there, ignoring the pain on his eyelid, and stared at himself hard. He'd put another coat of Vaseline on in a second. Every fucking inch of the man before him was ruined. By experience. By life. By choice. Yeah, I chose this. He'd chosen some of the ink, at least. The arms, the story they told of his family tree, stunted by the early death of his baby sister. There was the Santa Muerte, symbol of a vengeance he was close to reaping. Farther along was the Inca death mask, in honor of his dad's people in Peru, whom he'd never get to meet, and their ancestors. Then there was the first tattoo he'd gotten, the one he'd never let anybody touch. Mercy, it said, and he stared at it to hold on to the good parts of his life. Carly, whose spirit had kept him going all these years. After a couple of seconds, he had to look away from it and return to the shit he'd done to avenge her. He'd have done anything. Anything. To get her back? Fuck. He'd sell his soul. Oh my God, I can't believe you punched him. Punched him? Are you kidding me, George? I bitch slap. Jessie broke off, hand to her mouth, before noticing her son's closed eyes, where he lay in the corner of the wicker sofa. He's down, said George. She sat back with a sigh, reached for her bottle, and was surprised to find it empty. Oh my God, I never drink. This is fun, finished Jessie. This is fun. Thank you for having us over. And I don't think he's fallen asleep that easily in ages. Not to mention the fact that he ate carrots and salad without argument, which is a minor miracle. We're coming over every night. I wish you would. Once a week, at least, just to get his veggies in. The pediatrician said that's all you need, really. I'll be golden. They smiled at each other for a second or two, a little dorky, a little embarrassed, until Jessie went on. No, but seriously, he'd be lucky to have someone more like you for a mother, she said, her face losing all trace of humor. He's a wonderful kid, but you're a good mom. Nope, can't take credit for that. That's all him. It was loud where they sat out on the porch, night creatures chirping from the dark garden beyond the screens. In here, they were enveloped in a warm, orange candle glow, with the occasional tap of insects trying to get in. Funny. George must have had those candles for years, and this was the first time she'd lit more than one or two. The first occasion special enough to warrant a larger glow. Jeez, it felt almost ceremonial and was most decidedly silly. Of course you can, Jessie. You're his mother. Jessie sighed loudly, unapologetically, dramatically. You've built a life for the two of you. I'm impressed by how together you are after everything. So, you've heard my story? Not really. Uma admires you. She told me you'd had it rough. I remember she said you were a fighter. George giggled, lifted her empty bottle, and reached across the coffee table to clank it against Jessie's. Which appears to be true. Yeah, literally. George stood. One more for the road? What the hell, why not? George walked inside to the kitchen for another pair of ciders, her bare feet avoiding the squeaky boards out of habit, but the rest of her floating on an unfamiliar cloud of happiness. She opened the bottles and stepped back out, handing one to Jessie, her new friend. You want to know what she said about you, George? I don't know, do I? Yes? Okay, go on then. She said you're a vampire. What? Just kidding. Jessie lost her smile and caught George's eye, held it. She said you saved her life. Ive was there for her too, I know, but she says you're like this rock, and she couldn't have done it without you. George lost a bit of her breath on a dry huff of air. She said, you're the kindest, most selfless person she's ever met, and... Jessie stopped herself, and George waited before prompting. And she's worried. That hit George in the gut. A hard weight in her middle that tried to fold her in half. Worried? She wants you to be happy and doesn't think you are. Something occurred to George. Is that why you came to get me at the party? No, Jesus, George, you're delightful. It's been awesome hanging out with you. She looked around. But this place, man. What about it? Jessie opened her arms to encompass the house behind them, the dark garden beyond the screen door. I guess, don't take this the wrong way, but I figured some old lady lived here, you know? The chickens? And all the furniture and the garden and the cats and, geez, how do you even have time to do all this with your job? George shrugged, feeling the truth of it. The weight of her existence. Add to it the baby she was going to make, and overwhelming. It was overwhelming. Jessie leaned forward, but turned to look at the snoring boy beside her. I don't get out much either, you know. 9-year-olds aren't exactly conducive to active socializing. Yeah. So what's my excuse? Jessie lowered her brows at her and leaned even farther. Uma said, you switched to dermatology halfway through med school. She also mentioned why. George gulped. She didn't realize Uma knew. How did she know about Tom? Pediatric oncology? I can't believe you were even considering that. Oh, George gulped, unsure if she was more relieved or disappointed. I couldn't take all the babies dying after seeing my husband go that way. And yet you're offering your services free to people in need. You can't help but do good. George shrugged at that. My parents were old. They had old-fashioned values or something. Yeah, not mine. Jessie smiled. That's probably how I ended up in my job. I was brought up kicking and fighting. So I figured I'd continue my rampage by fighting for the underdog. You're the first probation officer I've ever met, Officer Shiflett. Do you carry a badge and gun and all that? A badge? Yes. Don't carry a weapon, though. I own a handgun, but... Oh, I thought... Some people choose to. That's not the type of probation officer I want to be. Less force, more psychology. So, you're more of a hand-to-hand combat kind of gal. Indeed. Jessie narrowed her eyes at George and cocked her head. Want to take my class? Self-defense. Yeah, Monday nights. You should come. You can close up shop and just swing by next door. I know you don't want to talk about those bruises, George, but whatever happened to your face is Independence Day insanity, George replied. A couple of kids. I thought they were hurting each other and got in the middle and... She pointed at her black eye. Well, this happened. Anyway, she went on, thinking of Andrew Blaine in her office earlier. She wouldn't have been able to see him tonight if she'd done the class. Stupid, stupid thought, since it wasn't like they were seeing each other anyway. He was a patient. A patient, George. I don't think self-defense is really my thing. You sure? Jessie tipped her bottle to her mouth with a wicked smile. You'd get to kick my brother's ass. With a laugh, George sat back and soaked in this woman's company and conversation. The back of her mind still caught up on a memory of fathomless, dark eyes, heartbreakingly battle-scarred skin, and the way his hand hadn't wanted to let go. There was nothing better, as far as Ape was concerned, than the wind in your face, the hot rays of the sun setting on your back, and the highway under your tires, especially when you added all that to the satisfaction of a job well done. Tying up loose ends felt good. Better than good. It felt right, like this was exactly what he'd been born to do. Him on the road, taking care of business with a few good brothers behind him, guys like Jam, brothers you could count on. He shoved back that itch of irritation at Handles. The guide had everything, as president, and he'd gone and let cops into the club. No way that would have happened on my watch. Ape hadn't trusted either Indian or Candyland from the moment they'd started showing up at the bar. Man, Handles had fucked up. A lot. It made Ape wonder, once Handles got out, what other mistakes he might make. What if Handles wasn't the right guy to head up a club like the Sultans? Maybe it took someone harder, more decisive, someone like me. He glanced back at the two guys behind him and gave a nod before pulling back on the throttle and passing the row of slow-moving cars, hunkering down in the right lane. Like sheep. Man, it felt good to leave those fuckers in the dust. Things would feel even better once he'd taken care of Agent Clay Navarro. And they were close. So close he could smell it. 7. Small-town life was boring as hell. Well, it was if you had nowhere to go, nothing to do. Clay had never been very good at just sitting around, waiting. He'd awakened early that morning, wishing he had a job to go to. A job. He had a fucking job, but he couldn't actually do it right now. In his room, the vodka bottle shone, half full, from the bathroom counter like a clean, white obelisk, offering blissful oblivion. But Clay knew better. He didn't need that shit, he decided. Beneath the ink and the scars, his body was his best tool. My temple, he thought wryly. The last thing he needed to do right then was ruin it any more than he already had. Hunger beyond what he could satisfy with his collection of local farm fruit finally got him outside, where he'd spotted a diner just off the main strip. It was early afternoon, and the place was pretty empty, for which he was thankful, because the stairs were over the top. Yeah, he felt like saying, not your usual small-town fare. Well, don't worry, all you innocent people. I'll be gone as soon as I can. He sat in the far booth, back to the wall, and snagged a menu along with the newspaper spread across the middle of the table. "What can I get you?" asked a line cook from behind the counter. "Burger, provolone, bacon, whatever else you got to put on it. Anything to give it flavor." "Drink?" "Coffee." "Be right up." The whole exchange had been done in the relative silence of the place, with an unabashedly interested audience, and Clay's irritation ramped up a notch. It wasn't until another customer came in with a repeat of the whole rigmarole that he realized he wasn't as special as he thought. Everybody got stared at. The coffee, when he tasted it, was bland, like everything he'd put in his mouth these last couple of months. Even with the 10 sugar packets he added, it tasted like nothing, which didn't bode well for his lunch. He reached for the paper. Giving it a good shake, Clay skimmed a sports page to see that the World Cup had trumped baseball in the headlines. Not that there was much going on for the Orioles, but he could give a shit about what the U.S. team did in the... His gaze caught on a photo and a headline at the bottom of the Metro section. ATF agent dies in fatal crash. The few lines beneath gave zero details, mentioning only that Breathwaite was dead. Not where or how. Clay sat up, the coffee cup clattering to the formica with a dull thud. Tunnel vision. Heart-beating, visible whoops in the corner of his eyes. Tightness in his chest. Shit. Heart attack. He stood, head wavering but feet slow, stuck in this morass with fuzzy blinders on his eyes, making everything too far away. "Take the check," he managed, mouth moving, voice emerging in a rush like water. No, not water. Hot puffs, hot lips, dry mouth, more like lava. Magma? Was that the word? Was that even a word? "All right, son?" "Fine. You want your burger wrapped up?" "Sure." The path of least resistance. Outside, get outside. Clay pulled his wallet from his pocket, set a 20 carefully on the table, and picked up the paper. "Here, The guy handed Clay a styrofoam box, eyeing him carefully. "You sure you're—" "Good. I'll get your change." "Forget it," Clay said as he walked to the door, stiff and straight with 10 pairs of eyes heavy on his back. It wasn't until he made it outside that he remembered he didn't have the truck. He'd have to walk back through town to his motel. This didn't bode well. Not at all, with the heaviness in his limbs and what looked like dust motes dancing in front of his eyes. His chest was tight, too tight. He set off, breaths like hard little bullets in his lungs, hands grasping the box and the paper, but feeling nothing. Nothing. He passed the coffee shop, then backtracked, blinking. Internet. A look around showed no public computers. At the counter, he asked one of those pierced kids, "Got computers here?" The girl stared thoughtfully at him, twisting one of those tunnel things below her bottom lip. In a surreal flash-forward, Clay pictured how that'd look in a few years, if she ever decided to take it out. Skeletal teeth and gums. A grisly peekaboo. The weird shit people did to their bodies. He almost laughed out loud at that. Hysterical laughter. Not good. "Library, I guess?" "Thanks," he said, already halfway to the door. "Nice tattoo, dude." He walked outside, letting the door shut on her words. Stupid kid. Stupid, stupid kid. And who would make sure nothing happened to that kid, huh? A kid like that? Stupid enough to put one of those things in her lip? Wouldn't know how to take care of herself. Focus. The library. He turned a half circle, noticing the to-go box of food in his hand, got a whiff of greasy steam, and dropped it in the nearest trash can on a wave of nausea. The library was in a tiny building that looked old, he remembered, over by the tracks on Railroad Avenue. He headed that way, feeling sharper, on a mission. Inside, the woman behind the counter lifted her brows at him, but didn't say a word when he settled in front of one of the computers. ATF, Agent Nikolai Breathwaite, he typed into the Google search bar. His shoulders and back tense to the point of pain. Only a few hits appeared, all recent news pieces covering Bread's accident. Clay tried to loosen his shoulders, but it felt like the tension was the only thing holding his bones together. There was one photo, the same one, over and over, released only after his death, no doubt. It was his official ATF ID shot. Bread was like him, eternally undercover. Had been like him. Clay had seen that badge. He'd made fun of Bread in the shot, called him a googly-eyed motherfucker. There wouldn't be any more photos now, because Bread was dead. Clay stifled a laugh. Not the time to lose his shit. Again. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Only an insider could have figured out where Bread had been placed as he awaited trial. Only an insider could have gotten to him. Somebody with links to DOJ at the very least. After half an hour spent sifting through articles that all said pretty much the same thing, he leaned back. An accident, they said. But Clay knew it was bullshit. He pulled out his phone, ready to call Tyler, but stopped when the woman behind the counter cleared her throat. Right. Library. After shutting everything down and deleting the browsing history, he limped back outside into the too bright day. He wouldn't call Tyler. He couldn't do that. Couldn't reach out at all, especially now that the only other guy who'd known what Clay knew was dead. The only other person who could testify. His safety depended on no one finding out where the hell he was. He was supposed to check in with McGovern, but he wouldn't. Not if shit was going down like this. Fuck. Maybe he should leave. Go farther south. No, he wasn't running. He'd stay here, get these piece-of-shit tattoos removed and wait. Because, fuck if he'd become a fugitive. He was the law, for Christ's sake, not the one on the run. He stood up straighter, pulled his glasses back down over his eyes, and turned in a half circle. The town sat, quiet and quaint, hot and humid as hell. The buzz of summer insects tickled the back of his brain. What should he do now? Get in touch with Tyler after all? No. Tyler might have a tap on his line. They might be watching him. What about McGovern? Could she be the rat? Weirder things had happened. She had family, which made her prime picking for ruthless bastards like the Sultans. But no. She was the biggest stick-in-the-mud, straight-arrow agent he'd ever seen. He didn't believe she could turn for a moment. Besides, she'd been the one who'd fought for him with the big guys, the one who'd understood that to be truly undercover, you had to live like your quarry. She got that. Not her. Who the fuck was it? Someone had given them his name the night of the raid. Some fucker had told the Sultans he was a cop and set them on his ass in ways nobody could have fucking imagined. Ape calling him in back, Jam and the others watching as Ape did his eyes, then Knuckles branding him. Handles is out, but when he gets back you're a dead man. Those fucking words. Then the needle against his face, his lids screwed shut against Ape's threat of popping his eyeballs with it. Here, in sweet, innocent Blackwood, Clay stood and breathed, waited, watched, as a couple in pink and white emerged from an antique place, arm in arm, and moved along the sidewalk to the ladies' dress shop next door. Leafy green trees lined both sides of the street, shading the red brick and white clapboard facades of one cutesy place after another. Coffee shop, more goddamned antiques, the diner he'd always associate with Bread's death. Beyond that, an indent, and that pub, the Nook. A drink. Yeah, he'd go for a drink. Anything to obliterate the guilt at being the last one standing, and the knowledge that if he fell, there'd be nobody left to make those bastards pay. Clay Navarro had never in his life felt quite so alone. George waited for Andrew Blaine to show up for an hour and a half that evening. She would probably have stayed even longer if the animals hadn't needed her. That, and she'd caught up on every bit of paperwork she could find, so no more excuses. No reason to stay at the clinic. As she locked up and made her way to her car alone, she realized two things, both pathetic. One, she'd been looking forward to seeing the big man again. And two, his absence made her feel jilted, which was patently ridiculous. Great. I need to feel needed. And then, when I'm not needed, Lord, did she truly have no life at all? As she pulled into her driveway, rather than continue thinking about Andrew Blaine, she decided to concentrate on home. Home, where things didn't go smoothly unless she was there. Which wasn't entirely true either. Her place was all moving parts. No, not moving parts, but bits and pieces that together made up an ecosystem. Almost self-contained, her garden depended on 3 things from the outside: sunlight, rain, and George. She liked that dependence. She liked being needed. When she found a bright purple sticky note stuck to her front door, she initially assumed it was some erroneous delivery because no one ever visited. She read it. "Come over for dinner. I got wine." Something inside her did a strange, unexpected flip-flop. George rushed guiltily through feeding the animals. She should have watered the garden, too, since the leaves were yellowing and there was no hint of rain on the horizon. But who had time when you had a dinner invite stuck to your door? Out back, she locked the chickens up, spared 30 seconds for Leonard's belly rub, and paused on the steps. Laughter drifted over the other side of the fence, and then words, "Hey, George." "Cabe?" "Yeah. Mom says you might come over for dinner?" "Yes, I'm on my way." "Good. I want to show you my egg baby. Maybe you can tell Mom to get me a puppy?" "Oh, I'm not—" "I can hear you, you know," Jessie yelled from somewhere inside her house. "I'll be right over," George said in return. "Need me to bring anything?" "No, I'm defrosting a bunch of crap from the store. That's as fancy as we get around here." George smiled. "Got a one, mate?" the British bartender asked, and Clay nodded. Nodding and drinking, about all he'd done for the past couple of hours. Or he looked around for a clock. "Time is it?" he asked. 8:30. "Seriously? Shit. Cancel that. What do I owe you?" "Sure you don't want something to eat?" The guy's eyes narrowed strangely on him, and Clay had a moment of clarity. I must be drunk. "Nah, thanks." "Here?" the guy said, sliding his tab onto the bar in front of him. Jesus, this place was cheap. He'd been drinking for hours, and the check was just around $20. He threw a couple of bills onto the bar and got off the stool, catching his foot in one of the legs before righting it. Too loud. Clumsy. "You all right?" "Good." "I'll get your change." "Keep it." The guy's brows raised. "Thank you." He smiled and did one of those half-bow things dudes like that could pull off. Clay turned. Another step, and Clay stiffened when a hand landed on his shoulder. The Brit had come around the bar, apparently. "You all right to drive, mate?" "Not driving." A nod, and Clay walked to the door, then outside into the oppressive heat. He turned toward the skin clinic. Dark. She was gone. Fuck. He'd missed the appointment, which meant... He swallowed. Had she waited for him? Nah, she wouldn't do that. She was nice, but she had a life, a job. Not like him, whose sole purpose right now was those fucking appointments. Right. And then I go and miss one. At the clinic, he tried the door just in case, but there was no point, was there? He knocked a couple of times, pounded the door for good measure. "Doc left a while ago." A deep, lazy voice drawled from somewhere behind him. Clay turned, squinting until he saw a man, the sheriff, who'd pulled him over his second day here. Small but strong-looking, sitting on a bench right in front of the MMA school. Fuck if he hadn't just passed right by him and not seen him in the night. Yeah, figured. For a few silent seconds, the two men sized each other up. Whatever he saw, the other man decided to keep the conversation going. "See, you're still here, son?" "Yep." Clay sucked in a lungful of thick, heavy air, which didn't even begin to clear the booze from his head. "Blaine, right?" "That's right, Sheriff." You hiding out in Blackwood, Mr. Blaine? Or you come to make trouble?" Clay opened his mouth, and Sheriff Mullen shushed him. "Nah, don't say it. Don't need to hear whatever story you've cooked up. I'm in charge here, though, and I'd rather you keep your brand of trouble outside of my town." Clay nodded, with a quick look around. Where were the TV cameras filming this ridiculous cowboy banter? "Not looking for trouble, sir." "Good." He sucked in a few breaths and felt his back loosen when the other man stood up and turned to walk away. Clay watched him go a few steps, then swing back around. "Noticed you doing that limpin' jog around town." He indicated the gym behind him with a thumb. "If you're looking for a workout, you should check out the gym. Wouldn't be so hard on that bum leg as all that running." Clay's brows rose. His eyes flicked to the glow of lights coming from the gym. "Don't think you'd like my kind of fighting in there." The sheriff did a scoffing laugh, managing to come off as both wise and condescending, which was really a pretty good trick. "Don't worry. We've got our share of assholes who think they're tougher than they are. You sober up and come on in tomorrow, son. We'll see what kind of fighter you are. Tell whoever's at the door you're my guest." "Why?" "Why are you inviting me?" "It's like I tell the parents round here. Know where your kids are. They're gonna get shit-faced no matter what you do, so you might as well keep them at home." He smirked. "Or at least in the field out back. And I mean, look at you." He waved at Clay's face, taking in the rest of him with a lazy move. "Don't know when you got out. No idea why you've got 5-0 inked onto your face. But I'd say you belong where someone can keep an eye on you." The man's smile widened again, revealing a perfect, artificial-looking line of bright white teeth. "Course, a little birdie told me 2 of my favorite local meth heads showed up in the hospital Saturday night, all broken to bits, tripping their asses off, and spouting some bull about how a tattooed giant tore 'em apart." Clay felt a wave of respect for this small, tough-looking man. "Better the devil, you know." "Exactly. You clean us out of weekend entertainment, and there won't be a damn thing left for the sheriff's office to do anymore. So, you see, I might be a little confused as to just who the hell you are, with your prison tattoos and that death sentence on your face. And I'm curious as to what you might be doing in my town. But I'm not entirely sure I want you gone just yet." "I'm not going anywhere." The sheriff's eyes flicked up to the clinic sign and back down to Clay. His smile turned smaller, sly. "Figured as much. Anyway, you come on in and show us some of those fancy moves you might or might not have used on our local cranksters, and I'll give you something to occupy yourself with while you squat in my town. Keep you from breaking a nail trying to hold off my other local troublemakers. Mutually beneficial." Jesus, the man had attitude. Old and small, but showing absolutely no fear. Clay smiled. His first one of the day. Or was it year? And surprising even himself, nodded. "What time?" "Come in at noon," the old dude said before starting off. "You can kick my ass for lunch." On her way to Jessie's, George grabbed a jar of homemade strawberry jam, some brown paper and raffia, then ran outside to pick a few zinnias from the back of the garden. You didn't go anywhere empty-handed. That was something her mother had taught her early on. Hastily wrapped gifts in hand, she rounded the house from the side and headed over. Inside, the place was sparsely furnished. Short brown coffee table, its veneer cracked, a fat tan sofa with worn patches on the arms and stains on the cushions. The floor was covered with carpeting, which she wouldn't have guessed before coming inside, and the fireplace appeared to be sealed shut. Too bad. Pull up the rug and open up the chimney, and the place could actually be quite picturesque. "Happy new house," George said, handing the jam and bouquet to Jessie. "Oh, wow, you didn't have to do this. Thank you." "Don't be ridiculous. So, you're all moved in?" "Yeah." Jessie looked around, lips compressed. "We don't have all that much." "Better clean and neat than a hoarder like me." "You're not a hoarder." George raised a brow at Jessie. "Seriously, your place is awesome. It's got character." "Yeah," Gabe chimed in. "Candles and cushions and rocking chairs and stuff. You've got all those blankets and those owl statues and the lamp of the Chinese woman and those paintings and—" "Okay, gee, let's get you in PJs." "But George just got here." "Yes. Well, remember our deal? PJs first, then dinner, then teeth. And a game?" "I don't believe video games were ever mentioned." "Aw, Mom." "Look," Jessie said with a sigh, "I'll read you a story, okay?" "George can read to me tonight." The child looked at George, and she could do nothing but smile. He was adorable. Really, truly adorable, with his sprinkling of freckles and amber eyes, just like his mom's. He may be manipulating her, but she loved it. "I want what they have," she thought, pushing back a rogue wave of envy. "I'll read to you." No, actually, I want you to tell me a story." "Tell you one?" "Yeah, like from your head, not from a book." George blinked. She didn't think she had any stories in her. Did she? She cleared her throat, caught Jessie's eye roll, and went on with a laugh. "Sure." Dinner was an odd assortment of appetizers, all thrown together on a platter, with a bottle of cheap white wine. Unfamiliar though it all was, George loved it. Every second of it. "All right, G, you gotta get those teeth brushed." "Come on, Mom. You said I could stay up and—" "No way. Brush your teeth and—" "Fine, but I want that story." George smiled. "Just come and get me when you're ready." She watched mother and son traipse off down the hall, her heart a little tight in her chest as she listened to the arguments, brushing and splashing. Finally, a door opened and Jessie came back up the hall to whisper, "Not sure what's going on. Usually he reads to himself, but maybe it's the new house. Anyway, you don't have to do this." "It's fine," said George, meaning it. "I want to." Gabe's room was the only fully furnished room in the house. This was where money had been spent. Kid stuff all over. Bright colors, comic book characters, Spider-Man sheets, and Pixar posters. George hesitated in the doorway, unsure where she was supposed to sit, until Gabe patted the spot next to him on his bed. She walked over and settled carefully beside him. Little boys were not something she knew much about, but this one seemed to like her, which was strange in and of itself. "Okay, I'm ready," he said. George had no idea what she was going to say. Crap, she hadn't planned for this. So what kind of story do you want?" "A monster." "A monster?" "Yeah, Maybe a monster nobody wants? Oh, okay. She thought about it for a few seconds, ignoring the image that rose up out of nowhere. Andrew Blaine, haunting her mind's eye again. So, Bob. Bob is a monster, and he arrives one day in a small monster town. She paused, cleared her throat. Wait, they're hall monsters? Yeah, and nobody wants to be friends with him. He's just another monster, but he looks different. He looks scarier. How? What does he look like? Oh, God, George wasn't good at this. No imagination at all. He has paint all over him. Paint? You know, like tattoos. His paint tells bad monster stories. She groaned inwardly. Oh, said the child, apparently understanding something that George didn't quite get herself. Yes, he's got these marks all over his skin. They tell a story about him, where he's been, who he is, what he's lived through, and Bob wants those marks gone. Why? Because he doesn't want anybody to know his story. He wants them to think he's just like them. She paused, waiting for another question, and when none came, she went on. The thing is, monsters like other monsters who look like them. They don't always accept different-looking monsters. Yeah, Gabe whispered, his warm little body curled up into George's. Sometimes monsters are alone, with no friends. So, Bob came to Monsterton, looked around, and then found one monster who knew how to take the monster paint off. The monster twos? Yes. And slowly, Bob's monster paint starts to disappear, leaving him with perfect, clear blue monster skin. Do the other monsters like Bob now? George sighed, snuggled deeper into the bed, despite the heat, and wondered, do they? Good question. I mean, Gabe turned onto his side and looked up at her. Does Bob have friends now? No friends, because they all saw him before, and they don't trust Bob, George said. But then her forehead wrinkled with worry. What kind of story was she telling this child? This wasn't a lesson she should be teaching. But then something happened. He sucked in a breath. What? One day, one of the monsters from Monsterton falls into the lake, and she can't swim. Monsters can't swim? Only some. And Bob? Can Bob swim? Yes. So he dives in after the monster and saves her. George paused, waiting for Gabe to interject. Nothing. And they throw him a party. To thank him? Yes. Bob's a hero. Yes, he's a hero. Gabe yawned, his mouth creaking. Bob's gonna be like a superhero now, isn't he? With a smile, George reached out and turned off the lamp. Pretty much. Yeah, superheroes are always different from everyone else, like freaks, but they save people, and then everyone loves them. Right. She put a hand on Gabe's soft hair, looked up and saw Jessie silhouetted in the doorway. Good night, Gabe. Night, George. That was a pretty good story. Glad you liked it. Superheroes always look like bad guys first, he said, turned over, and snuggled into his pillow, leaving George in a sort of dull shock. What on earth was she doing telling a story like that? She had no idea where it was going, no idea that she was, in fact, giving her version of someone else's true story. And good Lord,
What was wrong with her that she couldn't, even for a minute, stop thinking about Andrew Blaine? Funny how Clay had assumed he was just randomly walking. He'd started off with the idea that he needed to clear the booze from his brain, especially after that run-in with the law. It had taken maybe 200 feet of blind walking before he'd started noticing things like the night sky above, with its wide scattering of stars, interrupted by the craggy dark peaks to the west. It shouldn't be so clear, this sky, not with the clogged feel of the air. It was hot, stiflingly heavy, although nothing like the motel walls. He had the urge to open his mouth the way you might in a rainstorm and drink it. A rainstorm. Fuck, that would be good. So good. It would clear the atmosphere and maybe his brain, too. More steps, more distance from the lights of Main Street, his feet crunching the dry road in a gritty, lopsided counterpoint to the moist, alive chorus of the Virginia night. Crunch, scrape, crunch, scrape, his limp all too apparent. Crunch, scrape, crunch, scrape. Not a car in sight as he trudged on, stars above, bug noise all around him, almost electric in its continuity. Crickets. God-damned crickets. Every once in a while, one of the creatures would surprise him, its voice popping out from the wall of sound, separating itself from this unholy hum. How the hell did they know to sing that same damned note? Maybe it was the only one they could sing. One-hit wonders, all of them. Crunch, scrape, crunch, scrape. Clay made it a game, to even out his steps against the pavement, drawing his knee as close to the other as possible, ignoring the sharper ache, and shortening his stride until he made a crunch, 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 crunch. Never quite perfect, but almost. Almost. He focused on the road ahead of him, devoid of buildings and houses now, and blinked when he realized where he was, where he'd been going this whole time. Her street. The doctor's. A tunnel of wilderness on both sides, with her place at the end, the glow of her windows already there. A light at the end of the tunnel. He almost turned around. Almost, but not really. The rhythm of his soles changed, faltered as he approached. He hesitated for a moment, nearly tripped. Should he knock? What would she do? She'd call the goddamned cops if she had any sense. His steps stopped right across the street from her house, where the woods were thick and dark and loud as hell. As soon as he stilled there, the bugs took over. Mosquitoes feasting on his skin, others buzzing around his ears. He ignored them, fixing his eyes on the lamp lit in her front window. The curtains drawn back, inviting his gaze farther inside. Didn't she know? Didn't she get how vulnerable she was alone in that house? Anyone could walk up and watch her, stalk her, and... Fuck, I'm the sick bastard doing it. I'm the person she should worry about. But he knew that wasn't true, because he'd seen exactly how bad the world could be, for men, certainly, but even worse for women like her, for girls like his sister Carly, who'd trusted the wrong guys, for the club hangers-on, those women who had no choice but to align themselves with fucked-up assholes who'd end up hurting them, and even for women like George Hadley, who saw the good in people, who worked so hard to spread her special brand of warmth.
The world beyond the fuzzy golden glow she'd surrounded herself with was a treacherous, stinking, dangerous place. Clay was the last line of resistance between her and the hell that lay out there in the wilderness of real life. He'd be damned if he'd leave her to its mercy. At least, that's what he told himself as he took raw comfort he needed more than anything right now, just knowing she was nearby. Back in the living room, George made as if to go, but Jessie threw a "you've gotta be kidding me" look and held up the half-full bottle of wine. "Please don't leave me to kill this by myself. I'm pathetic enough as it is." "You're not pathetic. Wanna bet?" One brow raised, Jessie poured out 2 full glasses and held hers up in a toast. "I just realized that I haven't gotten laid in 2 years. How's that for pathetic?" George's giggle stopped short. "Oh, Her eyes lost focus as she tried to latch on to a memory. "What?" "I've got you beat," George admitted. "What? No way." "Yes, way." Her eyes blurred over with tears. It was the wine. She really wasn't used to drinking. "Haven't in—" Another gulp. Another swallow. A memory of the last time she'd done it. Done it wasn't even the right word. It had been a goodbye. Almost a decade. Jessie spat out a mouthful of wine at that. "What the effing hell? Are you kidding me?" George shook her head, embarrassed, teary-eyed, but laughing nonetheless. "You, George, are a born-again virgin. You realize that?" "What?" "Yeah. Oh, man." With a conspiratorial look over her shoulder, Jessie asked, "Should we, hire a pro or something just to get us out of our dry spells?" After a fit of giggling that nearly ended in actual sobs, George leaned back, wiped her eyes, and hiccuped. Her breathing was shaky, and she tried hard to get it back. It was hilarious, really, wasn't it? Not having sex in that long, and the born-again virgin thing, it was funny. But for a few seconds, it was all too unbearably sad to laugh at. So sad that she had to fight back the tears and force a tight smile. "We really have to do something about this, though. You do get that, right, George? Find you a man and—" She sat up straight and wiped the grin off her face. "Are you, a lesbian or something?" One hand out. "That's okay, too. I mean—" "No, not a lesbian. I was married once. To a man. A long time ago, and—" George sucked in a big breath of air, forcing the tears back. Funny how the laughter and the crying were so close, so wrapped up inside her, so intertwined and interchangeable. When had she so lost control of herself that she couldn't talk about her past without opening the floodgates to an emotional deluge? Never. She'd never talked about it. Any of it. To anyone. She couldn't start now. Rather than go on, she cut it short, nipped it in the bud, clammed right up. "I don't like to talk about it." "Oh." Jessie looked taken aback, and George's skin heated with embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I'm really bad at this." "At what?" "Friendships. With women. With anyone, I guess." The words tripped George up, but they kept coming despite her mortification. "I'm not good at it. I always say the wrong things and don't say the right ones. I'm really—" "Girl, do you have any idea how hard it is to have friends when you have a kid?" Jessie shook her head ruefully. "I had Gabe young. Nobody could be bothered to hang out once he was born. And then, as a mother, I've always been the wrong kind of mother, you know? Couldn't do play dates 'cause I was in school, and then waiting tables, and then constantly working. I had a big, scary brother in prison. Not exactly conducive to developing close ties with other young moms, you know? She paused, leaned forward, and grabbed George's hand. You're doing fine, George. Trust me. Thanks. So, Jessie refilled their glasses and lifted hers in a toast. Now that we've both established how bad we are at friendships, here's to new friendships. They clinked glasses and drank. And to better dates than the ones I've been on in the past few years. Hear, hear, said George. I mean, how unsexy is it when dudes are like, may I touch your breast, please, ma'am? And I'm like, seriously? Shall I have you fill out an authorization form first? I had the opposite, George replied. I went out with a man only once, who pushed me against my car, trying to make out in a parking lot after a crappy, boring date. D'you deck 'em in the balls? No, replied George with regret. I wish I had, now that you mention it. He had this cold, wet tongue, and he kept sort of swiping it over my mouth. Ew. Oh, Lord, I can't believe I'm telling you this, but you know what he said to me? I'd forgotten all about this. George giggled, happy to share with someone, finally. The words emerged through the laughter. He kept saying, I want to lick you, George. I want to lick you. Oh, gross, in that accent? Yes, he was a visiting professor from Oxford or Cambridge or I don't remember, but it gets better. Listen to this. I said, you want to lick me? You are licking me. Because the way he did it, he had this big, flat, rough cat tongue, and he was licking my mouth and my face. But when I said that to him, you know what he said? What? I want to lick your clit, George. She could barely get the words past the hilarity now, and Jessie had joined her, groaning, laughing. I want to lick your clit. Ew. Oh, my effing God, that is gross. Jessie leaned back, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and slapped her hand down on George's knee. Lady, there is no doubt about it, you've got me beat. Thank you for that. Any time, said George. So, new objective, get George laid. With a grimace, George said, No, not really. I mean, yes, I wouldn't mind, I guess, but I've given up. She glanced at Jessie before letting herself talk. I'm doing IUI. Saying the words out loud to someone who wasn't a medical professional was weirdly liberating. What's that? Intrauterine insemination? Like in vitro, except more natural, I guess. Jessie's eyes opened wide. So, turkey baster but no petri dish? Kind of, yes. I want babies. George glanced down the hall to where Gabe was fast asleep. One baby. A kid like him would be great. Wow. Well, I'd give you mine except he's your baby and you're crazy about him. I am. After a few minutes of silent sipping, Jessie spoke again, her eyes wide on George's. You got any family? No, George said, then felt guilty enough to change her answer. Well, kind of. I'm still close with my in-laws. Yeah? Jessie's expression told her just how weird that sounded. and George didn't bother to add that her husband had died and left them, alone, with each other. I'm not very social, I suppose. That probably explains how we've managed to not run into each other more often. After a pause, Jessie went on. I get it, though. All the fear and the crap I go through as a single mother. It's hard, but I know one thing for sure. I've got a family. Forever, unless something goes wrong. Her knuckles knocked on the hollow-sounding coffee table. God forbid. Yeah. George nodded, looking away. I want that too. Wow, George. I guess we really do need to get you laid then, 'cause that's gotta be more fun than a turkey baster. A sound drew Clay's eyes to the left, where what looked like a pile of dark bushes hid another house, smaller than Dr. Hadley's. Voices, a door slamming, and he stepped deeper into the woods, his feet crunching on dry leaves and sticks. A vine or a root nearly tripped him in the process, but he wouldn't look down, couldn't, because there she was. Oh, God, she was 20 feet away, 15, walking slowly and humming to herself in the middle of the dead-end road. His pulse went wild, working hard to drown out the night sounds. From somewhere close by, maybe her yard, a small, dark shadow slithered out, its movements slightly off, and met her. Wrapping itself around her legs, she cooed. The woman actually cooed, the sound high and sweet and almost as sing-songy as her humming had been. She bent and grabbed the animal, a cat, he surmised, from the noises it made, and cuddled it close. They gave each other a headbutt, and in the most unnatural reaction of all time, his dick hardened. Just a little. The sensation was so unfamiliar, he was tempted to reach down to check. He wanted to step forward, to wrap himself around them both, or maybe to let himself be wrapped up in her, the way she'd enveloped that lucky little cat. Instead, he took a deep, painful breath and watched, eyes big and dry and incapable of blinking. If she glanced into the woods now, she'd see the dull shine of his eyeballs, fixed on her, like his life depended on it. Like that creepy dude from The Lord of the Rings, obsessed with his precious. Only Clay wasn't doing it to have her, but rather to save her. Or to save himself. It was all mixed up inside. She didn't look his way. She turned to the house, walking and humming again, her hips as fluid as water. And he wanted to feel the coolness of her hands on his skin again, wanted to grab those hips and change the tide of their sway. Oh, he wanted to dive into her, to sink in, to lose himself in her pale, soft efficiency. Oh, fuck. He stumbled back, stilled awkwardly with one hand on a trunk, a fuzzy vine prickling his palm. He wanted to take his hand away, but he couldn't. She'd turned at the sound, and though her eyes were in shadow, the cat's weren't. They were two bright diamonds in the night, fixed right on him, pointing out his location like a beacon. His breath was fast and heavy in his ears, and for once he was glad for the goddamned incessant drone of the insects. The few seconds she searched the woods were unbearably long, but finally she turned to slip through the open gate. Even that she didn't fucking close. Up the sweet overgrown flagstones of her walkway, then onto her porch, and through the front door, without even a hint of the jingle of keys. He stood, unmoving, as she made her way down the hall into the back room. She didn't lock the front door behind her, and still hadn't done so by the time he watched her turn off lights and disappear up the big staircase. Guiltily, he took in the upstairs lights switching on, her shadow moving through an interior door, another light on in the front of the house, the bathroom, wide open like the rest of the place. He stared, hating himself as she pulled off her skirt, too low for him to see, which was both a disappointment and a relief. She reached for the bottom hem of her shirt and paused, turned her head, and took 2 steps to close a set of wooden shutters, which masked the lower half of the window entirely and therefore his view. Good, he thought with a sigh. Good. She'd cut him loose, absolved him of guilt by removing the element of choice, which was good, because he couldn't have looked away even if he'd wanted to, which he hadn't. No, he'd wanted to. Something bumped his leg, and he almost shouted with surprise until he saw what it was. The cat. The darn thing was back outside. It had come to find him, to chase him off, or... No, not chase him, apparently, because it rubbed him in the same way it had rubbed her. Pushy figure 8s around his legs, designed to influence. He bent and picked the creature up, pulling it into his chest the way she'd done just minutes before. With a jolt of surprise, he felt the odd space where one of the animal's legs was missing. It didn't seem too hampered by the shortage, as it clawed its way up to his face, embracing him with its one remaining front paw, and sniffed his mouth with its tiny, cold, wet nose. Awkwardly, Clay stood for long minutes, holding this purring creature, waiting to see what it wanted. After a while, it settled deeper into his arms, with apparently no intention of taking off. With a sigh and a look around, Clay made his way to what appeared to be a downed log, and sat, leaning against a tree, letting the animal's warmth and engine-like rumble cover up the buzzing in his brain. It was strangely comfortable, despite the heat and humidity and the prick of mosquitoes eating at his skin, possibly because for once he didn't feel quite so alone. 8. Clay awoke the next day, a hot, shivering mess on the motel room floor. Immediately, he remembered what he'd done the night before, stalking Dr. Hadley. Shame weighted his gut, deep and heavy. Man, he was a creepy fucker. Watching a woman in her home like that, no matter how good his excuses. The problem was that he'd liked feeling useful. You weren't supposed to like a stakeout. You were supposed to be miserable and uncomfortable, not content the way he'd been. Not relieved to have a purpose beyond waiting around for a court date that was still months off. And fuck, he was a sick bastard, because he wanted to do it all over again. He wanted to be out there, watching over her, keeping her safe in a way that he knew was wrong. Wrong. God, his head. It hurt, like he'd rammed a spike through his eye socket. Christ, why did he do this to himself? Memories of waking up in the clubhouse, hungover, hurting, and half-clothed, with some random woman next to him in his bedroom. He'd complained to his boss, who'd eventually gotten him lined up with an undercover girlfriend. Thank God. The other guys might think he was whipped, but that was nothing compared to the stress of finding ways to avoid fucking those poor women. Women like Carly, He screwed his eyes shut against those images. With a rustle, his hand met paper, and memories from the day before came flooding back. Nico Breadthwaite, dead. Clay drinking at the bar, then running into that cop. The man had seen right through him. He'd known something was up. Had the sheriff made him? Clay wondered. The morning, bringing a new perspective on that odd conversation. Fuck. Maybe Clay was losing his edge, and the sheriff saw right through the civilian charade. Because that was what this was. A charade. All day, every day, Clay was playing some role, pretending to be something he wasn't. Yeah, but you do it long enough, you become it. Whatever it is. Maybe it was the goddamned banner Ape had forced on him, the one that said, "Hey, I'm a fucking cop, and I'll never work undercover again because it's written on my face." After a worthless 15 minutes of he made me not, Clay stopped the internal debate firmly on the side of not. In fact, he decided, he'd been so damn good at his role of stupid criminal that the man had figured he'd best take him off the streets. Good. Good. He stood, let the sweaty sheet fall to the floor, revealing his unexpectedly naked body. He didn't remember taking his clothes off after returning from his vigil at the doc's place, and moved to the AC, pushed a few buttons, waited. Nothing. From polar ice cap, it had turned into a goddamned sauna in here, and he couldn't get a fucking wheeze of cold air. In the bathroom, he lifted the toilet seat and vomited, made even more nauseated by the state of the porcelain rim. Christ, he had to get out of this place. He would have spent the night in the woods if the mosquitoes hadn't eventually made it unbearable, their bites overlapping, the bumps still texturing his skin. His T-shirt was festooned with grisly smears of blood from crushing them. His blood. Outside, his mind called again, overlaying the image of the doctor's house with another place. That mountain overlook where he'd found... what? Himself? Yeah, right. His new favorite bird, the vulture? The mirror showed a cynical smile at that thought, but the notion did have an oddly true ring to it. He'd felt a weird kinship with that bird. After a long, cold shower, a big glass of cloudy water, and his last 2 wrinkled apples, he made his way back into the world, only to be blinded by the sun. He was yearning for something to soak up the booze, so he headed to Main Street, on foot, avoiding the bad news diner and going straight to the coffee shop with its hipster baristas. Probably the only place in town where he almost fit in. A pretentious pastry and 2 tasteless coffees later, he felt slightly better. Then caught sight of a clock, only to realize it was just a few minutes before noon. He considered his options. Back to the motel, where the AC could no longer even pretend to battle the filthy, moist heat. Or... shit. He was going to do it, wasn't he? Clay took a quick trip to his room to change into his sweatpants, hesitating before slipping into a crappy T-shirt with the arms cut off. At the last minute, he grabbed a long-sleeved shirt to throw over himself, then headed back to the gym beside the clinic. The clinic. Shit. He'd have to go back at some point. Or maybe he wouldn't have to. Maybe he'd just hold on to the tats, like part of his history. Hell, the kids in the coffee shop had looked at him with a sort of awe. Who knew a face tattoo would get you quite so much street cred? He knew. His fake prison tats had gotten him exactly the respect he'd needed to fit into the club. He hesitated briefly before he pushed into the MMA school. Inside, it was exactly what he'd expected. And at the same time, it wasn't. Yes, it smelled like sweat and socks like every other gym in the world, but there was more to it than he'd imagined. It was bigger than it looked from the outside, with mats covering the middle of the room and weight equipment along the sides. A couple of speed bags and heavy bags in the corners. Nothing particularly high-tech or new. He liked it, which gave him a jolt. It had been a long-ass time since he'd felt right someplace. Nobody manned the desk, so Clay just walked in, ignored the stares of the two guys lifting, and scanned the room until he spotted Sheriff Mullen in the back. He stood, wrapping his hands. "Made it," said the sheriff, with a come-on-back-here wave. "Get you suited up." "For what?" With a tilt of his head, the man indicated Clay's hands. "Wouldn't want to ruin all that pretty ink, would we?" Clay scoffed and unconsciously rubbed his arms. "Yeah." "You got more under there?" After a second, he lifted his chin in acknowledgement. "That what you been doing next door?" A non-committal sound was all Clay managed. He wasn't sure why, but after a brief hesitation, he yanked off the long-sleeved shirt, baring his tats, before wrapping his hands. It had been a while since he'd geared up like this. The Sultans didn't believe in protection for a fight. They believed in scars and wounds. Disfigurement was a way of life for those guys, a badge of honor. The more you tainted yourself in the name of the club, the more teeth you had knocked out, the better. He had a bent finger or two to prove it, since drunken brawls were the norm in Nagelstown, Maryland. Followed by drunken fucks, of course. Jesus, he missed that part of it. The brawls, not the fucks. "You getting those taken off?" Sheriff Mullen interrupted Clay's reminiscing as he pulled out some boxing gloves. He threw a pair at Clay, along with headgear. "Bit late for the doctor to be working last night, wasn't it?" "Just making sure she was okay." Small man said, sounding dubious. "What kind of fightin' you done?" "Regular kind," said Clay, with a hint of a smirk. "Yeah? Let's see what you got." Out on the mat, the little guy hit his gloved fist to Clay's and moved back with a spring in his step. So he'd be fast. That was okay. Clay could handle fast. Although maybe not today, all shaky and hungover. And he was right. The little guy came in quick and low, arms up in a defensive position that was tough as hell to get through.
You've been listening so intently. Now is the perfect time to take a deep breath, close your eyes, and let the music wash over you. We appreciate your time and support.
true. He was tiny, but wiry and strong, and going up against him, Clay felt like a big, slow oaf. But he felt good, too, even as he absorbed a couple of quick, tight little jabs to the head and shoulders. The pain was right. The speed, the adrenaline, oh man, what a relief. He ducked and struck with an uppercut that would have stunned if he hadn't pulled back. His opponent's eyes were bright as his probably, and his excitement ratcheted up a notch or two. Man, this was what it was about. The physical perfection of confronting a worthy opponent. A jab, roundhouse, push, push, and the other man stumbled. But then, before he knew it, his foot snaked out and Clay was down, with a crash that sounded loud and hollow in the room. It was quiet, besides their breathing, and he realized the other guys were watching them. The main event. There was a jangle of bells at the door, and more people came in, their voices fading to nothing as they entered the space and caught sight of the two mismatched fighters in the back. Ah, hell, he'd seen enough fights where big boxers came out looking like losers on the ground, and here he was, the smaller man's arm wrapped around his throat like an unbreakable noose. He'd hoped to just fight it straight, maybe a little dumb, but his body moved faster than his brain, and before he'd thought it out, his arm rammed into the crook of the guy's elbow, his hand to his shoulder. God, he loved jiu-jitsu, and he'd missed rolling with someone who knew what he was doing. The sheriff's arm remained around Clay's neck. Christ, he was strong for such a lightweight. But he'd left his ankle out in the open, and Clay went for it. Pushed up on his legs, threw the little guy up, over his shoulder. Past the blood rushing through his ears, he heard a murmur in the room. He was providing the entertainment. Fucking fight night challenge over here. Shit. He'd blow his cover if he wasn't careful. But it had worked, that move, and he liked it. Loved coming out on top in a fight, could see that the sheriff had enjoyed the challenge of being one-upped. And now, Clay wanted more. They shared a painful fist bump before the man pulled him straight into a clinch. "Not just a street thug after all," he said into Clay's ear in something just above a whisper. "You ex-military?" Clay shook his head. Let's see some more like that," he yelled, and pushed away, going straight for the feet. Fuck, he should stop. He had to if he didn't want the guy to know he wasn't a civilian. But civilian life was overrated. And this felt good. Way too good to put an end to it. At the knock on her door, George looked up. "You've got a visitor," said Purnima. "Oh?" Expressionless as always, the nurse nevertheless managed to convey something with her look. "Andrew Blaine?" She took a big, shaky breath in. "Oh." "Shall I?" George stood, breathed out. "I'll be right." "No." She sat back down. "Send him in, please." "All right. You want me to stay with you?" With a frown, George considered before answering with, "No. No, I'm fine. Go on home." Purnima hesitated, but finally turned and left the room, returning shortly with Andrew Blaine in tow. "Come in," George said, with what she hoped was placid concern. He stepped inside, disheveled and sweaty and, oh geez, something else. Not hot, but heated, maybe? Intense. "I'm sorry," he said, remaining in the doorway. "It's okay?" "No, I mean, He looked away.
I shouldn't have missed yesterday. I had no excuse."
"All right, well." She swallowed hard, avoided his eyes, and then, maybe because he'd hurt her, and she wanted to hurt him back, she said, "You'll have to pay for the missed time."
"Of course."
He waited, just stood there breathing hard, and she couldn't help but notice his chest beneath his sleeveless T-shirt moving.
"Can you take me today?"
"Have you put on the cream?"
"No, but—"
His smile, dry and cracked, pulled at something deep inside her.
"But I can't reach most of my back anyway, so it's all the same, isn't it?"
"Oh, you don't have anyone who can—"
"No, Doc. Got nobody to rub my back for me."
"I'm sorry."
"Are you?"
he said, with a bigger smile. "Of course I am. She stopped herself from talking. "Oh, God, why was she so dense? Was he flirting with her? And if so, why on earth would he bother flirting with someone like her?" A swallow failed to wet her throat enough, and her voice, when it came out, was ragged. "I've got to finish up some paperwork here, so—" Another throat clearing.
"Got all the time in the world."
"Good. Perfect. I'll just apply the numbing cream, and we'll wait for it to take effect."
"Sounds good."
"All right, follow me." He barely moved back to let her through the door, and that, even that, felt like flirtation. Unfamiliar and dangerous, but so titillating. In the examination room, she moved to the sink, washed her hands, and didn't watch as he settled back on the table. From a cupboard, she grabbed a new tube of cream and a roll of plastic wrap. "I'll just apply this, and you can wait about half an hour. Have you had issues with the others we've worked on?" He shook his head, eyes steady on hers. "Take off your shirt and lie down on your front, please, if it's not too painful." The words came out close to a whisper. Quickly, she pulled on a pair of latex gloves, waited for him to disrobe, and forced herself to breathe. Deep, slow. Okay, his chest was blistering and starting to scab, she noted before he settled onto the bench. The ink was nearly gone in some areas, the lighter applications, but others were dark. She hoped, for his sake, that they'd eventually disappear. Although he stiffened at the contact, the first swipe of cream was easy. A thick layer of it, directly over the big, black triangle in the center of his back. If she concentrated on the cream instead of him, it was doable. But it was hard to ignore every line of his perfection. This anatomy book illustration come to life. She watched as his skin pebbled up into goosebumps. Another swipe over the spiderweb on his neck, then across his shoulder blade, and her hand couldn't help but enjoy the rigid planes, the swell of muscle, the strength. And then there was how he smelled. He'd looked sweaty when he'd come in, but it wasn't bad. No, it was... George pulled her hand away as if stung, took a step back and breathed through her mouth, although even that was intimate. Past the medical odor of the cream, she had smelled soap, maybe some cheap shampoo, and then sex. He smelled the way she remembered sex smelling. Not the musky odor of genitals, but the scent of desire. Man as animal, he smelled solid, real, warm. Right. He smelled right. So right, in fact, that her body did things, perking in places that hadn't perked in so long she'd thought they were dead. It was cool in the clinic, thank God, because at least she'd have an excuse for her nipples. But not for the slippery weight in her abdomen. Lower. "Everything okay?" the man asked, craning his neck to look at her. And rather than face those eyes again head-on, she placed her clean hand to the back of his head and pressed, gently, firmly. Oh, crap. I'm not supposed to do that, am I? Nor was she supposed to like it. It was official. The doctor made Clay hard. And now, her hand on the back of his head? Fuck. First, it made him want to fight back, pull away, get up and take over. Because nobody pushed his head down. Nobody. But it also made him want to give in, to see what she'd do. Rebel or succumb. He went for something in between, light resistance. Up and back, into her hand, was all it took to turn things upside down. She's not controlling me, he realized, with the strangest jolt. She's holding me, helping me. His mind flew back, remembering the way she'd held her cat in the dark in front of her house, and then to his embrace with the animal. He'd have held that cat all night long if it hadn't eventually heard some forest sound and sprung away, ears pricked, tail swishing, its missing limb barely noticeable in attack mode. But right now, here, the press of her hand against the back of his head was full of something good. Something like affection or desire, or maybe, just maybe, tenderness. And it was the best thing he'd felt in a lifetime. So different from recent flashes of memory. Flesh smacking, hard fucks, teeth gritted, fist caught up in greasy hair. Toothy blowjobs from nameless women, victims of circumstance. Collateral damage as he and Bread did whatever it took not to lose their covers. Everything he'd taken. Bottles to the face, ink, bullets, a loss of honor. Clay stiffened. But this. He heard her breathe, felt the warmth on his nape, and shuddered. That sent her away, left his back cold and him alone. When she came back, the moment of intimacy was gone. Maybe it had been imagined anyway. He felt immune to sensation, lost and empty, and hard as nails. He shut his eyes tight, wanting her to touch him again, and so afraid of the mixed-up signals his brain kept sending. Her gloved hands returned to his skin, warm through the cold cream. She rubbed it in, leaving a trail of goosebumps in her wake. And he wished she'd press his head again, take some of his weight, make him feel something. She walked around the table to the other side, where she stroked him with a fresh layer of cream, and something else skimmed his back when she leaned. Her lab coat, maybe? In his fantasies, it was a breast, a mouth. It was quiet in here, so quiet. He closed his eyes and breathed her in. He'd fallen asleep. Either that, or he'd gone to that place, wherever it was, that he seemed to go on her table. Only this time, George's hands were on him. She felt heavy and warm, and his back was big and strong and supple, but so sweet, laid out for her, waiting, needing. Dear God, what's wrong with me? He was numb by now. He had to be. As numb as the cream would make him, which wasn't very. Another dip, another swipe, and his flesh rippled beneath her touch. Maybe not asleep? She wanted to put her hand on his head again and push him down, but there was nowhere to go. She wanted to lean into him and over him, and maybe just stretch herself across all that muscle and bone. Desire settled into her pelvis as she stroked his shoulders, ran a hand a little too far down an arm that had absolutely no need of numbing cream. None. What the hell is wrong with me? But still, she couldn't quite convince her body to stop. Slowly, she kneaded her thumbs around those beautiful scapulas, felt him shudder slightly, and pulled away, hyper-aware of how strange her actions were, how unethical and wrong. But maybe, just don't stop, he mumbled, and honestly, that was all she needed. His back, this solid, robust plane, was like the culmination of all the backs she hadn't had the pleasure of touching over the years, and goodness, she wanted it. She wanted his back. Wanted his back? Was this how it felt to go crazy? George stepped away, embarrassed and more than a little worried for her sanity. Was she really, truly, going to cave in and do things she might very well, no, would definitely regret over some stranger's back? He grunted, or maybe it was more of a groan, and twisted his neck so one shadowed eye peeked out at her. It's the best thing that's happened to me in frickin' years. His voice came out low, almost on a whisper. This is... George couldn't get the words out. She was breathing so fast. This is weird. I don't know. Feels good, so damn good. Just me touching you? Yeah. There was hardly any hesitation at all. And then the succubus wearing her skin stepped forward, closer, until her belly was level with his hand. Are you numb? She reached out and stroked him, right on that horribly defacing burn, wondering if he could feel her, wanting him to. No, he said, even breathier now. No, the opposite. Numb when I walked in. Now, shit. Now it's all nerves. The weight in George's belly turned liquid, spread out on a wave of shivery sensation that she hadn't felt since she'd been just a kid, squished in the back seat of Dylan Dean's bright red Mustang, with nothing between her legs but his hand, and nothing in her head but blind teenage lust. Here? Her fingers caressed him where his skin had melted into unsightly whorls, tracing the jagged surface and wishing he'd let her do more. Although, even as she thought that, she wasn't sure if she meant more, as in treatment for the burn, or more, right now, to his body, to him. Yeah. There. Just, he groaned, then begged. Please. Possessed, she caressed him, up his side, almost to his armpit, and its tuft of dark hair, it looked sexual, that hair, like something she wasn't supposed to see. Then, tracing along the top of his shoulder to the back of his neck, and down, down his spine. The bumps adding texture along the way, the rocky road of his body, the most enticing thing George had ever seen. More sounds escaped him, little grunts that said he liked what she did, and those fueled her even more. Lord, she wanted to flatten herself on top of the man, to cover him, and what, hump him? No, not really. Make him feel good, touch every little bit of him, heal him, protect him from whatever hell he'd been through. With a snap that surprised even her, she removed the glove that separated his skin from hers, and lightly, oh so lightly, felt the reality of his flesh without the barrier of nitrile in between. The noises were hers this time, and the contact was kinetic. Burned the air, turned the heat up, ate out her brain. His hand, right there on the edge of the table, somehow turned until his palm rested flat against her belly. Not pushing, just absorbing. Fingers taking in her softness, exploring her the way she was him. Before she knew it, she'd curled her palm around that hunk of a shoulder, leaned in until more than her lab coat pressed against the man, her breathing shaky and short. "I don't know what I'm doing," she whispered in a dream. The bridge of her nose skimmed his hairline, and she took him in, smelled him, got a bigger dose of what she'd only guessed at until now, and it was good. Elementally good. Unexplainably, animalistically perfect. A smell she could dive into and live off of. She pulled back. "Got to stop. I've got to stop." "Hang on." His hand reached for hers, grasped it, skin to skin, and held on tight. "Don't know what the hell you're doing to me, but it's making me crazy." I don't know. I'm not. This isn't me," George muttered, eyes clearing. She pulled hard at her hand, blinked hazily at the man laid out before her, and moved toward the door. I'll be right back." Tea. The woman brought him tea. She'd touched him so he'd almost cried on her table like a goddamned baby, and after running away, she came back in with tea. One for him and one for her, and not sweet iced tea like people here guzzled by the gallon. No, mugs full of the hot stuff, in the middle of July. "Maybe we'll wait on your back," was the first thing he actually understood after his complete and total whatever that was in her office. Jesus, had he nearly come at a medical back massage? Almost come and then come close to passing out on the exam table? Yeah, he managed through a throat that was raw, an open wound. He felt like that. Not just his throat, but his... what? His psyche, maybe? His very being chafed. He hurt where she'd touched him, like he'd scarred or scabbed over, and she'd come along and opened him up again, with nothing but tenderness. It scared the hell out of him, the way he'd disappeared into her, made him want to grab her and fuck her, or maybe hide beneath her lab coat. He swung up to sitting and accepted the tea, blinking like a newborn baby, exposed, his cock semi-hard and heavy in his underwear. "You okay?" she asked, sounding pretty choked up herself. "Yeah, thanks." He took a sip, just to give himself something to do. It tasted good, spicy. After a couple of minutes, the fuzz cleared slightly, and he noted what he held in his fist with a strange jolt of hilarity. It was a mug, brown, with the words, "Coffee makes me poop," written in big white caps. "Wow, that's disgusting," she smiled at him, and he breathed deep and cleansing. "Do that again." "What?" She frowned, and he reached out to smooth the wrinkle between her brows. "Smile." His request had the opposite effect, of course, deepening those lines, but that only made him want to see them gone all the more. He leaned in from his perch, pressed his lips to the spot, to smooth them, to taste them, to drink her in, or something. The connection sent a jolt through him, just like when she'd touched him on the table. Rather than numb, he'd felt sensation, sweet and unfamiliar after so many months of nothing. And he could smell her, clean, with a hint of lady sweat, which seemed only fitting for the end of a day's work. No, not sweat on Dr. Hadley, he reminded himself, like he had that very first day. Perspiration. He breathed in again, his nose to her forehead. Weird, in theory, but in fact, the most sensual thing he'd ever done. His skin crackled at the contact. She let out a noise, long and low and full of frustration, and he knew he should pull back. He should, since he was probably freaking her out now, but instead, he slid off the table and leaned down to where her lips were a little bit open, poised and waiting. He put his mouth to hers, and it felt unreal. It was a miracle that it felt like something. This is a dream, he thought, and let his mouth move with the words, closing his eyes. Her sounds grew louder, lazier, and he sipped at them, his mouth to hers, his dick at full mast now, which was another miracle, since it had lain dormant since the shooting. Before the shooting, if he was honest with himself. This was medicine. She pulled away. "I can't," she said through a gasp. "Why not?" he asked, idiot that he was. "You are my patient? What I already did, I could lose my license. I should lose my license." "I'm your," he blinked. Her patient? That was her excuse? Not, "You're disgusting," or "You scare me," or "You're not my type"? "Yes, you are my patient," she swallowed, and those big black pupils moved to his mouth and stayed there. He watched them, watched them blow up wide, her lips wet, pink, primed. "I can't get involved with patients. It's completely unethical. You need to go." Okay. She was right. He needed to go and get his head on straight. Okay. He rocked back a little and took her in. So serious in that lab coat. Always with that fucking lab coat. Sexy, but way too much of a barrier. "You're fired," he said, before he'd even thought it through. "Oh." Her gaze was bleary and so cute. Innocent. Too innocent, probably. But he couldn't help wanting to taste that, too. "Excuse me?" "You're no longer my doctor, and I'm not your patient. So why don't you come back here and let me do that again?" It had been 10 years since George Hadley had done the sex thing. A full decade since she'd lost her husband and, with him, any chance she had of finding love. For 10 long years, she'd missed sex, the contact, the skin on skin. Oh, she'd had minor opportunities, a date here and there, moments when a look told her there might be interest. In med school, she'd almost given in once or twice, but it had never quite caught, never seemed worth the effort. Until now. But no, that wasn't quite right. It wasn't that she wanted sex right now exactly, though her body did, for sure. It was more like the need for some deeper contact had come to the surface for the first time in a decade. She could feel the need, whereas for years she'd pushed it back, suppressed it, let herself wallow in layers and layers of cotton wool. A protective covering, probably. It had formed after losing Tom. She'd put so much into that marriage and then lost him. Lost that precious connection, and with it, everything. After that, it seemed better not to have connections at all. As to why it all came barreling back now, George wasn't entirely sure. But she accepted it in the way life often forced you to accept the inevitable. She let the need, the desire, the vulnerability take over, and following some deeper instinct, she rocked forward until her knees bumped his legs, gently pried the ridiculous mug from his hand and set it aside, and then turned back to concentrate on this man. She took his face in her hands. What am I doing? He blinked slowly, and her thumbs moved up to sweep over those poor eyelids, the scars on his face making her want to weep. How does it feel? He blinked again. Confusion muddling features that were lovely, really, beneath that stupid destruction. This? He asked, taking her in with a flick of the eyes. Fucking beautiful. Your eyelids. Oh, he swallowed. They're fine. Healing okay? I can't feel anything with your hands on me. I'm sorry, she said, although she wasn't entirely sure what she was apologizing for. Don't be. I can't feel anything bad. Just you, Doc. That brought things screeching to a halt. Doc? What am I doing? Her brain screamed again while her lips said, Call me George. Don't be sorry, George. I'm not. No? He smirked. Oh, I'm sorry about a lot of shit. But not this. Not coming here, not you. He covered one of her hands with his, and with the other reached out, around her, to circle her back and pull her tighter to him. And that set her on fire. Nerve endings, waking up like wavy little sea anemones, heads prickling painfully along skin that had gone dead from disuse. Give me a kiss, he demanded, and as she watched, he softened, his gaze running a tender path from her lips to her eyes and back again. Please, kiss me. In a dream, nowhere near herself, she did. It was gentle at first, despite the raging fire inside. A touch of lips, dry but soft, feverish almost. There were smells, mingled with that contact, new scents that shouldn't feel so intimate. A face, a cheek, a jaw. A confusion of sensations with just one touch. His tongue was sensual and slow. She gave in to her urge to open her eyes, and when she did, she met his, the dark brown almost gone, eaten up by his pupils, despite the bright sterile light. Lips, teeth, tongue, the slide of chins and noses, it was the purest, cleanest, rightest thing she'd felt in her life. How odd, in the midst of so much unfamiliar sensation, that her mind should wander again to her marriage, her first kiss with Tom. She'd been clammy back then with desire, which was such an odd contrast, such a strange thing to recognize. But here, this man was heat, scorching heat, urgency so hot it cauterized the guilt. With a growl, he sank back, nudged, and pulled until somehow she wound up in his lap on the exam table, straddling him. Closeness, new and unexpected, sent a searing flush to the surface of her skin. She remembered the last time she'd done this, the last time she'd kissed someone with intent to do more, and it brought a wave of unwanted emotions. Regret, sadness, worry that whatever this was, it was wrong. Cheating on a husband, long gone. George sucked in a hiccuping breath and realized belatedly that he'd stopped. "What's going on?" he asked. You don't want this." It wasn't a question. His voice, rich and dark before, was flat now, defeated. How to respond to that? How on earth did you tell a man that yes, you wanted him, but he was too much for you? How did you let him know that his intensity, his beauty, the smell of his skin, all made you hungry for something you'd given up on entirely? Something you probably didn't deserve. How could you say that to the tattooed criminal you'd straddled on an exam table? Not exactly first kiss banter, was it? She looked up to find him eyeing her, to feel a rough thumb swipe away a tear she hadn't been conscious of crying. "You want to tell me?" "No," she answered. He nodded. "You want me to go?" This time she shook her head, and he tightened his arm around her back, slid his hand up from her bottom to her shoulder blade. He could probably have spanned both with one of his enormous palms. "I scare you?" "No, Mr. Oh, God, what was she supposed to call him now? This was so messed up, so against every ounce of decency ingrained in her, that she cringed and looked away. "Call me—" He stopped, blinked hard, and cleared his throat. "Andrew. Call me Andrew." "No, you don't scare me, Andrew. Although," she looked at him askance, "I should." That made her smile. "Yes, you probably should." "Not as smart as you look, I guess," he said, and that broke through whatever this was, this shell of fear or regret that had hardened around her. She laughed. "Definitely not." "Come here," Andrew said. With a sigh, she leaned her head in, set it on his shoulder, and sucked in his strength. His arm stayed warm and close, and through it all, she felt the beating of his heart, steady and slow. He was comforting her, she knew, but she couldn't rid herself of the guilty evidence of arousal, or the nervy need thrumming through her overheated veins. She needed to stay here, in his embrace, for just a little while longer, and pretend everything was as it should be. wishing she could memorize his smell. After a bit, George pulled back, hating herself for doing it. "I think we should go." "Oh, sure, of course," he said, and, after helping her down, rose with a grimace that made her wonder again about his limp. "I'll wait for you and walk you to your car." And just like that, their moment of folly was over. 9. "So, Doc," Clay said, as she led him out front, "you know of a place where I can get my tattoos removed?" "What?" She turned to him, then cut herself off, and he saw, with regret, her body loosen, sink in on itself a little. "You'd have to go to Richmond." "All right," he nodded, wondering what the shit he was doing. He had that weird sensation that he sometimes got of being just a shell, with nothing on the inside but hollow space. It was a feeling a lot like regret, except it couldn't be. Not for this. Not for what they'd begun in that exam room. But maybe, just possibly, he was feeling it for her. Empathic regret. Like she hadn't meant to take up with someone like him. "I'm sorry, Andrew." "Don't be." He looked around and saw her car, parked alone up ahead under that fucking unlit street lamp. "I'll walk you to your car." "Oh, you don't need..." His expression must have stopped her, because she just shrugged and let him walk beside her to her door, which was, surprise, unlocked. "Got to start locking your door, George." "Why? Don't remember what happened last weekend? How would locking my door change what happened?" He shook his head and smiled. "You people and your small-town delusions." She ignored that and asked, "You hungry?" He hesitated, taking in all the shit crowding his insides, and realized that, yes, there was, in fact, a big yawning hole there. When had he last eaten? "Yeah," he finished with a smile. "Want to go to the Nook?" "Come home with me," she said, probably with more of an undertone than intended, and his pulse hitched back up a notch. "Yeah?" he asked, in something close to a whisper. Her eyes took an age to get to his, but when they did, any misgivings he might have had dissipated. She was an adult, a woman, not a kid, and not one of the MC hangers-on who'd been coerced or forced by necessity to mingle with the bikers, to put out for the bikers. "Let me make you dinner," she said, and right there, in the middle of Main Street, where anybody in the whole world could see him, Clay Navarro came dangerously close to crying his eyes out like a little boy. "No, Thanks, George. Thank you, but you don't want..." "Shut up, Andrew," she said, knocking the air out of his sails. "Get in." "I'll meet you there," he said. "I should get my truck and a shower." "You remember where it is?" she asked. Oh, I know, he thought, half listening to her directions before heading back to his room at a jog, anxious and excited with a good dose of guilty. The guilt grew as he showered and changed, taking in his grim surroundings. George Hadley was a good woman, a clean woman, and the last thing she needed in her life was Clay's brand of filth. What the hell had he been thinking? He considered not going, but went anyway, telling himself it was because he didn't like to keep a woman waiting. But underneath he knew that wasn't it. Not really. He wanted to go, damn it. He wanted a little of her pristine existence to rub off on him, polish him up, and get rid of some of his grime. It was selfish, especially considering how dangerous his situation was. But he'd tell her in person. He'd tell her he couldn't, and then he'd stop by the store for another bottle of booze and come back to this shithole where he'd drink and maybe even jerk off for the first time in months. He'd get through this, just like he always did. And he'd do it without dragging her with him. George put down her empty glass and looked at the clock. An hour had passed since she'd left Andrew Blaine in the street in front of the clinic. An hour in which he'd no doubt gone back to his place and decided not to re-emerge. She'd even stopped off on the way for beer and a bottle of wine. She'd pan-fried a couple of trout from up the road in Madison and steamed some green beans from the garden. Then, considering his size, made the whole package of rice. Would 4 cups be enough? Only now it was an hour later, and he still wasn't here, which meant he wasn't coming. And all the anticipation had fizzled into something hollow and tight, and much too large for her chest. That was the problem with removing the layers and layers of protection she'd built up over the years. Things hurt. George sat in her kitchen on one of the overstuffed armchairs beside the cold wood stove and let herself tear up for about 30 seconds before nipping the self-pity in the bud. Whatever the man was, whoever he was messed up in ways George wasn't equipped to handle. She'd do best to forget about him entirely. Maybe she'd run into him in town and tell him to come back to her practice, because they were better off as doctor and patient. He needed the job done, and she was qualified, so she might as well be the one to do it. With a satisfied nod, she moved to the front door to turn off the porch light. Just as it flicked off, she saw it again. The movement she'd seen, or rather felt, in the woods across the street last night. She narrowed her eyes at whatever it was and then, without conscious thought, pulled open the screen door, letting it slam behind her, and marched down the steps straight across the street and right to the man who slid out of the shadows. "George." "Andrew," she said without a hint of surprise. She'd known it, hadn't she? "Too scared to come in?" "Something like that." "I won't bite?" "No?" he asked, sounding a little disappointed. "You change your mind then?" "Still thinking about it." "Well, it's last call, so you'd better decide." She saw the shine of his white teeth before turning back to her house and tromping back up the stairs. With a last disappointed huff, she pulled open the screen and let it fall behind her. Only it didn't slam as expected, which meant she sucked in a nervous, edgy breath at the sound of his footfalls, followed by the quiet thud of the door shutting, then the snick of the lock being turned into place. Andrew Blaine and his obsession with locks. "I hope you like fish. I made trout." "Sounds good." "Come on through?" Christ, it was hot in here. "No AC?" "In this old house?" She laughed. "No, ceiling fans are about as good as it gets. I'm too stubborn for window units." "Stubborn?" "No way I'm giving up beautiful, precious, natural light in exchange for recycled air, no matter how cool it is. I'd rather be hot and watch the sky out my window." "Wow, a purist." "Or stupid, whatever you want to call it." After a pause, during which she could feel him look around, taking in their surroundings, he said, "Nice place." "Thank you. It needs work, though." "Yeah, saw some of your clapboard needs replacing." "You haven't seen the garden yet," she said. "Oh, but I have," Clay thought, as she went on. I can hardly keep up. The fence is a mess, and the chickens had an unwanted visitor last week. I performed emergency surgery with chicken wire, and it's ugly. Soft music flowed from the back of the house, some kind of girly folk music, a little high, a little light, and slow for his taste, but it suited the place. He followed George through an open hall, beside a nice-sized staircase. He'd seen some of it from outside, but he took it in with a new perspective. Hardwood floors, high ceilings, paint that had seen better days, and colorful, threadbare rugs scattered here and there. The farmhouse was loved, he could see that, but it sure needed work. Bits of crown molding were missing, and floorboards whined beneath his feet. She led him back to a big kitchen that spanned the entire rear of the house. He was shamed by the plates of food waiting for them on the scarred wooden table. He'd stood out there for at least half an hour, watching the house, waiting and debating, sick with doubt at what he was starting with this woman. Starting something he wouldn't be around to finish. "Sorry I made you wait." "No problem." She glanced at him, caught his eye, and raised her brows in a way that said she knew more about what he'd been doing out there than she let on. "Beer or wine?" "Beer, please." "It's in the fridge. Help yourself." He turned to the old-fashioned-looking appliance, pulled out a bottle of beer, a local brand, what was it with people around here and their locally made crap, and twisted it open. "You want one?" She shook her head, and he took a turn around the room, bypassing the open door leading to a big screened-in porch, and ending up at the wide back window, which overlooked the yard where green things fought for supremacy. "Cozy." "You think?" He nodded, taking in the layers of stuff everywhere, so much like the plants out back in their cheerful disarray. Not like one of those hoarder houses, not suffocating, more artfully arranged. Flowers, tons of them, some in vases, some in pots, a couple of lamps, cool-looking marble with ornate, colorful shades, wooden chairs, worn like the rest of the place, with cushions on them. No two prints alike, but all somehow belonging together. A happy chaos. "Have a seat," she said, and he looked at his choices. 2 big armchairs by a wood stove, or 4 wooden chairs flanking a big, scarred table by the window. He opted for the latter, pulling out one of the chairs and nearly screaming like a little girl at the animal who stared up at him, one-eyed and 3-legged. George laughed at his shocked, "Oh, Jesus," and moved to shoo away the cat, who wanted absolutely none of it. "Go on, Leonard. We humans get to use the chairs now." The cat dropped to the floor with a thunk, only to return to his rightful spot a few seconds later, right up under Clay's chin, like he'd been the night before. "Wow," George said with a surprised frown. "Leonard's a bit of a recluse usually. He doesn't take to strangers quite so fast." "Little do you know." She walked to a counter where she grabbed a dish and stuck it into the oven. "Brownies," she said, with a little smile, twisting a tomato-shaped timer and putting it on the table between them in a weird parody of some speed-dating ritual. She sat across from him with a glass of white wine, and he could see, even in this golden, candle-lit room, a rosy blush high on her cheeks. "You're beautiful," Clay said, unexpectedly, with a nervous expulsion of air. Oh, thank you." "Thanks for inviting me over. Haven't had a home-cooked meal in," he swallowed. "Years," he wanted to say, although it wasn't quite true. Jada and Tyler had invited him over before he'd taken off. Once. Only once, because he'd seen the look on Jada's face, when the kids had checked him out. Limp and tats and inappropriate vocabulary and all. He'd noticed that night that he couldn't get a sentence out without an F-bomb or two, which was part of what had kept him alive these past few years. But now that he was out of the MC, well, he was just some cussing, inked-up asshole you couldn't even have over to dinner. It's been a while, he finished, and George nodded. So, welcome. She cleared her throat, held up her glass, and knocked it gently against his bottle. I'm happy to be able to offer you that. He nodded and shoveled in a bite of fish, which, even cold, was delicious. It's good, she smiled. Thanks. Why are you so nice to me, George Hadley? Nice. I'm just normal. You shouldn't even be talking to me. I shouldn't? Clay shook his head. No, you really shouldn't. Why not? You said you weren't going to hurt me. I'm not, he said, although for the first time he wondered if that were actually true. But I could, you know. What are you talking about? I mean, having me around isn't necessarily a good thing. She shrugged, indicating the room. As you can see, there's nobody here to complain, except maybe Leonard, but he'd bitch at Mother Teresa, although apparently you pass muster. Oh, yeah? Clay glanced down at the cat, which, as if understanding their words, curled into a tighter ball on his lap and let out a funny little bird-like trill. Seems friendly enough. Yeah, right. You can push him off. Clay let the cat stay, a vibrating heater. They were quiet as they ate, serenaded by the animal's engine-like rumbling and the incessant song of the crickets outside. What is that noise? George cocked her head. What noise? That, like crickets except loud. Unbearably, fucking never-endingly loud enough to make a person go completely insane. It's the cicadas. They've graced us with their presence. This is a good thing? Every 17 years. That's how often they get to come out of hiding, and here they are, finally, alive again. Wow, when you put it that way. Come on, she said, standing up and heading for the porch, where it was overwhelming, ultra surround sound, with the added ominous rumble of distant thunder. And then down 3 steps into the backyard, which was bathed in pale moonlight. George took a central path leading to the far end of the yard and the woods beyond. It was a jungle out here. Plants barely held back by metal structures. Poles spilling onto the walkway with abandon. The moonlight turned everything the same shade of gray or green, but alive. So damned alive, with the buzzing, ticking, humming energy of unseen fauna and rampant flora, that Clay had to stop, breathe, get his bearings, gather himself before following her. Close to the back of the yard, she stopped and turned to look at him, and although the colors were washed out, he could see the excitement on her face, could feel it in currents as electrified as the far-off flash of lightning. The noise. He couldn't take the fucking noise. The deep, constant background sounds drove him a little crazier every day. And this woman loved it? They were worlds apart, weren't they? This is not the end yet, she said. They'll get louder over the next week or two, and then... Oh, this is... She swallowed, pressed fingers to her mouth, and he wondered if she was going to cry. And then they're gone. 17 years before we see these guys again. She grabbed his hand, squeezed, and he could barely even understand the level of emotion this woman felt. Over something so inconsequential, so annoying as these loud-ass insects taking over the night. and more than a little real estate inside his brain. Not the most pleasant sound I've ever heard. So damned loud, he said. He hated how disappointed she looked at his words, hated even more the way she took her hand away from his, leaving him bereft. For those few seconds, when she'd touched him, the noise hadn't been quite so bad. Like a mute button, she'd staved off the panic. He wished she would do it again. Loud? Yes, I suppose they are, George agreed. Loud? It was beautiful. He looked away from her in a way that smacked of avoidance. How can you even sleep here? I need the AC on just to drown out the night noises. And now, this, man, I'd go crazy. Oh, I like it. And here it was again, that moment when George realized she wasn't quite the norm. Let's go back in. He followed her inside, and they sat and picked up where they'd left off. Only George felt the tiniest bit crushed. She shouldn't, of course. It was stupid to think anyone would understand her excitement at such silly things. They sat at the table, a little too close, a little awkward. Leonard hopped right back up onto Andrew's lap, and George shook her head. He's really into you. Andrew shrugged, looking, if she wasn't mistaken, a little sheepish. Was that a flush on his cheeks? He took a bite of trout, and the flush deepened. His eyes rose to hers. Oh God, this is amazing. Best thing I've had. She laughed. I'm serious. What did you do to make this so? He chewed, groaned a little, and swallowed, taking another bite, and then another. This has more flavor than anything I've eaten in months. She shook her head and took a bite of her own. It's just trout, you know. It's local from over in Madison County, but nothing special. I guess the butter's local too, so maybe that's what you like about it. Fresh ingredients, I suppose. You're an amazing cook. That's what it is. It was her turn to blush. Compliments made her feel awkward, and rather than continue to endure his, she deflected. Sorry about going overboard outside with the cicadas. I get worked up about that stuff. I guess I'm just a hippie at heart. She waved her hand in the air. It's the magic of it. Of these creatures, of the world, you know? He didn't. She could tell. But she couldn't seem to stop herself. They spend 17 years underground, and then, all together, they come out. As one. They sing their song, and they slough off their shells and journey up into the trees. A long, arduous climb, all in the service of nature. Propagation. Beautiful. Lovely, natural. This is the world around us. This is beauty. Lord, how lame. But it was true. And George couldn't ignore something that moved her so very much. I guess I see what you mean. Yeah. She took a bite, not tasting the food anymore. I'm sorry. What? What for? I get excited about things. No, it's fine. He took a swig of beer, his eyes on the bottle in his hand, and then, suddenly, unexpectedly, on hers. It's actually refreshing. I mean, you are. Refreshing, or I've seen a lot of pretty nasty shit. She nodded, waiting for more. So you're like this breath of fresh air, like this clean, perfect, sweet person. No, that I am not. Whatever you are, I'm afraid I'll... Another swig, and Leonard, the antisocial cat, fell from his lap as Clay stood. He towered above her, big and overwhelming. I gotta go, George. This was, I kid you not, amazing. Best meal I've ever had. I just can't.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, don't.
Look, you're a real nice lady, all right? You don't deserve this.
Deserve what?
What I have to give.
How can you be so sure? I know who you are, she wanted to say. I know about the Sultans. I know you've done bad things, but so have I. Maybe we both deserve a second chance.
I gotta go,
he said, putting down his bottle with a final thunk. Footsteps pounding down her hall and out the front door with depressing finality. George considered getting up, considered running after him. But she couldn't. She wouldn't. Because he had to want to stay. Her gaze landed on Leonard, who, offended, licked his paws on Andrew's recently evacuated seat cushion. You couldn't force an animal to stick around when he didn't want to. She knew that. Some creatures, like Leonard, you couldn't even cajole. She knew it, but she didn't like it. In the distance, a vehicle started up and rumbled off down the road toward town, echoed by the hum of thunder from over the mountains. Would it just effin' storm already? George looked down at her plate, where half of an unappetizing fish sat, congealed in the hardened butter sauce she'd restarted 3 times. On the table, beside her elbow, the buzzer sounded, a perfect end to this ridiculous parody of a date she should never have embarked on to begin with. 10. By the time the sun came up, Clay needed to run, to feel the pain in his thigh, the ache in his back, the rough burn of his knuckles and eyelids, the sharper torment of his blistering chest. Distraction was what he needed. So, up and out, ignoring the gaudy sunrise, the moist air and dry ground, and onto Blackwood's sleepy streets, pounding the pavement, breathing, aching, wanting. I want. What the fuck did he want? It wasn't about what he wanted, was it? It was about need, necessity. Get rid of the ink, go to court, end of story. He pushed himself harder as he approached the bottom of the slope he'd only driven up thus far, then cranked the pace and forced himself to jog the steep drive up, up, up above the shit, the morass of his life, the memories. He made it to the top of the mountain, fueled by self-recrimination, and collapsed on the outcropping of rock overlooking Blackwood and the foothills beyond, all the way to Charlottesville, which was nothing but a pinkish haze on the horizon. He should go, find someplace else to hide out, because he couldn't even trust his own team anymore, because this case was huge, weapons, drugs, prostitution, racketeering, with every possible state and federal agency involved now. It was so much bigger than he was. But Clay had to be the one to break it wide open, mostly due to his fearlessness in the face of odds that had seemed truly impossible. He'd cared more about taking them down than his personal safety. His very existence was just that. He closed his eyes, remembering how he'd felt the day he'd finally been patched into the Sultans, the way Handles had thrown that heavy arm around his shoulders. It had been so good on so many levels. Being accepted after so many months of groveling, brought in, loved, a fucking brother. "One of us now, kid," Handles had said, his voice full of pride, and fuck if Clay hadn't felt it. And how messed up was that? To be an agent, to be undercover, to believe in what you were doing in the deepest, darkest part of your soul, but in order to get there, Jesus, He'd become one of them at heart. He'd loved those dudes, his brothers. And now, Bread was dead. Bread, who'd been somewhere on the compound the day all the shit had gone down. Bread, finally, had saved his life once all hell broke loose. Jesus. Bread had risked it all that night when he'd bludgeoned Handles over the head and hauled Clay from the room, out the back door, and away from the firefight. And me, a chunk of my leg shot out and 2 little round scars in my back, put there by Handles himself, dear old Dad. Get your goddamn story straight, he kept hearing the lawyer's words. Straight? What the hell was straight? The confusion of rights and wrongs, friends, enemies, that was what made Hecker's directive so difficult to follow. Stay alive was not an order he'd been given. Not directly by Hecker or McGovern or anyone else, but with Bread dead, he was all they had left. They needed him to make this case, to make the charges stick, because without him, all they had were random accusations of murder, torture, and gun and drug offenses, with a few recordings to back them up. He'd gotten into the Sultans, had managed to get a colleague in after him, and now Bread was gone, and Clay was alone, and he wasn't safe anymore. The only reason I'm alive is 'cause nobody knows where I am. And that thought led right back to the memories he'd tried hardest to suppress over the last few hours. George Hadley, in her perfect storybook world. Images flew at him, her messed-up cat purring in his lap, kissing her, his goddamned aching heart on. He closed his eyes on the view again, the better to remember her arms around him, the solid reality of her grip, the good, clean wholesomeness of her. He didn't deserve it. Any of it. He deserved the shitty-ass motel, the pain in his body, the fucking zap of the laser. He deserved to die even, but... man, she was hot. The thought hit him unexpectedly, out of place and weird. But up until now, she'd been something else. Something too pristine, a little uptight. A sexy doctor, but still his doctor. And completely out of reach. Now, with the things that had happened, she was different. Hot and essential and available. So, of course, he'd gone and botched that up. Well, he kind of had to, right? When things were way too good to be true, you couldn't go around living the high life with a giant X on your back, could you? A busy workday helped George think about something other than Andrew. Except, in the end, she couldn't stop thinking about him at all. It was later than she usually got home because, like an idiot, she'd prepped a room and waited at the clinic for him to arrive. When he hadn't, the only person she'd been angry at was herself. Irritated all over again, she slammed her car door and headed toward her house. "Hey, neighbor," called Jessie from somewhere beyond the hedge. "Hi, Jessie. Busy?" "Oh," she paused. "No. Want to come hang out?" "Yes," she yelled a tad too loudly. Distraction. "Let me get cleaned up and—" "Oh, take your time. I've got the booze tonight," Jessie said, rattling something in what might have been a bucket of ice. "Oh, good. I'll bring snacks. Match made in heaven," Jessie said. George ran inside to feed Leonard, then back outside to put the chickens to bed, pick a bowl of salad, and, with a mournful glance at the sky, turn the sprinkler on. Back inside, she pulled out leftovers and some of the same mini quiches she'd made for her in-laws. Just as she was headed out, her gaze fell on the pathetic, untouched tray of brownies from the night before. and with a bratty huff, she picked it up and stuck it in her basket, before slamming out the front door and heading over. "Oh, my God, how are you still single?" asked Jessie, when George unpacked everything in the kitchen. "What a cornucopia of delight." "Where's Gabe?" "At a sleepover." Jessie's smile faded. "I am such a mess. My boy goes on a sleepover only like the third one in his entire life, and I'm putting a brave face on it. Like, I love the free time to, drink alone on the porch and all, but my little boy's growing up, and he's already deserting me." The last bit was moaned in an "I'm having a breakdown" kind of voice that George could appreciate, although probably not entirely relate to. Solitude was, after all, her norm. "I'm sorry," was her inadequate response. Jessie, though, didn't seem to mind. "Oh, whatever. I really need to get over myself. Here, have a glass and tell me about your day while I plate these amazing morsels you brought." "We need to wash the lettuce." "On it. Wash lettuce. That's something I can handle. Now grab yourself some vino. It's on the front porch." A few sips into her glass, George's phone rang. The number was Uma's. "Hello?" "George? Hey, it's Uma. Hope now's an okay time." "Hi. Yes, it's fine. What's up?" "I hate to call you for work things at night, but—" "No, please, don't be ridiculous. Are you okay? Is this an emergency?" No," Uma said, with a bit of a laugh in her voice, and George relaxed again. "Well, not my emergency in any case. It's, somewhat delicate." "What? Is it, Ive, are you okay?" "No, it's fine. You remember Cookie Lloyd, my neighbor, the woman I stayed with when I first got to town?" A voice rumbled in the background, and Uma responded with something about Steve having enough on his plate already, and a giggle. "Hey, I'm on the phone," she said, the smile in her voice belying the scolding words. "Anyway, Cookie's got a rash, and I'm not sure you recall this, but she won't leave her house." "Right. Didn't I see her out on the stoop last weekend?" "Yes. Her being out there was a big deal. Anyway, I was wondering if you'd have time at some point to come by and see her." "Sure. Of course, I'd love to." "I know it's a lot to ask, but—" Another mumbled male interruption. "Yes, she'll pay her, Ive. You know she's not that tight-fisted. Stop being such a—" He said something else, and again Uma giggled. George couldn't believe this woman was giggling. Giggling, after everything that had happened to her. She smiled. "Is Saturday okay?" "Yes, great." "Do you want to be there, or should I—" "You need me there, trust me," Uma said darkly. George smiled again. "Okay, see you Saturday, then." Jessie stuck her head outside after George ended the call. "Coast clear? Figured it might be a work thing. I didn't want to interrupt." "Yes, thank you. Come on out." "Wow, I had no idea a dermatologist had such an active professional life." "Oh, you would be surprised. It's—" She thought of Andrew Blaine. "It's actually even surprising to me how crazy it gets sometimes." "Well, I get crazy clients. Some of the people I see, man, I'm not allowed to talk names, but without citing particulars, there's this situation at work right now that I have no idea what to do with." "Really? I'm all ears." "I think my colleague is sleeping with one of our clients." "And by client, you mean—" "Probationer, yes. Offender." "Wow, that's— What are you going to do?" "I don't know, George. I mean—" Jessie swigged her wine, leaned back, and shook her head. "I get it. I do. There's a whole series of shit that happens with these people. We're there to help them, you know. Contrary to what people might think, we're here to ensure that they don't go back inside." We want them to succeed, which sometimes drags us right into their lives, their situations. They also sometimes look at us like they're saviors, which is one hell of a pull on its own, and shit, the guy is hot, I'll give her that. Oh, my God. A shiver of shame ran down her back. I have to tell you something. The words burst out of her, hard, hot, and painful in her mouth, but she just couldn't hold it in anymore. Jessie stopped talking, blinked, and waited. A good listener, this one. Crap, shit. Just shit. Whoa, George, getting all crass on me, girl. Jessie moved her chair over to bring her right next to George. Now I'm just dying to hear whatever it is that's turned George Hadley, medicine woman, into a potty mouth. George let out a half-hearted moan and dropped her head into her hands. I've messed up, Jessie. Really, really messed up. I believe you mean royally fucked up, George. Come on, if you're gonna go potty mouth on me, please go all the way. Yeah. So, I've fucked up, or I am fucked up, or something. I'm not sure which, or yes, I am fucked up because I haven't got that far yet, but I really, really want to. One hand still covering her face, George shook her head and groaned. Oh my God, is this a patient? Please tell me it's a patient. It's a patient. Yes, I'm so sorry, but Jessie sighed, sounding suddenly serious, and George finally looked up. I want you to be happy, George. You're a good person. You deserve it. Oh, well, I'm fine. Happy, Jessie raised her brows at her. Just that. And George knew she wasn't tricking anyone. Yes, so. All right. I'm not happy. And this situation isn't improving that, but what? Please don't leave me hanging here. Okay, hold on. More wine. Here. And some for me. Now, out with it. Okay. She took a swig, trying to formulate it in her head. I have a new patient. New since when? A week, I guess. George pulled out her phone. No, that can't be right. It must be longer. Oh my God. It's been exactly 1 week today. Fast worker. I've seen a lot of him. Almost every day he comes in for his treatment. Anyway, he's interesting. Oh, how? It's his... George waved her hands in the air in front of her, but couldn't say the words. Wasn't allowed to, in fact. Appearance. Tattoos and scars, a bad boy. Oh, I've got some of those. He showed up last week when I'd sent everyone home, and the AC was out, and it was just the two of us in the office. You saw him alone? Yes, I'm an idiot, right? Yes, go on. So, he needed me, my help, pretty desperately. I couldn't say no. A dermatological emergency. Okay, I get that. Go on. Anyway, there's more to him than his... She waved again. Skin issues. Right? I think he has something psychological, and I don't know how to deal with that kind of thing, but I did something terrible last night. Wait, psychological? Like PTSD or some kind of trauma. And he comes in at night? After we're closed. His choice or my suggestion? I'm seeing him off the books, pro bono, and I don't want any other patients seeing him, she said, when really what she meant was, I want to keep him secret all to myself. Jessie sat up. Whoa, George, are you sure you know what you're doing?
No, of course not. But more than his skin or my compulsion to help people, there's this thing between us. Not his thing, I hope. Oh, come on, please. Just kidding. Keep going. Jessie waved her hand in front of her face like a fan. I'm actually kind of worked up by this. It sounds intense. God, yes, George said, almost in relief, because that was it. Exactly. Intense. He's intense. And between us, there's this chemistry. I've never felt anything like it, not even with my husband. It feels like pain and excitement and titillation, and I want to hold him, and I'm mortified. The man is unwell, and I took advantage. You did? Yes. I'm a professional. But he needed help, and there I was, rubbing his back. And instead of doing the job he came to me for, I acted like a prostitute in a backstreet massage parlor. Holy crap! I mean, I gave him everything except the stupid happy ending. What? Jessie jumped up like a monkey, crouched on her chair, excitable as a child. Tell me everything. I don't know, but I started it. It was like I was possessed or something. Oh my God, Jessie, when he takes off his shirt, it's like, he takes off his shirt? What the hell do you people do in that office? I'm examining his skin. I'm treating him. It's all above board. I know, just kidding, geez. I'm flustered. It sounds sexy. Yes, it's sexy. Painfully sexy. Why painful? He fired me so that we could continue to kiss, I guess. Kiss? So you kissed him? No. Actually, he kissed me, and then I asked him over last night, and he almost didn't come, and then when he did, he freaked out or something, and he left. Oh, shit. Drama queen, stay away. George opened her mouth to protest, but stopped. Stay away. Right. Good advice. Unfortunately, no matter how dangerous the man might seem, she didn't particularly want to follow that advice. After another sparring session with the sheriff, Clay left town. He headed to Norfolk, making sure he was a good 3 hours from Blackwood before turning on his phone and checking in with his boss against his better judgment. McGovern? Navarro here, ma'am. No. Where the hell are you, Navarro? Rather not say, ma'am. A pause. Excuse me? I heard about Breathwaite. Random accident. You don't truly believe that, do you? Another pause. It doesn't matter. I told you to lay low, not to fall off the grid entirely. I can't have you disappear. I don't know who to trust. I'm sorry, it's not. You can trust me. Now, God damn it, what is your location? A pause, while Clay decided how best to say or not say what he was thinking. You heard anything about my whereabouts? No, I haven't, Navarro. Just wanted to make sure I haven't been compromised. Not here, at least. Okay, good. His body loosened. The burning in his gut lessened, and his headache eased off just a notch. I should tell you about a couple of issues we've had here, Navarro. At the dark tone of his boss's voice, Clay waited, breath held. You know the assistant U.S. attorney hired to the case? Hecker, yeah. His family's been threatened. Locals, too. And, well, everyone involved. What's that mean for me? She breathed a big, exhausted-sounding sigh before speaking to him, fast and low. Are you safe where you are? Believe so, ma'am.
Anyone know who you are? No. Any sign of them? He thought about the bikes he'd heard, all but certain they'd been in his head. None. Another sigh, slightly lighter this time, and he could picture her doing that weird chin raise she did when circumstances got rough. All right, good. You want to tell me where you are? I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm safe. I'm alive. I'll check in next week. In the meantime, don't you dare hang up on me, Navarro. We need to at least set up a... He hung up, cutting her off and probably destroying what was left of his career. Somehow,